Hello, guys. Welcome back to Surge Europe Fall Season. I'm here with Sint, and we will be going to talk about what you can expect today. And welcome, Sint.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nish. I'm so hyped to be back. Surge is back. Biggest tournament in Europe. How are we feeling, man? Nish, this is some great games today. And I'm looking forward to this tournament, right? But we've seen a lot of stuff online. They want us to explain a little bit about the format of the tournament. So I was thinking maybe we can do that initially just to clear some things up about the structure.
Exactly. Like there's a lot of changes going on. And mainly what we are trying to do is getting closer to the professional stage.
Yeah.
And because we already talk with Muntun and they have a lot of expectations from Surge. And to get to the level of the expectations, we really need to step up the game. And for that, we created this new structure. We are trying to get as close to their structure as possible. That's why there will be also some minor changes in the next year. But this year, I think that we already achieved the main changes that needed to be done. First of all, we divided the divisions for the beginning of the season. So we have Thunder Division, where we are trying to separate the teams that are kind of destroying the semi-pro and amateur league. So that in the Rising Division, we can have a lot of more potential growing, because if you get stomped by these strong teams, maybe even the motivation for these growing talents is going to be plummeted.
Yeah.
So this is why we decided to create these two divisions.
Explain like that a little bit as well. Surge is all inclusive. We like to see teams grow here in Europe. We want to see the potential teams that, they might not have the experience, but they will gain the experience in order to raise and become much better so that they can play against the top team. So that is a wonderful thing, I think, Nish. But yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And we are going to give the opportunity to 6 teams already from the Rising Division. Because if you saw, and on Friday we already had the first Rising Division tournament, which we introduced. It was Swiss system, which I kind of want to explain, because from what I saw in the chat on Discord and everywhere, the questions were how, like, for example, when we were announcing rounds of Swiss stages, many people didn't understand what does it mean. So Swiss structure, we have a tournament where you have, depending on how many participants, you have more than one round. We introduced this system mainly because we want, like in the past, in the first half of the year in Surge, we had single elimination. So each time someone lost, they were out of the tournament. And for these new teams that need to get experience, we thought that this is not the best system for them. They need to play as much games against stronger opponents as possible. So Swiss stage was the answer. The rounds are described like...
Also, Nish, something good about the Swiss stage is that, when you have that many amount of games, we'd leave nothing up to luck. Sometimes they might get lucky, one game here, but really the winner of the tournament is the better team. And the proof of that is there's so many games that they play that there is no chance that by luck they could have gone through and won the tournament. So that's an absolutely nice thing that is introduced here, I think.
And it's really fair system because, for example, the more you win, the stronger opponents you will get. Like, for example, after the first round, only the teams that have one win are going to face each other. After second round, if you have 2 wins, you are going to face only the team that has also 2 wins. And this is going progressively during the rounds. So this is why we introduced the Swiss system, and I think that it will bring the fruits we are looking for, and it will give experience to the teams that need these matches. Because I think there are certain teams that don't scream as much as the professional teams or the teams that are on the top of Europe, and they need this kind of a little bit of push within the tournaments we introduced.
100%. I totally agree with you.
But as I said, from Rising Division, we are going to already give invitation to 6 teams based on leaderboards from all 4 tournaments in Rising Division. And these teams are going to face off against the 2 of the bottom teams that are going to be at the end of round robin in Thunder Division. So we will have relegation promotion tournament in October, where 8 teams are going to fight for 6 slots on the European Championships. But before that, we still have one last chance, open qualifier, which also provides one slot. But then again, that will be an odd slot. That will be the hardest tournament where the stakes are going to be the highest. So I wouldn't want to be in the last chance tournament.
Yeah, everybody's gonna look for that one last slot to find themselves in the MEC tournament. So definitely, I mean, if you're watching this, you should sign up if you're not already in one of those teams. I mean, these are the biggest tournaments in Europe. I mean, we can't fake it. The facts speak for themselves. Look at the prize pool. We can talk a little bit about how much is the prize pool. This is the biggest niche, and it's only getting bigger as well. But that is just a preview of what is coming. But can we talk a little about the prize pool as well? What can people expect here?
Like from my point of view, I would love to give even bigger prize pools, but at the same time, you have to feed the ecosystem as much as is the demand. Like right now, we are in such a stage that we are still growing. The viewership has to grow. The teams still needs to find their proper professional esports teams to support them. And with this, we have a structure like it's no secret that I want to have the prize pools of tier 1 tournaments. Like that's the goal,
100%.
and not just the prize pools, but also we would love to introduce European teams into the international stage. That's the highest goal we are trying to achieve. I think there we are pretty close. There are still some things that we need to prove to Moontoon, and I believe so that there will be different story next year.
100%. And I think some of the games today, should we talk about the games today? Like, I think some of these games are going to be crazy, absolutely crazy. So I'm going to take my note keyboard or whatever. And we have Aki against MTB. What is your expectation? Nish, give it to us.
I never saw Method Black in action. I heard a lot of stories and I heard a lot of like how they used to play. So for me, I can't be really rational in this prediction.
100%.
But so I would go with Ake since I know them. I know what they are really trying so hard. Like I have to shout out to Ake because these guys, they have been with Search from the total beginning. They are supporting everything. They're participating in every tournament. They are taking every opportunity they get. They are screaming like hell.
Yeah.
And I think they want to take it. So there will be hunger from Ake, and I'm really looking forward to Method Black to seeing them first time.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the players, obviously, for people's recognition, they know Toby. Toby was on here doing the casting with us last tournament. Maku, obviously, with that crazy Hellcurt, he's really good. But I have to say MTB. You know, I expect a lot. I know that they have players like Pika, Urek. I was in MTB a long time ago. I'm a little bit biased. I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, guys, you know, I'm expecting much from them. I'm expecting the win here against Aki. Again, Aki is a very strong team, but I think MTB just has a little bit more experience. Just that game, I think that they have a little bit more experience because they've been playing for years. Like on that lineup, they have over 10 years experience. But enough said about that matchup. Next matchup, we have Jackpots against Revenant Order. On the side of Jackpots, they have Walk, they have Kingsta, they have Laito, Plemetronio, Vladsky. On the side of Revenant Order, there's a Filipino lineup: Allen, Kriv, Reborn, Kenshin, and Alski. What is your expectation there?
First of all, I would like to say that it's really a big shame what happened to Jackpots. Like the loss of the whole European ecosystem for Malfurion is really sad for us.
Yeah.
And the last changes were really fast for them, and I'm glad that managed to put together a team. I know that they are screaming a lot, and I'm really rooting for them because what happened to them is not something I would like to happen to any of the teams. Because for us, the best team we can do is to get the chance and the opportunity to all teams to shine. So
yeah.
And on the other hand, we have Revenant Order. I don't know, like this matchup is maybe out of my own personal feelings. I would go with Jackpots, but like I wouldn't be able to put money on any of the teams.
Yeah, 100%. But you didn't do what I did because I actually bet against Malfurion, the guy you're talking about. I said Revenant Order is gonna win that game, It is a shame, like you said, that he's gone. But again, there's still strong mid laners. They got Pelmetronio and Bladsky from a Ukrainian lineup. So I think Revenant Order is gonna take that. If we just, I don't know, we're on a timer now. We have to go fast. Void Kids against Stolen Angels. We have Zedel team against another team. Enzo, Pam. What is your expectation there?
I expect a really heated match in this certain setup, because from what I heard, Void Kids, they're screaming like 24 hours. Like, there were some rumors going on that those guys are not stopping to play. They just play all the time. Like whenever you switch on your Mobile Legends, they're online. So I think that their game is on. They're really hungry. So I'm really looking forward to it. That is, on the other hand, I know a lot of players from Stolen Angels, so I'm a little bit biased on this one. So I wouldn't be able to put. But
to put money again.
No, I don't want to put money. I don't want to gamble on this one.
Regarding Void Kids, I have to shout out, obviously, Zedel. They do have a coach, like we discussed before. Really interesting to see what he comes up in the drafts. I think Void Kids is going to take that matchup. I think Stolen Angels has right now the best mid lane, which is Enzo. I think Malfurion was the best mid lane. But after he's gone to Philippines, I think Enzo is the second best, and now he's going to be the best. I think Pem is also good, so them two in mid lane, they're going to win the mid lane. But I think overall, Zedel Zedel in jungle and Xenox in XP, Isaac on the roam, they're going to win that matchup, I think. They practice very hard, and they put in the work. So I'm interested to see how that's going to go up. Now, the last game, I think, is going to be the closest game. We got Omni Glitch against Minerva Fury. Obviously, Omni Glitch got some of the champions from the last EMC tournament that we hosted. They have Loi Loi, they have Uzin, they have Wade, they have Slarky, but they have new addition, Vensky, instead of Sakamoto, who they used for the last tournament. On the other side of Minerva Fury, they have a little bit more Ukrainian lineup. Macron, they have Sensei, Primo, Rusik. Really Ukrainian lineup that you can't overstate how strong they are. And for me, just want to give this one right from the go. I think Minerva Fury is gonna take that game. I think these guys, the experience of the Ukrainian lineup has, even though that Loi Loi and some other have won the previous tournament, I think now that a lot of change, they've changed the roamer. At the same time, I know Rusik right now is the best XP lane overall. It's not even close. I think he's going to make a big difference in that game, and I think that's going to eventually be the biggest difference maker. What's your expectations for this last one?
I'm pretty superstitious, and I would say that I put a lot of pressure. I don't know if it was a pressure, but when I was doing prediction for Memento Mori, I always said that they're going to lose, and they always won. So right now I will go with you with Memento Mori, and hopefully I will do the same. Like I will curse them with the win, and maybe Omni Glitch will win. So this is something. Let's go. Like
you're not putting down money, though. You're not putting down money.
No. I'm putting money only when I know that I can win.
Yeah, but none of these games are 100%. So all of these games, we're giving our predictions. But if you look just on Instagram, guys, follow Surge on Instagram. What is the Instagram niche? Shout it out right here.
Yeah, there's Surge
mobile esports.
No. Surge. It's Surge Europe. You will get to our Instagram. There's a post about today. So if you make a correct prediction, there's some rewards for you. So go on. Yeah. And at the same time, just last thing that I would say, we have best of twos. So even if one team takes the first game, the second game is still open. So I think that it will be really heated today.
Yeah, and our predictions, guys, are if a team would win. So we're not talking, we know, of course it can be a draw, but it's kind of boring to predict the draws. We want to predict like 2-0s. We want to see the kind of actions. So that is how our predictions were working. But yeah, any last words? Good luck to all the teams, right, Nish? This is the opening.
Exactly.
Come with the action, guys. Let's go. I'm so hyped about it.
And see you after the whole tournament. We'll do after show with scenes, so you can hear all our thoughts, and enjoy, guys.
Yeah. See you guys. Enjoy.
Europe stage has been silent for too long. But tonight, the Thunder returns. Welcome everyone to Surge Europe, and you're watching, of course, the Thunder division. Invite only 8 teams where every match is not just bragging rights, it's a statement for the rest of Europe. Of course, your casters for tonight, my name Kronos, alongside me, my trusty partner Scared. Scared, it's been a long time. How you been, my friend?
Man, it's absolutely been a long time, dude. I'm doing amazing right now, and I really am looking forward for this one, right? Because the Thunder division, it's something that we both have known was brewing up for quite a while now, and everyone's been super excited about this because the last time when we both met, we knew how things unfolded. Some big expectations from some big names out there. None of that happening in the way how we expected. It was the MVC, if I'm not wrong, but it was absolutely amazing.
Absolutely, indeed. I think the MEC ended in such a banger fashion, right? If you ask me, and then just getting some of the top teams back in the mix. And guess what? First game back in the mix. Of course, we have one of our first champions of one of the qualifiers, Ake, who made a statement back in the day with a Polish team. Coming through, as you can see, these are some familiar names. And guess what, Scared Yet? On the other side, we have another familiar name, Method Black. We've seen this team last year and the year before that, and now they're back, and back with a vengeance this time.
I mean, you talk about the entire roster. We know it's absolutely packed up out here. Urek, Alexis, Pika, you know, these all are the players who we remember seeing a few years back as well, when I basically got my own debut out here in Europe as well. All thanks to you, by the way, and everyone else out here, including Lemon. But here's the big thing. These players have got an immense amount of experience out here. And the same thing could also be said for Ake. We have seen them perform pretty well. So it's more or less like some teams trying to bounce back with their former glory versus some new names trying to reach to the stars.
I agree. But at the same time, some of these new names are not new kids around the block, though. They've been there. The only thing is, not many have actually taken them into consideration. Not many have paid their respects to these teams. And one of this team is Ake, right? Ake is a name that's been there for quite a while. We know these players, Nandayo especially. He's been an absolute monster in every single game that he comes through with. But then again, against the team who has Urek, Alexis, you know, Xing, and guess what? Pika, you know him. Is, if I'm not wrong, he's Sutsujin. That's the news. That's the word that's been going around. Of course, ESQ Power as well. You know, these are players that'll be like, okay, yes, they're a strong team, but against us, to be honest, I don't feel the heat. I don't feel the power. That's what they'll be saying. But then again, new day, new patch, new season, a new tournament. You never know whose day it is. They could have woken up on the right side of the bed or the wrong one.
That's the main thing, right? You just have to feel yourself out here given the current patch and the current situation of the game. And to be very honest, I think so now this has been the situation where the game has not really been so stagnant, but there are certain key features that has been going on for quite a while now, for the past few months, if you really think about it, right? We've been seeing the Lapu Lapu bans, we've been seeing those CC bans. It's the Hellcut. That's the new thing for me. So that's going to be pretty interesting out here.
Hey, Scared, it's new for you, but those who go against Ake, it's not. It is a staple ban, and that's why you see it banned on first. Not second, not third. The first ban. Why? Because this Hellcurt is an absolute force to be reckoned with when it's in the hands of Team Ake, and they know how to play around it as well. They play him in the jungle, they play him in the goal lane, and next thing you know, Method Black won't even be able to see anything because the lights are turned off, and they're just waiting for it to come back on. But guess what? They might have just forgotten to pay their electricity bill the entire time.
No FBI to save you out here as well. So I think so. I do like the idea, but that also leaves quite a lot of power picks open right now, right? You've got the Kimi open. You've also got, I was about to say the Zushin, but now you've got the Zatian as well. Phobius out up for grabs. Oh my goodness, you talk about that. The Grog has been a prio pick for quite a lot of these teams, and that still is left up on the cards right now. So it's going to be interesting to see as to what RK prioritizes, because you pick one and then Method Black are going to pick two for themselves, because that's how much the draft is open.
It's not just that, right? And I feel like I agree with you when it comes to that. The Grok has been an absolute monster. Grok is absolutely insane. You can flex him in the EXP lane. You can rock him in the roam position. He has a slight rework done to his entire kit as well at the same time. So this is a hero that just likes to go in all out burst, a little more CC immunity now that he can use it. But then again, when you have a frontliner like Phoveus that can dive in, play the bait, why do you want to let him pass?
You'd never really want to let him pass, considering the CC has also been banned out from the other side itself. So Phoveus becomes a pretty solid pick out there. But there's still an option of glue to be picked up. There are still quite a few other options as well. Maybe if you want to go in for some of the pocket picks like the Esmeraldas, right? There's everything for the EXP. We can keep the conversation around that. But right now, I think so there's going to be one flex pick coming in along with one of your mid lanes for Method Black. I think so Kimi should be a pretty decent option, but considering Farsa is still open, I'm not quite sure if they would really want to focus down on it.
I think Farsa is an open. It's a great pick, but then again, you have the Baxia, man. You can't let this go. He's too flexible. Rock him in the EXP, in the roam position, in the jungle. A lot of flexibility. This is a hero that high, top quality teams want to utilize to the utmost perfection, but they realize they don't have the early aggression if they put him in the EXP or in the jungle, right? So that's when they add up the Selena. Now, all of a sudden, you have a recipe that's brewing for disaster.
It's the big thing again, going in for the first flex pick, second locking in your mid lane out here right now. Now, what are you going to pick up if you're Arcade? You've got a Selena on the other side. You can't really go for a Farsa. You know you're going to be sniped from the long ranges. So I think so that kind of leaves room open for something along the lines of maybe a Lilia. She's received a small buff out here recently as well on her Shadow Energy Bombs. So maybe if you'd really want to roam around, you can keep on poking the other side as well. But it's a Lunox and a Grok. Now that's interesting.
I like the Grok, right? Now you're slotting Grok in the roam position, and then you have the Lunox. I think a single target, just looking for someone to shred down this Baxia, but I'm not really sure if that's going to be the greatest of options in my opinion. But then again, it's a pick that Aki are comfortable with. We've seen them rock this pick before, but is it really worth letting go of something like Yi Sun Shin? Because now you know if Method Black are not going to pick it up, it's going to be banned out, right? Yes, they go for the Moskov, and not only that, they get the first pick in the second phase. So Aki really have to ban out the Yi Sun Shin here. You give them a Yi Sun Shin, you give them a Selena, you give them a Baxia. Like, you're just looking for trouble at that point, aren't you? They really need to rack up on some sort of burst, right? They have a lot of DPS. They need some burst to make sure they can do something against this sort of lineup, especially Meltdown and Moskov.
I absolutely agree. Right now, yes, you've got a decent amount of range as well, so there's going to be a bit of trouble for Moscow, but it's not going to be in the early game. That's the main thing. Like, you really need a couple of items on the Lunox. There are a couple of builds that have actually been going out in the wild. The one that I personally used to use was the Sky Piercer Holy Crystal out there. But again, that should not really work out since Lunox in the mid. You have to prioritize the Glowing Wand as well. Can't really let it slip against a Baxia as well as against a Moscow. So that basically renders her online timing to be a little more late as compared to any other mate. So that's going to be the big thing for RK. Can't really allow that Yi Sun Shin to pass up, as you've already said. And there's the Fredrin ban coming in from Method Black. I really like that.
I like the Fredrin because now you're kind of preventing the Moskov from really doing quite a lot because he has to go in up close and personal. Same thing with the Selena. The R-Lot being taken away is an absolute great ban just because of the fact that he can just displace the entirety of Team Ake. And then next thing you know, you blink and you're deleted, especially stack it up with that Selena. They have a lot of CC coming through already, Scared. And I think, if you ask me, Ake should be looking at something that bursts them down. They have a Lancelot that's available. They have a Yi Sun Shin. But to be honest, Method Black are the one that are spoiled for choice here.
That's exactly what I wanted to say as well, right? I feel that Method Black eventually did something that was basically overwhelming the other side with so many good picks that you eventually short circuit their brains out there, and that's kind of what eventually happened. We just have to wait and see how this one's going to be panning out. Again, the Lancelot, you mentioned about that choice being picked up. It's been banned out. So this should be a Yi Sun Shin ban, because if it's not, then I'm already scared for RK, because that early to mid-game snowball is going to be super heavy with that burst from Selena and Baxia. And then you've got that mid to late game scaling up with a double marksman setup. But they actually go for a Fanny ban. I do get the idea, but I'm not happy about that. It's the Yi-Sun-Shin instant lock-in by ESQ Power. Method Black are just rolling in this draft right now.
Yeah, I think I agree with it. They're not just rolling, my friend. They have Baxia. They're badass rolling at this point because they got that jungle. They got a roam. And to be honest, Baxia is still being flexed, right? He's still being flexed.
Exactly.
EXP or roam position. And now at this point, you realize that the bar has been raised by a lot. And I think Ake are slowly starting to realize that. Hopefully, they're able to keep up with the space. Because in the draft so far, they're really lacking a lot of DPS. They're lacking a lot of burst. The only one that you can see that coming from is the Lunox at this moment. And you really want her to go all in with that Ruby DD combo. But then apart from that, you're relying on the Chaos Assault. Then again, you don't have a single target lockdown. It's only a single target skill. And that's where they go for this Irithel. Yes, it's making a slight bit of a difference. But then again, you need to scale to that point. It's been a long time since I've seen a Suyo pop up. And a long time for a good reason, because he's not the best pick in the current meta.
I mean, you could have eventually decided to go for Joy, but again, considering the amount of CC on the other side, you'd rather not want to go for a Joy right now. So that's exactly what's happened. Out here, Method Black just need a proper front line coming in for either that roam or that EXP. So they've got something beefy, something tanky. I think so it's about it. They are eventually not just winning the draft. They could eventually close out that first game. And high loss. Now that's an interesting choice out coming in though. But I'm absolutely down for it. As soon as Astra pops in the heavy crossbow, you've got that glorious pathway up and ready to stop anyone who would want to make sure that they want to jump in. And same goes for Nandaya on the Lunox. If he decides to use the Flicker to combine it with Ruby DD combination to surprise the other side, then he has no escape route on that glorious pathway and he'd be a sitting duck. So I love that Hylos pick.
Yes, I like the Hylos pick. It's all for a reason, right? It's not that there's no plan behind it. It seems to have been working. They've been cooking and they've been cooking really well. And at this point, I feel like yeah, it just needs that, you know, they call it in different languages, different cultures, different things. It just needs some spice. It needs some tadka. It needs that masala. And guess what? They brought it along this time. Will it be carried on into the game? The vision is present, but will it be translated into execution?
That's the main thing right now, if that is going to come to fruition, right? You've got everything set up perfectly. It's all down to just your last one final stride. And I think so that's one of the most important things that a lot of people kind of miss out, right? 60% of your game is your draft, I agree, but then you've got that 40% of microplay, which becomes even more crucial whenever we are talking about in-game fights, in-game strategies out here. It's a clear-cut indication coming in. Okay, need to hold down towards that mid to late game and then maybe they can stand a chance. But if you look at mid to late game, you've already got a double marksman on the other side. So they are in a precarious position.
Very precarious indeed. Mid to late game is where they're looking for a power spike. But if they're not able to get to that point, ooh, it's looking like a disaster. Look at ESQ Power. My goodness, he's already level 3. We're barely a minute into the game, scared yet. We're barely a minute into the game. This Yi-Sun-Shin has been a farming monster. At the same time, Pika forced to flicker out. Toby is going as aggressive as possible. And Xing making sure he's able to peel for the team. Will this be first blood? Doesn't seem like it.
Very well, was an opportunity out there for the first blood. We can see that aggression hopping in. Method Black know that they've won the draft and they're going to be entirely pressing on the issue on every single front. Now, again, there's only that Phobius that I can really see as one of the big win conditions for Ake if we can eventually find that opportunity and that angle for the constant bonks out here, though. Grok.
Oh. No, I think Grok is... I think it's going well, right, for both these teams. But my God, Method Black's jungler, he has been farming like a machine, and that's what you want to do when you're playing a Yi-Sun-Shin. Still level 3 though, looking for a way to try and get to that level 4, maybe 5 even before the turtle is up. But seems like he's a little behind. Mako able to get there slightly ahead of time, and now hacking away at the turtle should be easy peasy lemon squeezy.
No problems coming in for that turtle as well. They have that entire early game control, right? This is something that Grok eventually offers you. And now one of the worst nightmares for any kind of squishy hero on the other side is a damage Grok. Now, considering the more physical attack you build, the more physical defense you eventually get, that makes Toby an even bigger problem that you've got to deal with. So it again falls down to how well eventually Method Black can maneuver around that, because gold lane matchup is not favoring them. It is going to be a simple, straightforward win for Astra because of that range out here. The stun.
Yeah, they're trying to chain CC Toby up at this point, but he's a big, beefy boy. Not looking like he's going to be taken down. Mako steals away that jungle creep. The Horn Lizard being taken away. And Power at this point, after using the Dauntless Fleet, not able to find anyone. Don't forget, Yi Sun-shin did receive a nerf, and here he could come in. There's the explosion as well. Looking for one, and finally first blood on the hands of Ake. After being behind, after looking at something that's not so comfortable for their team, seems like they found a way. Abyssal Arrow connects, but still not enough damage. Nandayo is still able to survive.
The coordination between Jing and Himpika needs to be on perfect point out there. You land in that stun, you move forward with again the Baxia so that he can frontline. Eventually everyone moves behind that, but hold on towards the top.
I saw two Retributions come out, and junglers go face to face against each other. They don't want to use no skills, just Retribution to run away, and both of them get slowed down. That's quite funny indeed. But here, what connects is an arrow, and here comes the Glorious Pathway at the same time. Power looking to flank someone from the side. Nobody home. As Toby trying to protect the rest of his team, but he goes in as Pika's able to get one kill and goes down himself. Nandayo trades back, and now looks like Shing is caught between a rock and a hard place, but he's able to get out with the Tortoise's Plaisance, and Astra in the wrong place at the wrong time. Power able to pick up that kill, and now they get a 2-for-1 trade as the turtle is up for pickings.
My goodness, Power is not the man you'd really want to let those kills flow in the hands of, because he's farming up pretty quickly now. Yes, the turtle is available, but looking at the HP of Power out there, that's the only reason why we're not really seeing Method Black going for it. And right now, we're going to see Mako as well holding strong.
Oh my goodness, what a charge coming through. They find two in the knockup, and now able to get the turtle again. That's two in the hands of Ake, and now looks like they're trying to pick a fight. Toby leading the charge. He might get another one. Shin gets caught up, and Maku's able to pick up that kill quite easily. And so far, even though they're finding openings, Team Method Black are not able to respond, but they do. They're able to take at least one turret on the top side.
That's the big and most important round out here coming in, because constant side pressure is something you'd really need though. SOD did land perfectly, but not enough damage coming in on the other side, so should be fine, it should be safe. Hold on, it's still not. Oh my goodness. These teams don't really give us any kind of break though. But we talked about the tower being pushed up top by Urek, but Astra answers back by picking up the tier 1 on the bottom side as well. Now this is an advantage being built up for Ake. The big thing which we both haven't discussed, we'll talk about that right now.
You don't got to talk about nothing, bro. That was a big, beefy Baxia right there. He gets melted down in the instant. And not just that, in the mid lane, that was a Hylos that was trying to get away. And feels like they've scaled up to the point. But the 1v1 between both the junglers, Power able to come out on top. But now Nandayo looking for the flank angle. He has the Chaos Assault, doesn't want to commit yet. Not able to, realizing this is not the time, not the place. And they let him get away with the free kill. He just got away with murder.
That should not have happened out there right now. But my whole focus is probably that Nandayo does not really have his burst items yet. That's why he's holding on. Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, seems like they want to commit onto Astra, but at the same time, now an Abyssal Arrow connects, but seems like Toby able to use the skill at the right time, so he's free, immune to CC. Let's not forget, folks, I know you guys have been playing your ranked games, but don't forget, in the pro scene, Grok is definitely got a revamp at the same time. So the way you approach the game as a Grok roam is slightly different from what it used to be before.
I absolutely agree, and considering the fact that he's going to be very beefy in terms of that physical defense, now it comes down to just Pika to constantly land in those stuns.
Oh my god, Jing is in the thick of it, but at the same time, Dauntless Feet being used. You can see they're trying to come through with that arrow, and now you're going through with the turtle as well. They're able to explode. Glorious Pathways drop down one after another. The first one to fall is definitely the Grok, and now they're looking for more. The turtle being taken away, again in the hands of the Suyo. One after another. They're trying to fall down like dominoes, but seems like they're going to be able to disperse. And nothing is going to come out of that for either of this team, but only Ake able to walk out with their heads held high.
Oh, not for long, though. An instant trade coming in from the other side. Now, this is the thing about Moscow. You eventually leave him for a couple of minutes onto one side of the lane. He farms up quickly, and I'm pretty sure that he's also built up the Trinity, or at least is completing the last third item. So he's gonna hurt pretty bad.
Definitely is gonna hurt indeed, and I feel like that's definitely gonna create a big problem on the other side. Need to find a way to shut him down as quickly as possible, because this is what Method Black wanted, right? They are slightly more of a late game composition, similar to Ake, but Ake really relying on their late game to hit some power. They cannot contest the early game whatsoever, but there is a bridge for Method Black using Pika's Selena to try and get to that point, and they're able to do that so successfully, even though Power is not able to do a lot around the map. He's 2-0-3 on Eastern Shin, and that's 8 minutes into the game, level 12. He's already hit his power spike, and finally ahead of Mako in terms of farm, in terms of EXP, and that's looking good.
I also want to have a look at the itemization as well, right? Because I saw Mako pick up the Hunter Strike. I want to see how much power has built up already, because considering the amount of defense on the other side, you'd need to build a Malefic Roar in this one instead of a Malefic Gun. And he's currently going in for that Endless Battle as well, with the BOD as well as the Hunter Strike. Expensive items already brought. That means he's going to be hurting pretty bad on the other side. Hold on. Toby has actually built a Dominance Ice as the first.
I mean, considering the fact that they need to find a way to slow down the attack speed of Urek, yes, it's a given, but here they go through at the same time. SOD connects and they're trying to come through. Power goes down, but not before taking out Astra. Meanwhile, the fight's being split into two. Nandayo gets taken down. Killing spree, Urek, and now it's a 4v3, but at the same time, seems like Ake might be coming out on top thanks to the tankiness of this Grok, and he's able to provide a lot of space and peeling for the rest of his team, and this is why you don't ban out of Phobius. You don't let him go, because he keeps diving in and diving in indeed, as that 4v3 has turned into a 3v2, and now the rest of Method Black will have to run away, as Team Ake are gonna get the first taste of this Lord.
Key for Pika and Rick to eventually survive with their life out there. What a turnaround coming in, and every credit needs to go to both Kuru as well as Toby on that Grog. My goodness. The frontliners are doing such an impeccable job out here, constantly face tanking all of that damage, and look at the amount of problem he's creating on the other side.
Hey man, that's why you ban the Grok out. That's why you don't let this hero through. That's what we were talking about the entire time. And not just that scared, it was the fact that Method Black had the two picks to pick up the Grok, but they chose to let it go instead. So it was benefit for Ake, who got the Phobius and the Grok in the draft phase, and now they're maximizing the capability of these two frontliners as the Lord is just marching down the mid lane.
I absolutely agree right now, and that frontlining is doing such a fantastic job, considering you don't really have a lot of magic damage on the other side. It's only Pika, right? And if he's not able to land his stuns, then there's absolutely no point, and Toby is gonna eat up every single piece of it because he already built up the Silence Robe. So there's no problem coming in, but top side, there's going to be massive problem.
Oh, Toby creates a separation. He finds the explosion onto two, and now he takes down Power. Astra is able to pick up that for himself. Without the presence of their jungler, ooh, it's going to be a little difficult to try and defend this, but seems like they're able to do so thanks to the Holy Shields that's present. The top side been cleared, and now look at Toby. My goodness, he has been creating this space for the rest of his team. They're trying to go through with a Hylos providing a stun, but what can they really do? They don't have the damage present. Now they need to wait for Urek to get that Malefic Gun, to get the extended range, to get some sort of penetration, and then they'll be able to get through. But until then, Ake have conquered the map. The map is looking blue as ever. And for the rest of the fans of Method Black, this game is looking a little blue.
Absolutely is, because let's be honest, Pika, it's 11.5 minutes when he eventually built up his anti-heal item out there. I mean, you really look at the amount, the proper build coming in from the other side. There's only one dominant side eyes that could have been basically in effect out there.
Oh my goodness, again, another fight breaks loose, but this time Toby's actually separated, but he's still able to survive. No, my God, this can't be done. He gets away with the slightest bit of HP, and they punish the other side as well, taking down 3. SOD connects, but he's not going to follow through because there's no frontliner, and they're standing there menacingly, waiting for him to spawn up and making sure he pays the price. But guess what? Again, Method Black backs against the wall.
They need to survive somehow. They need to win this one. But the thing is, they don't really have anything. Urek right now, he needs to build up those Malefic guns. I don't think so Malefic gun would be enough out in this one, Kronos, because yes, it does give you penetration, but it's not enough. I think so he has to go for the Malefic Roar. And that's a bit of a problem coming in for him, because if he goes for a Malefic Roar, he'd not really have a proper range, and then he'd be basically in the kill shot range of Nandayo as well as Guru.
I agree, and that's why I think the Malefic Gun is a beneficial item, because you need the range. Oh, wait, the Abyssal Arrow connects. Will he be able to get it? No, he doesn't. Xing tried to come through. SOD misses as well, so he's not going to be able to join the fight. And now Ake looking to capitalize with a heavy crossbow. He gets a knock up onto 3, and Toby on this Grok is an absolute machine, absolute monster. He just wants to make sure he wants to be friends with the rest of Method Black, because that's what Groks want to do. But at this point, they're looking to end the game. They don't care about the Lord. Mid lane being cracked open. Urek is back up, but against 5 members of Ake, they're not able to do anything as the base crystal taken down. Thunder Division opens with a victory for Ake.
What a way to start things off, and all the predictions were picking up the East Sunshine Jungle as the potential winner for this game. They just came out absolutely surprising all of us out there, though. Even though the Suyu Jungle was not really that flashy, I'd have to say, Kronos, Maku did everything that he needed to do on that Suyu. Eventually, it was Toby, Astra, Guru, and Nandayo doing every other part of heavy lifting. You can have a look at the stats as well, and it's Nandayo who's got the maximum amount of damage on a Lunox. And that's a pocket pick coming in.
I mean, in the current meta, definitely is a pocket pick scared, but I think for Ake, for Nandayo especially, he's been a specialist of this Lunox for quite some time, right? It's either you gotta ban out... When teams go against the Ake, it's either you ban out what's in the current meta, or you ban out some of these pocket specialist picks that come through from their lineup, especially looking at the Hellcurt. Now you gotta pay eyes and attention on this Lunox. So I'm not really sure how will Method Black really be tackling this problem, because if you ask me, my friend, hey, I don't know if I'm saying this right. I'm sorry if I butchered the pronunciation, but hey, Polska Górą? I've been learning a little Polish myself, scared.
I wish I had an idea of what that means, but you know what? I'm just going to let you rock your own boat out here. But I think so one of the big answers that Method Black would eventually want to look would be to ban out the Grok. I'm not quite sure if they'd want to let this one pass away again. It's 2, 1, and 11. By the way, a full-fledged tanky build out there. And the fun fact is, there's technically Pika with a proper magic damage, right? If you count Alexis as well a little bit from the Ring of Punishment out there, all right, fair. Xing as well, he's got his own decent amount. Toby goes for the Radiant Armor as well as the Athena Shield so that he can tank everything. And even with just 1 Dominance Ice, he was able to face tank whatever power was throwing at him and whatever Urek was throwing at him. And that is just bonkers right now.
It is indeed, and I think they need to find a way. They really need to find a way for it to start working. Otherwise, it's looking difficult for Method Black because they got the better draft, in our opinion, right? In our educated guess, they definitely had a better draft. They got most of it, but at the same time, felt like they got a little too greedy. And I think if they got the better part of that Grok, I think if they got that Grok, it definitely would have made a bigger difference.
I absolutely agree on that part, and at the same time, you know, there's one more thing which I eventually noticed. In the build of Nandayo, he went in with a Glowing Wand first item, and then he decided to go for a Genius Wand. Now, the fun fact about that is, there is no solid magic defense on the other side. I was having a look at the itemization on the other end. Now, yes, you were having Baxia build up onto the Athena Shield, or maybe the Radiant Armor. I'm pretty sure it was the Athena Shield out there. And then there was, again, the EXP later as well, trying to build that magic defense, but it was way too late into the game. Because there's already a Wishing Lantern, and the Genius Wand, because of the passive, is working out phenomenally since there's no defense on the other side. So I think so Nandayo, I'll have to give credit to him. His itemization was immaculate.
I agree. I was almost going to speak without turning on my microphone there, but yeah, I agree. It's just the fact that the itemization's been coming through is really clutch. And look at Toby as well. His itemization, like, let's not forget, MVP performance, right? He's playing the Grok, absolute MVP performance. Yeah. He got himself that dominance ice early on. You said that it was quite fishy indeed, but then again, he's looking to shut down this Moskov quite early. No matter how much he scales, you're gonna have a big cut in the attack speed that comes through with dominance ice. And not just that, then you add up on the radiant armor. You said they didn't have a lot of magic damage, but then if you take a look at it, it's small, little bit of ticking damage, right? You got the high, you got the box, yeah, and then you got the Selena. So the radiant armor really stacks up, and then pop in the Athena shield. And not just that, it also gives extra bit of HP for from both these items. When you add this HP up and add the dominance ice, add a little bit of slight bit of a physical defense factor. And next thing you know, this Grok is quite tanky. You have a bit of passive, you get some shields at times, and you get the regen when you're next to a wall. So at this point, they needed to find a way to stop the Grok. They just couldn't.
Yeah, and one of the best part about that Grok was the fact that because of the Radiant Armor and the Athena shield, he was able to eat up every single trap that was being set by the Selena on the other side. So again, he's ready to eat up all of the Abyssal Arrows, all of the Abyssal Traps. Now that means the vision game which you really want for the Selena, that is not working out for Method Black. They can't really do anything with that pick, so that's basically one entire lane being shut down on your face. And that is all happening with just one pick. You combine it with Urek not able to perform properly. Why? Because if he gets caught out of position, that's going to be a wild charge on your face. If you try and stay back, you don't really have a Malefic gun out here, so you don't really have that extra bit of range, so you're not going to be able to deal any kind of damage. So there were so many things that were happening for Method Black in such a bad way, which was all a result of Toby's Grok.
Yep, and I think, you know, going back to what we were saying earlier on before the draft begun, Scared Yet, is the fact that we were talking about Ake not being respected as much as Method Black, because Method Blacks are players of old, right? They're players of old that have come back again, a big name team once again back into the fray as one of the top dogs, of course. But then again, Team Ake, they've been grinding for a while now, and they've been grinding really well. As you can see, they've been keeping up with the pace. It's just that, are they ahead of the 8 ball, and have Method Black got a little too ahead of themselves? Maybe. Ooh, feels like it's a coin toss, right? Because Ake have been performing at the utmost perfection, and that was such a clean game. And every time Ake play, we expect a clean game, nonetheless.
And to be very honest, now with the way how things eventually went in that game number 1, the pressure is entirely on the members of Method Black right now. Ake has been doing a fantastic job. They're going to stick to their bans as well. Not really going to change a lot of things up. Hellcut, again, being respected. That's not going to go into the hands of Mako whatsoever. Lapu Lapu being taken out from the other side too. So now the question is entirely as to how Method Black want to utilize this draft, right? Because they can control it. They're on the blue side right now. They've got the priority pick for the first one. But there's just so many things right now left up on the chopping block that you can't let anything loose. You pick one, you give other 2 on the other side. Now that's going to be a big problem.
Yes, it is indeed. I think it just comes down to what you're given and what you're willing to let go, right? What you're taking and what you're willing to let go? What is it? I'm getting confused now. But anyways,
you're taking what you're willing to let go. That's right. That's the right statement you said right now.
And then let's not forget though, it's not a best of 3. It's a best of 2, right? It's a best of 2, and now we're looking to see what they can come back with in the next game. If Ake are able to pick up both games, then it's a slight bit of a statement, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it's not just about bragging rights. It is a statement that's making sure Europe is back, and there are teams that are here to dominate. And of course, you got to pay respect where it's due, because Ake able to get that first game clutch in a beautiful, dominating fashion, not letting go. And looking back at the game right now in hindsight, Scared Yet, was there ever a point in the game, apart from that 53 seconds where Yi Sun-shin was level 3, apart from that one particular point in the entire game, did it ever occur that Method Black were ahead of the 8 ball?
I don't think so, to be very honest. Yes, there were times when you could see Power in terms of the jungle was doing a good job, There was that 8-minute mark as well when he was level 12. He was ahead of Maku. But I'd have to say, man, it eventually came down to that big roam diff at the end. It was a clear-cut showcase of absolute domination from Toby onto that Grok. You don't want this man to be on the Grok. So I'd really want to see it either being banned out or to be picked up now. Kalia in the banning phase is again an interesting choice from Method Black. That kind of gives me an idea that they'd really want to go in for some kind of dive composition maybe.
Yeah, I think that's something definitely that they got to take a look at. And at this point, 3 being banned out. The Hellcurt, again, has to be respected. The Phoveus is something they did not want to really get into too much after looking at what performance happened in the previous game by Maku. But oh my goodness, they've taken away 2 assassins coming out, especially after that ban from that Kalea that you mentioned, right? So at this point, CC is available. I think it's a no-brainer. I would either go for a CC or go for that Grok again, but scared. Are we looking at another Grok?
I'd really want to see another Grok. I'll be brutally honest about it. And you could still keep him as a flex for the EXP lane as well as the roam position. So that's really a very solid first red pick. While on the other side, you really think about that mid lane. Maybe again go for the Lunox. I don't think so there's any kind of major problem with it. Even if there's a Curtain's Call on the other side, you really have the brilliance to walk out of it, survive, and iframe all of that damage too. So yeah, it's going to be the Grok locked in yet again for Toby. I think so they're going to cook up almost the same thing, unless they've got something else in mind.
Yeah, I think at this point with the Grok, they're looking to pair up anything, right? Anything that really makes a lot of difference. And this time they get their hands on the Moskov, and they definitely have the scaling potential at this point. They're looking to go make cross-map plays. So they're covering their bases. It's just a matter of time to see how Method Black will respond.
I think so right now, since there's a very early pick of Moscow on the other side, I think so it would be a good time to maybe lock a 1-1 for yourself. It's been left open right now. It does pretty well in terms of the goal lane, and I've got a lot of value coming in from the crossbow of Tang as well. Plus, with the needles, you can eventually save yourself from getting CC'd by those wild charges too. I think so that could be a nice choice, but I do like the Zushin being picked up for the mid lane right now. You've got a lot of control, considering Astra will not have a humongous range on this Moskov. Pika would be able to stop him.
Yeah, I think this time they're going for a different approach, right? Slight bit of a slower start, I would say, to the entire thing. And making sure they're able to go with this Jushin, trying to make sure whatever EXP lane, if it's a frontliner that's there from Ake, Method Black will be looking to try and take this game at a slower pace while their core works much faster.
I agree. Baba was pretty comfortable with the Yi Sun Shin as well, even in the previous game. So I think so that's something that's not broken. No need to fix that coming in. But this should very well be a mid lane locked in right now. What can you really pick against that Jushin? Maybe a Kimi in the mid could be a decent answer though, but they actually lock in the Arlet now. Interesting to see where they would want to put this Arlet and Grok in. Would it be the Arlet EXP or would it be the Grok EXP? To be very honest, in terms of clearing the wave and the amount of utility it can offer, Grok seems to be the prime choice for both of those positions.
Yeah, I think Grok definitely provides a lot more in, you know, in comparison to the other. But Arlot, at this point, you might want to keep in the EXP lane because of how dominating he can be against the other EXP laners, right? He can hold his own and can make faster rotations. And of course, the displacement that's there in front of it by his final slash will be a big difference maker on its own indeed. So I think having Grok as a primary engager makes more sense just because he's able to create more space and peel for the rest of the team, which is a big important factor.
I agree. Toby onto Grok in the hands of Toby out there for the roam. And the Arlet going into that EXP. So eventually, Method Black are going to have a pretty smooth time in that EXP, considering you've got the CC, you've got the Prio as well out there. But banning out this Kimi, I think so that's a pretty solid idea from Method Black, because there are only a few mid laners right now who you can pick up against a Jushin. So that is one of those picks which can eventually work out. I really like that ban. Ake would really need to focus out on maybe another EX or maybe another roamer, which can render your side in a bit problematic position. Maybe running out a box here would be decent. No, but they actually prioritize the gold lane. Not quite sure for the Granger though, because there's still Irithil that can be picked up.
Irithil's good, but Granger against this sort of a lineup really makes the difference, right? Granger has the protection that he needs at this point from the he was protected by the Jushin. Definitely has a lot of poke coming in from the CC, so his Death Sonata really could make a big difference. But here, Joy being banned out means that they understand that Ake are really relying on an assassin. Hayabusa not present, Yi Sun-shin already taken away, Lancelot as well as Joy. Now it's starting to wear thin. The supplies are starting to wear thin for Ake. And at this point, they're really in need of a jungler. And it's not supposed to be a Boxer, because the Boxer is going to have a difficult time against this Jushin. A Fredrin would do the same. So they're really looking for someone who can actually go in, burst someone down. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Ake went for a Hanzo, because a Hanzo would be such a big game changer.
That totally depends if Mako is really comfortable on that Hanzo or not, right? He's shown the Suyu. He's pretty decent on that. So I think so they can eventually go in for that. Plus, if you're really talking about the Hanzo, it takes him some time to actually come online towards that mid to late game. But for Suyu, that's where you can eventually try and have that early priority in terms of those jungles. And Mako was having a fun time, to be very honest, thanks to Toby clearing a lot of space for him. So that's one good thing. Now here's the big thing. If Method Black have gone in for the Yi Sun-shin jungle, that kind of leaves room open for a Ruby in the gold lane or for any kind of fighter into the gold lane. This is the meta that we have seen in quite a few of those MPLs. So I would not be surprised if they decide for that. But hold on. A Uranus, Ruby, and CC. They're putting all of their eggs in one basket now. That's going to be interesting to see.
Oh man, this is absolutely insane. This is a 1-3-1 hyper carry meta back in the fray, folks. We're looking at Yi Sun-shin. Nobody's smiling from year to year apart from me. I love Yi Sun-shin as a hero, and I love this kind of a meta when there's you put your eggs in one basket, because you know power can carry the game. And not just that, you not only put all the eggs in one basket, you put the right pieces in the right places. You have the Jushin who can counteract tanks, who can create the space with the beacon for the Yi Sun-shin to dish out some damage. You have Boxer to help him scale up faster and farm faster. You can get the vision using the Uranus, and at the same time you can poke an enemies down, and you can peel for the rest of the team using the Uranus and also the CC. And now at this point, the only way that can be stopped is if they have no crowd control. And guess what? That is the bane of the existence of this entire lineup that Method Black have brought in, and that is this Fanny. And if you're a Fanny main, you could have not had a better game at this point.
It's like an open window for you to catch Pika and Power out there. So I think so. Okay, yeah, they're going to have a lot of fun time out there, specifically Mako. We were thinking maybe a Suyu, we were thinking maybe a Hanzo, but we did not really imagine out there that the Fanny is still left open, man. So they're going to have a fun time out there, but the whole thing is still going to fall into that one thing. If Power is able to survive on the Yi Sun-shin, and if every single thing works the way how it's supposed to work, maybe Method Black can actually win this one and equalize the series.
Yeah, I agree. I think Method Black really have a good winning draft. Apart from that Fanny, they really need to find a way to stop this Fanny right on their tracks early on, as early as possible, because if you don't, then it's looking a little bleak for Method Black. It's going to be the same taste that they're going to get in their mouth in game number 1. Hopefully the aftertaste has gone away, and now they got to be cooking in the kitchen, because Method Black want to even up the series and make it 1-1, while on the other side, Ake looking for a clean 2-0 sweep.
They really want to get this one up, done and dusted as well, considering they've got Grok in the hands of Toby yet again. No out of the blue things coming in. It's again the same normal boots out there. Jushin again going in for probably the elegant jump out. Oh, early on, Maku picked up. He's going to run back to safety right now thanks to the cables, but that means the bear crab can be stolen.
Not just that, it's going to be stolen, it's going to be devoured, but at the same time, Power is going to get ahead in terms of EXP. And every time you're playing in the jungle, you understand how valuable that bear is going to be early on in the game, right? Because that provides so much EXP, so much gold, and that's the difference between level 3 in a turtle and level 5 indeed.
I absolutely agree. That could be a problem out there right now. And I love the way how Power's been playing. He quickly cleared up his own bear crab as well so that it does not get stolen away out there in mid though. Nandayo, now since there is a Jushin on the other side, you not really have that lane advantage or either the range advantage. So that means the river control is going to be in the hands of Method Black.
You know what, Scared? I was just thinking at this point, oh, wait, never mind. Pika going to be taken down low, doesn't have the beacon, so not able to do anything. He picks him up and puts him down with a lantern. Maku, no purple, but will have to get away. The turtle's up as well. And this is the problem when you play a Fanny. You got to prioritize the purple over the neutral objectives. And you can see Power, by the time Maku goes and picks up the purple buff, the turtle's going to be gobbled down. At the same time, he's going to be scaling up much faster. The team's going to get much beefier, and it's going to be more difficult for Maku and the rest of Ake to take down Method Black. As I'm speaking, that's what happens.
Exactly, and Jing as well, just able to provide so much vision for the team, was making sure that Toby and Nandayo are eventually focused on him so that the turtle goes easily for Power. This is something we saw in the previous one as well.
Steel Cables able to take down Power, but the Power's in the hands of Maku trying to go through. Here comes the final slash, not able to follow up much. Method Black looking like they are sheep in the crowd, being taken down by Kuru. Try to get too aggressive, pays the price, and now Toby looks like he's going to be next on the chopping block, but Nandayo able to create the separation, and now Urek looking to take down Maku as well, but not able to do so. But Scared, what I was trying to say earlier is before they picked up the box shot, they were hovering around the Ruby. If that was a Ruby picked up by Method Black, that would have been a near perfect draft because you have everything to stop an assassin, to scale up to the late game, peel for the team, as well as cause disruptions. But then they opted to go for the Boxia because they need more of a frontline presence.
I mean, I would have been fine with the Boxia as well if we would have picked it up, but instead of a Uranus, I would have then preferred a Ruby out there. Because let's be honest, Ruby gets pretty annoying over towards that gold lane once you eventually play her right. And Astra, he does not really have a proper amount of range as well right now. He's going to be in trouble.
Dauntless Fleet to try and take down Astra, but he's able to flicker out of harm's way. And seems like Method Black not able to get anything, but here comes the charge in from the Grok. Toby able to create the separation. Humpika gets down. SOD connects. Shing trying to get away, but the rest is to follow. Maku, no purple buff again, so he doesn't really get much value out of it.
Yeah, he does not really, but the big question is, do you really want to try and force your issue against Zurek and the CC? The Yo-Yo Blitz can eventually destroy you, specifically since Astra was pretty low on that HP, so it's going to be going back as well. The neutral objective again spawns up now. In terms of the goal, Method Black have the lead right now. It's all thanks to the turtle, but that can change pretty quickly if this one goes for Ake.
Yeah, it does indeed. Ake just need one turtle, right? Maku just needs one turtle to try and turn things around, but so far it's not been working out. This is the second one of the game. Looks like Maku being taken out so low. Final slash comes in as well, but Retribution in the hands of Power, and now taking out Maku, looking for more. Toby taken down low. Next on the chopping block, Nandayo, no mana, but there's the wall coming through as well, and seems like Toby will get taken down by Humpika, and this is the opening that Method Black needed. Yes, you know Yi Sun-shin gets eaten alive by a Fanny if it's a 1v1, but given time and given the right pieces, the Yi Sun-shin can melt down Fanny if it scales much faster. And that's what they're focusing on. As you can see, Power level 8, scaling up to level 9, and Maku still barely touching the level 7 mark.
That is the big thing as well now. You really talk about that. It's not just that, it's also adding Urek. He's constantly rotating towards that mid lane, being present at those neutral objectives as well, and is ready to catch Maku with a curtains call. And I think so that has been pretty solid.
Oh no, oh my god, what a final slash, catches 3, but at the same time there's no follow-up, there's no damage. Astra trying to find his way, but guess what, Nandayo's the one that pays the price. The peel coming in from Alexis is quite a lot, and Urek finds himself another one. That is 3 down from the side of Ake. They're not looking like their former selves, and now after such a great draft coming in from MTB, they're able to bounce back. And look at Eason Chin the entire time. Power has been splitting the top side, and that's the power that the Dauntless fleet provides. You're able to get vision around the map and then know what your team can do while you can split on the other side.
Absolutely, and now they're going to pressure down towards the mid as well, while also contesting the purple buff. That means Maku is not going to have a pretty time at all, and it's going to be rendered to just clearing those waves. It's everything falling apart for Ake, as now the eggs are probably left in the basket of Astra and Nandayo. And looking at the itemization as well, again, a glowing wand, so not really the proper burst which we would really want to see from a Lunox. Nandayo would need a lot of time and farm to finally scale up. And the same thing could be said for Astra.
Look at Alexis, man. This is why you pick up a Uranus scared. You don't like the Uranus, I agree. Early on, not the best, but look at this. This is the point where they can't really touch him, can they? Nandayo's level 7. He's the one that got the DPS, and Astra as well. He needs the item to scale up. And Alexis can walk in, walk out, act as a lane bully, act as a jungle bully, does whatever he wants around the map at this point, because they can't really touch him. He's got the silence robe, got an antique cuirass, so Fanny basically damaged non-existent, and at this point they're looking to take down Nandayo. One falls down, looking for the domino effect. Astra is next, but here comes the big explosion coming in from the Toby, and at the same time they can't really do much. Kuru has to run away, and it's not looking pretty for Ake. After such a long back and forth, able to come in, save the day, Toby, but still they have to concede 2 kills in the entire process.
Doesn't really work out well for them, as even the mid tier 1 is going to fall. That means the map is turning even more blue as we speak. And they're also going to try and brute force down towards that tier 2 as well, as the exchange goes back and forth.
Oh my god, Kuro taking out so low, gets burst down. This Arlot's not having a great game. 0, 3, and 1, and now they're looking to take down mid-tier 2. The minions are marching in. The Eason Chin is able to 1v1 a Fanny, 2 levels ahead. That is a perfect win condition. Make that 3 just now. And that is a perfect win condition being set up for Method Black. 8k ahead in gold almost. Not looking pretty for Ake, not looking pretty for Fanny as an assassin. And if you want to be a pretty Fanny, you got to get those kills on the board.
It's not even looking good for Astra as well right now, because he needs even more time to farm up. Nandayo, again, if he's going for the Genius Wand, I'm not quite sure if that's going to help out. Again, Astra getting caught out up on top, while bottom. It's just individual battles being awarded and individuals being won by Method Black.
Yeah, not just the fact that it's individual battles, it's a mental battle. At this point, they can't really do anything. It's a win after a win, small wins turning into big battles. And I feel like the war at this point, Method Black are conquering the entirety of the map. Not a single turret being taken away by Ake. If this is not a repeat of game number 1, but a reflection of what Ake did, I don't know what else could be, because you can see the Lord is being soloed down by the Eason Chin. Kura goes in with the final slash, and finally they find an opening, but here comes the Eason Chin, cancels out the Lord, and they're looking for murder on the map. That's 2 down, and now looking for a 3rd, but Nandayo able to get out of harm's way. Pika's the only sacrifice, but guess what? Method Black say, let's get back to the basics, and let's get back to what we were doing, and that's taking down the Lord.
Oh my goodness, Urek just 1v1s Maku out there and destroys a running Fanny. I mean, this is just bonkers at this point right now. And look at the position of Alexis. Yeah, yes, everyone else is going in for that Lord, but the blue buff is still not going to be taken away.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like Alexis, they better throw all their damage onto that Uranus, or otherwise he's not going to be taken down. Because at this point, this Fanny's not flying, it's walking.
That's the thing.
And you don't need a grenade to explode it. All you need is some power coming in the form of this Eason Chin.
To be honest, I don't even think so that Ake have enough kind of damage to even take down Alexis. I don't think so. He's going to be a good target out there right now. I did like the idea of Nandayo to take down him Pika first, but that's the thing. Power is level 15. We're 10.5 minutes into the game right now. He's just going to destroy everyone.
That was a sandwich right there, and that was a tasty Moscow sandwich indeed. 0-4 to Nandayo always has to get out of harm's way. Not able to use or not able to maximize that Ruby DD combo that can be put in. 2-2-0. I feel like at this point, with the Holy Shields being burst down, this Lord's going to have a free march on the top side. Going to be crashing in. Mako tries to go through as well, but unable to do anything. And feeling like this is slipping away from the hands of Ake. One after another. They're looking to take everyone down. And oh my goodness, all hell finally breaks loose. They take down two. And that's the two frontliners. While Ake, all their damage dealers just have to watch ESQ power taken down. But at what cost? They lose their inhibitor in the mid lane. They lose the top side. And the bots just to follow. And the rest of the four that are standing for Method Black are looking almost impossible to kill.
Absolutely is. But one of the big sigh of relief coming in for RK, because this could have been the end of the game. A 10,000 goal lead coming in for Method Black right now. But this was a big shutdown coming in on ESQ power. Yes, he's level 15, but Mako is the man who eventually got that shutdown. So finally, it's going to give them a little bit of room to breathe. 55 more seconds till the next lot come in. And I think so Toby would eventually be able to open things up. They did pick up some good crucial items. I did see Astra pick up the Demon Hunter sword as well, but I think so, let's be honest, at this point, Alexis and Jing, they're just too tanky, including Urek, that they can't really be bursted down by just a DHS or just a Trinity. You'd really need to add in a Malefic gun to try and maybe burst through and penetrate through this front line. The good thing is, there's no Dominance Ice on the other side. So if Astra can position himself well, he can actually deal a good amount of damage.
Well, man, the problem is you don't even need the Dominance Ice. They have walk-in damage dealers. The Yo-Yo can just be blitzed out while they're walking on top of this Moskov, just like they did to Toby. And at this point, he can't really do anything. If you're a stationary target, if you're able to kite the opposition, that's great for the Moskov. But if the opposition's walking towards you, like Urek does on the CC, while Alexis does on the Uranus, and of course you have Jing just gonna jump on top of you as a Boxia, you can't really do anything at that point, can you? Even if they get themselves the Malefic, or even if you get themselves a Malefic gun, it's gonna take a lot more than just a 1v5, because at this point, feels like Ake are really solely relying on the damage coming through from Astra. And if they're not able to do much more, if they're not able to give him the space that he needs, or at least poke them down early enough, it's not looking good. And this could be the end game that Method Black are looking for.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Urek has just picked up the Blade Armor as well, so that means the Vengeance combination is going to be jumping right on the face of Astra. Good luck surviving that. I think so this is it.
Yeah, they're slowing it down as well. The Lord still walking his way around that wall, but at the same time, Mako trying to find some clear. Here comes the final slash, but unable to do much at this point. And it's still, with that Crimson Beacon being popped, they take away one. Oh wait, they're still not able to get anyone. It's a flicker come from Kuru to try and save them. And they don't even lose the turn on the bot side. That's a clean defense coming in from Ake, or was that a fumble from Method Black?
I'd have to say again, the top lane not being properly leveled up was the big problem though, but this is still going to be it as another pick coming in. Alexis is traded off on the other side, but it's still just a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1, Urek being taken down. That's the double that they're looking for. Astra finds himself, but power just too strong, too high in level, takes them down, but Maku's able to clean up the pieces, and they get 4. And this is what I was talking about. They really need someone to poke them down so a finishing blow can be dealt. That's where Maku comes in, and that's what Nandayo and Astra did. Kuru just set up the play, and Toby was there being a menace, and Maku just came, cleaned up shop, and Ake find themselves some more breathing room. But is this going to be enough? Because they're still 5k behind. They really need to take down towers, because not a single one from Method Black has fallen down still, and we're 15 minutes into the game.
Finally, you mentioned about that. That's been jinxed instantly though, but still, it's only the mate coming in. The final slash.
Oh, but they're revitalized to make sure Alexis survives. And look at that. That's a Uranus in their face. And Nandayo is going to be next. He's going to fall away quite easily. No flicker. No Chaos Assault. He's going to throw everything he has at them. And they fall down indeed. Meanwhile, one after another, Kuru goes down next. Alexis still able to survive. And now they're making a sandwich out of the rest of Ake. Astra looking to follow. They're chasing him down. There's the Windens. There's the Blade Armor you were talking about. And now Toby has to run away. And only Mako to survive, and seems like Method Black are looking to take the end as Toby will fall down at the same time.
He's not surviving there whatsoever. Still 10 more seconds for Kuru to hop back up, including Nandayo. You got to clear out those waves as the mid one is going to fall first, though. And Maku, he wants to run to save his life.
That's not a fan, that's a fly at this point. They're looking to take him down. And guess what? Seems like they could end, but no! The final slash able to clear out the minions, but not for long. But here's another set. They find themselves some more breathing room. Power has to run away, find some HP back up. Maku using the cables, using the base crystal to get all that energy. SOD is trying to connect, and seems like he's gonna find some more. Oh my goodness, Ake still keep this game alive.
If Ake win this game, then it's going to be all thanks to Kuru. Thanks for that final slash, because that was what saved the base. Pushing out all of those minions outside of the range of the tower, just making sure that the defense are increased. That was a fantastic microplay coming in for him, but can Ake win this? Can they turn it around? That's the big question. Nandayo, it's 17 minutes in the game and he's still level 14.
You know what, Scared? Usually when you win one game in a best of two, you try and let the second one go if it's going so deep, but seems like Ake do not want to give it up. The beacon comes out as well. Impika being chased down by Maku, but there it is. The Dauntless Fleet's able to get that, and now no jungler, making this a 4v5. Seems like Method Black want to explode, want to crash down on top of Astra. You got 3 chasing him down, but look at Kuru. He's doing everything he can to protect the marksman, but Urek able to chase him down, and they even pop a concealed play. And now Kuru doing everything that he can. No damage dealer being present means that these two will be sacrificed as Nandayo is sent up top to clear the lane. And now it is again 2 versus 5 for Ake, and this time Method Black, they do not want to play around. Seems like they're looking to go for the end, and they should be doing that indeed.
But still, the cannon, it's not really enough out there. Immortality popped up as well. This one cannon needs to be dealt with, and it actually is, but there's still a big beefy wave in mid. Power's been taken down, but it does not matter. Method Black finally are able to close this game out.
That was long. That was long, that was hard, and that was fought really well for Ake to try and hold on to their victory, but Method Black just coming out on top, and it feels like it's going to be much more difficult for other teams in this tournament if this is a statement that both these teams are making at this point.
My God, I'll just have to say, man, if this is the competition we are looking at, then there's a lot of competition that we are looking at. Absolutely fantastic game coming in between both of these teams out here. And the sheer resilience and tenacity which Ake was showing out, I think so that has eventually stolen away this entire thing though, but a very solid play coming in from Method Black. Urek just being out there in front of everyone, eating up everything while constantly dishing out that poke damage for the yo-yo blitz. It helped out the entire team, and you combine all of the tankiness of Alexis and all of the peel that he was providing for his team. I mean, it really enabled Power and Himpika to do whatever they wanted to do.
Yeah, man, this wasn't a game. This was a statement from both these teams. Game number 1, Ake won in dominating fashion, right? No doubts whatsoever. Game number 2, though, oof. It felt like it was Method Black's from the get-go, apart from the early minutes where Fanny had the opportunity to maximize what she could do. But then again, Method Black able to hold it steady, hold down the fort, start building blocks one after another. After a while, it just got to the point where they just couldn't end. So from what we can tell so far, Scared Yet, if you're going against Ake, it's going to be difficult to end the game.
Yeah, they never want to let loose of anything out there, even though, let's be honest, they were 10,000 gold behind. That basically means being 1 or 2 items short. And even after that, they were able to pull their defenses up so very well. The micro plays were being played out to perfection. It just came down to those proper 5v5 fights. And I think so it was, again, the thing that you mentioned out there in the drafting phase. There was just so much... thanks to a constant CC on your face in the form of Urek with the vengeance, and eventually there were rest of the players who were doing everything that they could. Pika being the nuisance on the Zushin, and I think so that is what actually made the entire difference, the Zushin pick.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would probably disagree, looking at the fact that, you know, if they want this Eastern Shin to work, they need a lot of damage to try and end the game. But the fact that the damage was present, it was just not burst damage, but it was DPS, damage per second, damage taking damage over time. The longer you stay in the team fight, the more damage you take from them, because that's what the idea of Method Black was. What a brilliant draft that came through. And for those who don't really like the draft, I'd say you got to expand your knowledge on MLBB a little bit more, because that was almost perfect draft. The only small bit of counter that we can probably make, but maybe instead of a Boxia or maybe instead of the Uranus, you could probably go for a Ruby just to provide a lot more chain CC effect if there's an assassin that dives in, right? That's the only complaint that you and I could ever have, Scared. But I think the fact that Method Black are playing at such a high level of draft, yeah, I think if they sharpen their skills in the game in terms of execution, the micros that we call it, that we've seen from Ake come out in this game, yeah, they could be a force to be reckoned with. But at the same time, if Ake brush up on their macro skills in terms of the drafting and stop relying on their so-called pocket picks, especially with this Lunox, with the Hellcurts, then it might be a different story. Just small tweaks here and there, and these two teams are just champions in the making, not just in Europe, man. Could be representing them on the world stage as well. So these two teams have put on a stellar performance, absolute phenomenal show. Hopefully, the rest of the teams now, the bar has been set very high, and maybe the next game to follow will be similarly better, if not even more.
Hopefully. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. It's going to be Jackpots up against Revenant Order. And again, it's going to be that same best of two out there. Then I'm going to be taking my leave, though, but you will continue with the Void Kids, Stolen Angels, and then Omni Glitch versus Minerva Fury. To be honest, I'll be looking at all of these games, specifically that last one as well, because we know Minerva Fury are, again, looking for their own redemption arc, looking to prove a point, make a point out there. And in every other team, there's been at least one or the other player which we have seen since the starting of the events out here in Europe. We've been seeing lot of big names, a lot of experienced names out there. So I'm looking forward for all of these games.
Yeah, so am I. I think Jackpots, Revenant Order, again, these are two teams that have been invited, of course, to try and make it to this point of the entire season. And I feel like these are teams that are no strangers. So once again, Kingsta, you know Kingsta, Scared yet? Yeah. Look at when we say Kingsta, we start smiling, don't we? When we say Kingsta, we start smiling because we know the guy got a mouth on him. He got a couple of fingers, but by God, he does prove it on the stage when the spotlight is on him. Remember when he was if we're not wrong, he was a jungler that took, I think 2 seasons ago, transition into the roam position. Everyone made the argument that he's not going to be able to make it. He's not going to cut it with the best. Guess what? Bro not just put on a show. Turned out to be on the winning team to take the entire tournament. The MVP for the entire tournament as well. And not just that, now back with a vengeance. This time with Team Jackpots, Kingsta, Laito, Pelemetronio. Now these are some familiar names, Scared. And you got Walkie in there as well. I mean, this team got a mouth on them, but definitely they are ones to prove it in the Land of Dawn at the same time. But then again, on the other side, Revenant's Order, again, no strangers, right? You got Alan, you got Kreve, you got Kenshin, you got Reborn TZ. I haven't seen this guy in a long time, and I feel like these are names that are going to be rocking not just the old MLBB community in Europe, but also trying to bring in the new. And maybe try and stake a claim saying that, hey, we're not washed. We're just here brushing up our skills and we're back into the game.
I really want to see how Damsky is going to fit in all of this, right? Because we already know the kind of potential that Kingsta eventually has. Specifically, if there's someone who can easily follow up on him onto that mid lane, yes, you're going to have a lot of open map, a lot of free grounds. You basically can control the entire river as well as the rest of the game. So Damsky's got a big responsibility up on his shoulders right now, playing with Kingsta out here, that too on this stage. That's going to be something I really am looking forward to. You mentioned about Waki as well into that jungle. Yes, some big shoes to fill out here right now. Laito, Pelmetronio. We always used to discuss how Pelmetronio is potentially one of the best gold laners in the entire European region. I know there are a lot of people that would still make an argument for him. There's still quite a lot of people out there who eventually have, moving up, who've moved up. So I really want to see how Pelmetronio himself has grown as a player.
Yeah, and I think he's always been in the conversation to be one of the best, right? Even though sometimes when we call him, or when he ends up winning a tournament, he ends up being the best goal laner, there's still a slight bit of is he really the best goal laner in the eyes of everyone? It's not an undisputed thought that's out there. It's always disputed with the fact that is he going to be on the top? But then again, that's down to personal preferences. It's down to their personal opinions. But one thing that's undeniable is the fact that it is going to be a top 3 contender in the goal lane. Pelmetronio is always there in the conversation. If you're not having Pelmetronio in your top 3 goal lane in Europe, I think you got to be giving me what you're eating or whatever you're having at that point, friend, because I want to make sure I'm on the same level and trying to understand the conversation that you're trying to have as well.
Here's the big thing out here. You mentioned about all of that fact, and I'd have to say Pelmetronio is again that dude who is proven himself multiple times on multiple of those stages, right? And I think so he's never really a person who's been away from any kind of playoffs. We always see him and his team being in those playoffs. We always see him perform, his entire team perform out here as well. There's some certain hiccup moments as well, which we eventually talk about as being the learning curves for the teams. But apart from that, yeah, everything else pretty solid, pretty good. Kingsta, again, the man is probably one of the most flexible player out there in the European region as well, shifting roles from one to the another and performing so good on all of them. Having a hero pool that goes deeper than the Mariana Trench. I think so those are the few things that are pretty big strength for Kingsta. So if Revenant Order really want to win that one game, you'd have to dive deep into that hero pool to try and find some openings.
You know what, though? I'm thinking of Scared Yet. When it comes to Kingsta and Pelmetronio, when they've always played in multiple separate teams, right? And Kingsta has been the kind of roamer that we've seen. We have seen him grow as a roamer from tournament to tournament, right? We've seen the growth of this person and of this individual in the roam position from tournament to tournament, on season to season. And the one thing that always stands out when Kingsta is playing the roam position, that he's able to activate his goal laner, right? If that's the right term to use at this point. He's able to enable his goal laner to try and reach that point where he looks like he's unkillable. Like, he's going to make that goal laner look like a god almost to a certain point in that particular game. And that's because of the shadow work that he does in the background, where he's able to provide that support. And the same thing with Pelmetronio. What happens with Pelmetronio? That he's able to provide this god mode activation, but he doesn't have the shadow support around him in multiple of these tournaments that he's taken part in. And now when you're finding 2 pieces of a puzzle that kind of fit together, 2 peas in a pod, will this be the recipe for disaster once again? Will this be it for the rest of Europe that we're looking at? Because we know for a fact Laito's going to hold his own. No matter which team you put him in, he's going to have consistent performances. He's going to do what he's going to do best. He's going to rock that EXP lane. We're not going to have a problem. He knows how to handle that one singular lane. We know he's going to make his rotations into the turtle, into the Lord Pit. Come a big team fight, he's gonna be there in the top side, make it to the mid, gonna go to the bot side as well. But at the same time, I feel like, it's going to get to that point where he's gonna be able to try and activate the rest of his team. Yes, Lito is one of the EXP players that can do that. But then again, it's the relationship that's between a roamer and their respective goal laner to trying to kind of activate one another that makes the difference. So in this case, again, it begs the question, is Kingsta going to be able to unlock Pelimetronio and show a different side of Pelimetronio that we've never seen before?
That's the main thing, right? We used to see Pelmetronio play with Tiso and all of those players now. So Kingsta has also got some big shoes to fill in. But here's the big thing out here we've been talking about, and we've been yapping a lot out here, right? I think so it's about time that we throw it down to a short break so that everything else is prepared for the next game. And then we'll be right back for the game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Both Kronos and me will be right back with the second game in this entire series. That's the 2-minute time, ladies and gentlemen. We stay up on time out here as the MEC Fall 2025 is up live and ready with the Thunder Division. We are here right now. 2 games already over in 1 match, right? But we still have got 3 more matches remaining. That means 6 more amazing MLBB games out here for you. It is going to be, again, 2 of the big teams, Jackpots, taking on a Revenant Order for the next one, Kronos. We've been constantly yapping about how solid the potential of Jackpots is. But I also want to talk about Revenant Order a little bit. We've known these players previously. We've seen Kree, we've seen Reborn TZ as well. Some names that have been reborn, re-brought up again, back from that oblivion. So I'm really excited to see how this one's going to pan out.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. I think the fact that Reborn TZ is back up again, he is there up amongst the best, able to create a team with Kenshin, Allen, and Kree. I think this goes to trying to fit in different players, and after being able to find the right fit at the right place, the right time, you know how it goes. After a while, it's just looking at the point there, okay, are we gonna get this set? Are we not gonna be able to do it? How does this work? And I think they found the right balance for both these teams, for the players. And if it's a big difference maker, I think it definitely will be, because at this point, Team Jackpots, on paper, I don't think there's a better team right now.
You combine few of the good pieces of two different teams. You basically fuse Goku and Vegeta together. That's when you get Vegito, or you get Gogeta, and both of them are absolutely OP out here. So you combine Pelmetronio and Laito with Kingsta. I mean, the dish is absolutely on top out. You could be the master chef of any country, and you cannot mess this one up out here. So I really love what they've been cooking up, and I also want to see what Revenant Order have got in their own back pocket as well. Because let's be honest, even in the previous game, we both thought maybe Method Black would not be able to pull themselves back up against Aki in that game number 2, but they still did. With that draft, which was pretty solid, they pulled themselves back up. So I'm really expecting the same things out here. But as we have a discuss about the draft itself, right? CC, 1-1, and all three of them being banned out. So quite a lot of power picks opened up. Fovius open, Grok open, Kimi open. You've also got the Farsa open up.
Farsa's open, and I don't think we've seen it being picked up in the first series, right? And I think at this point, maybe we can. Grok is the big one that I'm looking for. Laito is absolutely great. Kingsta is absolutely great on the Grok, and we know for a fact they have deep pockets when it comes to their hero pool, and I don't think they need to let that go, but I feel like they feel Laito's going to be much more of a presence, understanding that he has a mastery of this hero. But if I was Jackpots, I'm not going to be letting go that Grok, but they prioritize this Jushin, maybe trying to fit pieces around this one particular pillar.
I absolutely like it, because even though the Grok is going to be picked up by Revenant Order, you know that you've actually got one tool with which you can deal with him. Until and unless, yeah, of course, there's someone who's absolutely a master of Grok from the side of Revenant Order. But an early lock on Harith is something that I don't really feel is the best possible decision. But I'm at the same time excited to see what Revenant Order are cooking themselves up. The Grok, love it. I think so. Harith is quite of an early pick out there in the gold lane.
I think it's a give or take, right? At this point, it's early because there's so many other picks that are present, but at the same time, you're kind of counteracting what could come in the gold lane as well. Like if you have a Harith, you're really slimming down the option that they could pick in the gold lane themselves. The Granger's not going to have a great time. Irithel, yes, that's the only one singular option that I can look at. Moscow's not going to have a great time. Carrie's not going to have a great time. Bruno is a give or take. So I feel like they really need to look at that. But the problem is this Esmeralda that can be picked up, and Laito's so great at this hero. Knows how to actually abuse the mechanics of this Esmeralda. That Frost Moon Shield's going to be a pain, and an absolute pain for Reborn TZ and the rest of Revenant Order to deal with, because now looks like this Esmeralda is unkillable already.
What's your command?
Yeah, because you don't really have a CC as well to answer back. Along with the Fovius being banned out, there's not a lot of options left for the EXP. So I absolutely love what Jackpots are eventually trying to bring on the table. But at the same time now, the gold lane being choked in by the side of Revenant Order. They're locked in the Fanny early on. There's not a lot of crowd control to work around with, but I think so there are still a couple of picks with Kingsta, Pelmetronio, with which they can lock down this Fanny. One of them could be a showroom.
Oof, it could be a showroom if you're going against, I mean, at this point, I agree. For the side of Jackpots, right? You're talking about Jackpots.
Absolutely. Showroom for the Jackpots.
Yes, it makes absolute sense just because of the fact that they can be so invasive, they can be a complete menace and try and move around the map so quickly. They have the Joy, they can add the Cho, they have an Esmeralda. These are moving pieces, these are fast moving pieces in around the map. And I feel like if they're not looking at taking that up, or at least Revenant Order need to find a way to counteract that. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them to come back with. Because Kingsta, we know how good his Cho is. He is one of those players that understands his hero in and out. And at this point, I feel like Revenant Order, they're starting to realize it in this part of the draft.
Your team is
Picked up the Kimi as well out there to counteract that early maneuverability that Jackpot eventually have, right? So if you really want to go in for that early invade, you're going to have to eat up all of those basic attacks of Kimi though. But all right, it's going to be a Ruby being picked up. I'm absolutely down for it. You're not really going in for the full engage, but at the same time, you're stopping Revenant Order from being able to take any fight which they want. You'd have to bait out the I'm offended. You'd have to bait out the don't run Wolf's King. Otherwise, Allen and Reborn TZ would be sitting ducks.
This is some pressure. They're starting to create some pressure right off the get-go from the draft. Usually you start seeing drafts open up and see which is better and which is worse, right? At this point, this is not just showing that they have slight bit of a better draft. They're already creating pressure. They're starting to ask questions to Revenant Order. What are you going to do, Alan? What are you going to do when you're trying to fly in? Because we have a Ruby. We have someone that's super tanky. We have this position. We definitely have a lot of lifesteal present as well and a lot of mobility in and around the map. So now they need to find a way to stop this. They do have a kiting composition in terms of this Kimmy who can kite in and out, but again, you're relying on the early burst and early physical damage coming through from the Spanny for the Harriet and the Kimmy to scale up to a certain point where they can be problems. If that is not provided, it's going to be a big problem for the rest of Revenant Order, and Jackpots could just walk away with this game.
That's exactly one of the big things, right? You've got a pretty solid win condition coming in for Jackpots, and that's literally straight up. But for the other side, if you're really talking about Revenant Order, they've got so many things that need to line up properly, and one of them needs to be a proper shutdown of the Esmeralda. You cannot let Laito do his own things, otherwise your Harith is going to be rendered useless in those fights, and that is one of your major win conditions for the game. You'd also have to make sure that your Kimmy survives out there, because let's be brutally honest, a Fanny in that mid to late game, yeah, that's not really effective out there, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving into the land of dawn out here. Jackpots on the blue side taking on Revenant Order on the red.
Yeah, and you can see the red team already looking like they're going to be moving slowly around the map, even though they have a Fanny present. So now it just comes down to positional awareness. Kenshin has to be there at the right place at the right time. Preemptive move made, and they have to read the map. But then again, they're going against someone who reads the map so well. As you can see, Kingsta, he's just there in the thick of it between two of these beefy boys. Doesn't want to use his flicker because he understands it's going to be super important, while the rest are trying to create the space for him.
Absolutely. Big problems coming in for Kriv early on out here right now. And this is again the same thing, right? Whenever we talk about a Kimmy being picked up, the straight up counters are a Farsa, a Zushin, or a Zatian, if you're thinking about it. A Zushin being picked up early on, that means there's already some problems. And so is the case with Reborn TC down in the bottom side. Pelmetronio on a Bruno winning that fight.
Yeah, and this is why it comes down to a slight bit of mechanics when it's Bruno versus a Harith, right? Bruno ideally is not able to go 1v1 against a Harith level 1. But then once he reaches that level 2, level 3, he's going to make a difference. But here...
Yeah, right now they're still trying to stop the members. We're pushing up in front. The cutthroat comes in, but it's still not enough damage for Alan as he gets taken down first. Jackpot with the answer back coming in, and now all of them are going to be stunned up properly. It's a chaos happening, but Revenant Order can't seem to win out of it. A triple for Jackpot as he still wants to catch in more, but it doesn't matter. It's a Rock who's still standing, but everyone else has fallen.
Man, I'm telling you, it was pressure there in the draft. Pressure creates small cracks, small windows, and right now we're starting to see the foundation shift. Jackpots are already laying their own down. Revenant Order still trying to find those building blocks to create something.
At this point, it's just difficult out there. Again, the cutthroat, it should do enough job, right? The Kingster has been taken down, but it doesn't matter. He's again the roamer right now. Alan's gonna enjoy his own time, though, but Kriv is definitely not enjoying the Crimson Beacon coming into play, and there we go. The support coming in from Jackpot, enough to take down Kenshin on the other side. A 1-for-1 trade, but still the orange buff, it's actually in contention out there right now. And Alan is still sitting up in that one bush, and you don't really want to fight a Fanny. That too in the jungle position, but the red tree still falls for Jackpot.
I mean, if you talk about it, this is some tempo being shown, and Alan not looking good.
Nah, this is a walking Fanny out there. It's still got to be picked up at the last second with the flicker coming in from Damsky. Impeccable performance, instant trades, and Jackpots lead with 2.2k gold.
I mean, at this point, it's looking like Jackpots are just starting to dismantle them one after another. Walkie comes in, looks like it's going to be another cleanup.
This does not look like a game out of the entire tournament, man. It looks like a ranked game as Kriv is going to be destroyed out in the middle of tower. Laito with a double kill. Well, Metronio is going to survive down there in the bottom side, but I can't really say the same thing for Reborn TZ if he stays up for long.
And this is a game that was, that was kind of set from the get-go. When you saw the draft, we could see the pressure start being created. Slowly, the team understood that they only need to create certain cracks. And then after that, it's just a game of tempo and a masterclass of tempo coming in from Jackpots.
Yeah, right now they're still going to push out even forward. Jackpot's going to run away back to safety right at the nick of time. But there's still Damski who you'd really need to deal with. And this Zushin is being super annoying. And Creeve has actually built up the Sky Piercer. Now that's an interesting item on a Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to try and get that snowball early on, right? You're looking to try and pick up kills as fast as possible, but the poke's not present.
Oh, but Laito, he definitely is feeling a lot of poke out there. The glorious pathway being used up as well. But the support comes in perfectly for Damski as he's constantly knocking down Shui out there. He's not got anywhere to survive as Shai still... He's pretty tanky, he's pretty beefy. There's no support coming in from either Pelmetronio or from Jackpot. And they're still able to push back 3 players on the other side. That is big.
I mean, this is a master class in terms of tempo control, if you ask me. These guys are controlling the tempo from in and out throughout the entire game. Every time there's a team fight, all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Waki is present. He's able to pick up 1 or 2 kills and just get out. And at this point, they understand they're trying to seize in the bot side turn. And look at Laito. He's able to create pressure right off the get-go, while the Hylos on the other side, I don't really know what he's doing. He's just walking around Gold Crab, trying to cut lanes. He's trying to find something to do because he understands he's not as fast as Laito, as an Esmeralda, to move in and around the map. And that imbalance in numbers is creating a big problem. As you can see, the next target, Reborn TZ.
Yeah, he's not got the Purify as well. It was used up previously, so now he's just going to try and survive with the Diamond Force. But the Chrono Dashes are not enough to save his life. Crimson Beacon comes into play as well to try and create some gap, as Kenshin wanted to pick someone up, but he himself gets picked up out in the open. Pelmetronio answers back at him as Jackpot enters and wins his own duel. This is just straight up destruction.
Man, and not just that, right, Scaredy? There's conversion around the map. Jackpots, after every single kill, they're able to convert something into their advantage. Take it towers, take it objectives, take it jungle creeps, some movement in and around the map. They're able to make it happen. And look at Kingsta. He understands this Fanny's not going to be present, but you need to create space. He needs to try and read the rest of the teams. And Revenant Order at this point, I don't know, they look like a best-selling author's book because they're being read perfectly by him.
Just it's falling down to the same thing as to what are your win conditions now in this fight. Reborn TZ 0-1 and 0 doesn't really have a lot of itemizations, and let's be honest, Creep is 0-3 and 0. That's even worse. Shai is now going to be forced up to use the Glorious Pathway early on. I'll end with the Retribution. He actually gets one more pick out there. At least gets the turtle and runs back to safety. But does it mean they're going to win the fight out? Reborn is still out left in the wild. Zaman Force was eventually used up, but he's still going to be knocked up. Crimson Beacon comes into play as well. And look at the back line. It's open. Jackpot finds the perfect timing. Reborn's taken down. Creeve answered back. There's going to be a shutdown falling in the hands of Alan, though. A bit of an overextension coming in. But I think so that's absolutely fine because Pelmetronio is in top and he's enjoying his free time.
Oh, look at Pelmetronio. What free time. He's throwing soccer balls in the faces of Alan. He might be going down if that ball follows. Woo, that was close. I thought Alan was down and out for the count right there. And not just that, with the fact that they're not able to pivot. Revenant Order do not have a secondary win condition. Their punishing window, which was the early game for this Fanny, is taken out. And now look at them. They're just falling down.
Yeah, even Kenshin is not able to tank up anything. Creeve just trying to poke someone, but nothing is happening. As the Glorious Pathway, which was supposed to be used offensively, is being used defensively. And it's still not helping them out as the Tieto in the mid should fall now. There comes in the Zaman Force. Still trying to take someone down as Creeve. He's got his own gap in the shutdown onto Damski. That's important. You've got the Zishun out of the mixture. And now you can eventually force your way up. But good discipline from Jackpots.
It is very good discipline indeed, and at this point, it's not just any sort of discipline, right? This is some controlled. This is not about their mechanics at this point, because we know Jackpots are about to take this game by storm. They're a strong team. They've been known individual players that have individual qualities, that have individual achievements as well. But this is not about the mechanics. This is not about individuality or discipline. They're able to keep up.
I'm offended connecting onto two of those people as Creep gets deleted in an instant. And Reborn TZ, it's got to run back with the Zaman Force trying to sustain. Kenshin out left in the open in the wild. No tectonic charge to help him out this time. As Pelmetronio, he's absolute Ronaldo right now, and that too off the prime.
Man, this guy, at this point, you can see the damage that he's dishing out. Waki as well, doing so much on Deshay. Lito just being a complete disruptor. One after another. They can't really do anything. Revenant have no order in this game.
Absolutely, they're still trying desperately to defend onto their inhibitor out there. But look at the shots from the Wally. Just one, and Creve is down to 35% of his HP. You don't want to face a fully stacked up Pelmetronia right now, and that's exactly what's happening! Alan! Lucky to be alive out there, my goodness.
Man, at this point, the way that jackpots are moving, the jackpots are playing, they found their jackpot in this team. Is it a draft? Is it the way that they're playing? I think it's a mixture of both, because look at Lito. He is really being a complete menace, and they gotta throw everything at him just to create some sort of disruption. And now Kingsta already with the I'm offended.
Yeah, he's trying to catch in someone out there, though. Up in the air is where this Grok stands. Tectonic charge used defensively again. There's nothing that they can do. The Grok needs to set things up for the team so that Creve can do something, but none of that is happening.
Man, the charge is not shaking. No tectonic plates in this game because he's not hit a single one. Revenant have no order, and feels like jackpots have just been taking this game by storm, and one after another they're looking for more.
Yeah, it's the front line now being taken down super low. Kenshin has got to run back to safety now. The only good thing that's working out for Revenant Order is the fact that the top lane is not being pushed in. It's constantly being cleared out by Alan, and that's the reason why the waves are not synced in perfectly. But the still mid and bottom will eventually knock onto those inhibitors that are already down to half of their HP, as finally we're going for another engage with the glorious path with Zaman Force combination coming in, and all that movement has been slowed down, but it doesn't matter. Shutdown comes in for Shay, eventually answers back onto Lito, but there's still a fully healthy Lord marching from the bottom. Reborn picks up the Holy Crystal, but doesn't matter, he's not there. Nothing holy about this unholy storm coming in from Jackpot as they take game number 1.
That Holy Crystal felt unholy for the side of Revenant Order indeed, and in a battle of attrition, they definitely did not come out on top just because of the fact that they had longer cooldowns on their skills. But on the other side, they didn't really have to wait a long time. He was just there at the right place at the right time. I know people call Waki their GOAT, but hey man, I don't know about that. The way he's been playing, it didn't feel like he had to do anything at all because the team just fit so well together. Lito at the right place at the right time. Pelmetronia able to win 1v1 battles, convert that into something bigger, and then carry the rest of the team. Kingsta, again, being a complete nuisance, disrupting the farm, providing the vision. And Damsky, I think, even though he's one of the best players out there, barely got any highlight moments. Right, and that goes to show. That goes to show what a display of skills and what a display of their mastery on this game.
MVP for me definitely was Lito in that previous game, man, because this dude was everywhere. But then you look at Kingsta and you realize this dude was everywhere. And then you look at Jackpot and you realize this dude was everywhere. It's 16-5 with an 8.4k gold lead. Look at the amount of fights that they've taken. Damsky, 75% participation. Kingsta, 81. Jackpot, 69. Nice out there. That clearly shows you that every single player was playing together out and they were winning on those fights. Pelmetronio with the highest amount of damage, as well as look at that tower damage. His aim was clear. He is going to siege those towers.
His aim was to seize the towers, and Kenshin's aim was to knock somebody up with that tectonic charge. But guess what? No plates were moving, my friend. All you got to do is use that charge to run away. He got to charge his battery back up to make sure he's back for the next game, because it's a best of two nonetheless. And the way that they've been playing feels like they're not really going to take a single point or a single game if this is the level, because let's not forget the first series that we saw Scary did was absolutely great, right? Ake and Method Black put on a show, one hell of a performance on game number 1, right? Got match number 1, 2 games. But then again, in match number 2, you have jackpots that are just showing that they're walking over the opposition, and no disrespect to Revenant Order and their players, because their just feels like they got a little overwhelmed trying to play the draft and trying to play the game. Did they just, you know, overthink and maybe got into their own heads?
First of all, it was a clear-cut draft difference, and then eventually it came down to that early game control, which was really never offered to them. And I think so that's something which Revenant Order would need to focus on. Yes, I understand Grok is a priority, but at the same time, you can't really put all of your eggs in those couple of baskets and then eventually hope for everything to work out perfectly. This is the whole thing. If Alan fails on a Ruby, or rather on a Fanny, since Ruby was picked up by Kingstar as an answer, now what's your win condition? What's your second layer behind that? It was that second layer which I could not really see. It was a clear-cut idea that Alan is going to provide an opening, which is going to help Creve farm up early on, which will give enough room for Harith to farm up and then take the game towards the mid game and end it right there. None of that happened because there's a Zushin on the other side. You can't walk in freely, right? Even Harith can work up his own magic freely. Yes, of course, Creve is on that Kimmy, but you can't really do anything against the Zushin. And then Kingstar locking in the Ruby, GG's. There's no way Alan is getting anything in the early game. So as soon as their first condition fell, it seemed like it was a domino effect, and the entire house of cards that they had built up fell down instantly.
Yeah, and I think it's just they had no way to pivot, right? At the end of the day. That's exactly what you're saying. Like, it's completely there. They built a house of cards, and just all of a sudden you take one card out of the way, the entire thing falls down. And they're not having the ability to pivot and not having the opportunity to pivot just goes to show that they had a little shallow kind of thinking when it came to their draft. Maybe a one-track mind, which shouldn't be the way that they're thinking. Yes, they had multiple win conditions, but then again, there's no bridge between the early and the late. Because yes, you have the early game, yes, you have the late game, but then if you're not able to conquer the mid game, where you really need it the most, and you're relying on your late game heroes to scale up, I think that's just giving them a little too much of a benefit of the doubt, which is not really where you want to put them. You want to make sure you get the worst possible scenario and see if you can convert that into something positive. But trying to take a scenario and making sure that you get the best possible outcome, it's not going to be there in every single time. Not every day is a Sunday.
That's one of the biggest things that you eventually mentioned, right? Not every single day is Sunday, and you have to work your way around against all of those hurdles. Now, again, it's going to be a new way for Revenant Order to play around with, since they're going to be on the blue side, so they will have the advantage in this draft at least. They banned out the Harith early on, the banned out the Bucks here along with the CC. That means the Phobius could be grabbed up for that EXP lane. That could eventually help you out for good. You also got the Grok open and available to be grabbed up. Zushin has been banned out though by Jackpot, so I do like the idea of where they're going.
Yeah, I think the idea was present in the previous game, right? The idea was there, but I feel like it just fell off somewhere. Hopefully now they're able to pick up their socks, you know, and say like, okay, that was over. That was one game. Let's brush it off. Let's see what we can do better this time and what they can make the most out of this opportunity. Because, again, it's a best of two. We're still in Swiss rounds, and I feel like this can be the opportunity that they're an invited team for a reason. So they got to put their money where their mouth to keep all their haters shut. Because, hey, you know haters, they be praying for your downfall.
I absolutely agree. The main thing now that you got to focus on, and I love the draft of Jackpot. You pick up the Grok, steal it away already from the other side, and now you've also locked in the Farsa. Now that does not really mean you've only got the artillery. It also means that you're denying any Kimmy pick from the other side. So yeah, Creve is not going to have his own fun time out there in the mid lane though. So that could be a bit of a problem. And now you've also got a Grok to deal with. There's no Jushin for you as well. So that's even bigger problem. I do like the idea of the Yi Sun being picked up though, but what are you gonna lock in for your mid?
No way you're going for a D-Roth, right? They have the range, they have the explosion that comes in with that charge. With this Grok, they have a lot of scaling. No way they're gonna go for it. They need something to kind of...
Yeah.
Your team is picking.
I like
it. I was thinking something along the lines of a Zatian as well, but yeah, Selena is going to do a decent job though. But here's the thing. In the first series itself, Kronos, we saw how a Grok can instantly counter the entire set of Selena. And I think so Kingstar, if he follows the same itemization route, he's going to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think it's a throwback to the first series, right? In the second game where they were able to utilize the Shin to the max. And at this point, I feel like the Farsa is going to be left wide open, so they need another frontliner. It's been left open. And I think the Foley is being picked up in the light, though. Could be a disaster, but I think they want to give the benefit of the doubt in before it gets banned out. While at the same time, the Selena is going to be going for that big ability. And this Moscow on the Purify could be a massive bait.
I absolutely agree. That's something that they can eventually work around with now. Since they're banning out the Garrot Kacha, I really feel that, yes, there's a Phobius for the opening, but if it gets banned out by Revenant Order on the other side, I think so Laito could still go with something along the lines of maybe an Esmeralda. If it doesn't want to go for Esmeralda, it's absolutely fine. There's still a Uranus, which is up for grabs as well, which can also provide a decent amount of peel for a Farsa. So Damsky can position himself well. But at the same time, I think so Jackpot are kind of counting out on the fact that this Arlet is actually going in the roam position and it's not really the EXP.
Nah, I really think the Arlot in the roam position, yes, he's good. But then again, I feel like it's a hero. It's a hero that's not really built for the roam position at this point. Because if you're going for him in the roam position, you're trying to... You're not using the maximum that Arlot can provide, right, at this point. So I feel like... I think they need to find a way to try and maybe play around with a factor. See what else can be in the roam position. That's why you can see that Jackpots have banned out the Hilda and the Gatotkacha, knowing that it could be in the EXP slot.
I like those two bans as well with the flexibility that's coming in, but now since the Joy and Hayabusa were focused up, right, Lapu Lapu has actually been slipped through, and Laito, if he picks up, Alan is going to be in a serious world of troubles, considering you can't really stop Laito once he's in those raging slashes as well. So there's going to be a bigger problem that Revenant Order will have to deal with, and let's be honest, Shai is going to face the exact same thing.
Your team is picking.
I think this Lapu Lapu is gives them the opportunity to go for a dive as well as have a lot of peel and 1v1 individual plays, right? But then again, they're looking to maximize a lot of utility side of Revenant's Order. This doesn't feel like a very, September 2025 draft that they're cooking at this point. This feels like a draft that is maybe a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, it could have worked, especially with this Matilda having the Arlot. I'm not liking the way that Revenant Order have gone throughout with their draft. And wait, is that a link?
Exactly what I was talking about, right? You're saying a couple of weeks back? No, just send it down a few months back when we had the Angeling combinations as well. There's a Ling in the hands coming in. My goodness, I'd really not wanted anyone to see me like that, as I've been standing up on my feet, because these teams have really got me riled about here right now. But the big thing is, and the main focus right now, it's going to be as to how you're going to enable this Ling to eventually find that mid to late game power spike and success, because I'm not really liking that. And at the same time, the Matilda Arlet combination, that's also a bit weird to see, but I think so it can still work. It can still work.
A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, if you're asking me. We're trying to find the absolutes, It's not there yet. So maybe it just comes down to how the early game progresses. You're going to find the right window of opportunity for final slashes and for those circling eagles that to create a big difference. But at the same time, don't forget, there's a Farsa and a Moskov on the other side. Right? The Ling is one where it demands a lot of attention, but the could be a bit of a difference maker.
Is the big thing, right? As much as you say Farsa, I'm on board with you. I'm absolutely all right with that. But you know this vengeful hate in my heart for a Moscow that's always going to stay. And I still have to say, man, he moves up close. Welcome into the final slash of an alert. He stays a little bit too far wide. He's not going to be that useful. So it's not only the Trinity build that now he needs to focus on, it's also going to be the Malefic gun right after that. So until he gets that, he's got to focus down constantly onto those side lane pushes. And if you're not able to land your SODs, which is a 50-50 gamble in most of the fights, that's kind of a bit of a down odds if you think about it.
Man, I'm telling you, you'd be happy if there was 5 Hanabis going against 5 Hanabis. Yeah.
All with different skins. Yeah, I'm down for it.
All different, 10 different skins. Does that hero even have 10 different?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I have all of them.
Hey guys, those are watching. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you put in the chat. You know, how many skins does Hanabi have? Scared Yet's gonna give you 1,000. And I'm telling you this right now before we get into the game, because it seems like it's gonna be a spicy rev. Already down against Jackpots, and if Jackpots get this right, hey, they hit the in the Thunder division to pick up a 2-0 victory. So yes, don't forget again to put down how many skins Hanabi has in the chat for Scared Yet to give you 1,000 dice. But then again, Scared Yet, it's a nice way to say if Ling is gonna work out against the
I mean, it's all going to fall down to how well he's going to be able to position himself out there, right? Because let's be honest, early to mid-game Ling, yes, is not really good. And you'd really need a proper support coming in from your EXP, your roam, as well as your mid to actually help you take the first turtle. And once you're able to do that, that's when it's eventually going to be a little bit helpful for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we're hopping down in the game itself early on. Far away action happening out here, left, right, and center as Allen. He was able to get that one pick, but eventually was shut down as well by Adamski on the other side. So some early action happening on both the ends as Kingster on that Grog tries to open things up as well. Laito wants to join in the fight as well towards this turtle as Allen secures that perfectly. There we go, the raging slashes, they're going to come in though, and a lot of damage being dished out. Shay is going to be running away back to safety as Kingster soaks up everything. Allen out here, the stun connects from Creep. It's picture perfect as he gets a shutdown on Kingster.
That was like a screenshot moment for Kingster. He didn't know what to do. He moved and he couldn't move again. All of a sudden, his phone's lagging. Nope, you're just walking into an abyssal arrow from the Selena. And guess what? Tempest of Blades along with that feathered airstrike. Waki finds his own jackpot, able to pick up that kill, or rather give it to the hands of Damsky. And now this team of jackpots is slowly starting to scale from a scaling composition. That's really scary. While Allen still hasn't hit that power spike that he wants to, he needs to farm like a machine, and jackpots understanding that are disrupting it as much as they can, because in a war and a battle of attrition, they definitely won't be coming out on top. So they're trying to maximize the early punishing window that they have to try and disable the Revenant order as much as they can early on.
And one of the big factors is that it's Damsky who's actually getting all the early kills. That means he's going to get those lightning truncheons early on. He's going to get those glowing wands early on. And it's going to render Allen in an even more awkward position. So that's one thing you'd have to be focused on and you'd have to be careful about.
Yes, indeed. And I think this, you can see the bot side, Laito almost gets taken down. But we know he's not going to go down in a 1v1, right? He's too good for that to happen. The arrow almost connecting as well. Kingster trying to slow down the farm as much as possible, but might walk into a death bush.
It's going to be something that you need to be careful about right now with such a low HP, as again the circling eagle was used up as well, but the feathered airstrike for the answer on the other end. The final slash connects off Shay, but still not the best result out of there. Out towards the purple buff, that's where the main fight is, and Allen bites a bit more of what he could chew, eventually gets taken out, and Jackpot still has got the retribution up, so they can try and force down this next turtle once he picks up the bear crab.
He has to find a way to get that Molten Fiend, but at this point, I think this turtle being up, not being taken by either team yet, none of them want to contest, knowing that it's not time walk. That wow. You have two here that can just target you and lock you kill. Not the smartest of decisions, but then again, it's not really hurting them. He's not that far behind.
I agree right now, but still, if Alan keeps on farming up, that's going to be a bit of a problem as Kingster just gets obliterated out there. All five of the members on the other side, and a massive stun connects as well as Damski is going to be shut down. The raging slashes by Laito to be used up just to clear the wave and to survive, but during all of that duration, Pelmetroni was able to take down the tier 1 on top.
Yeah, I think this is the key factor, right? Because we know this is a back and forth game. It's going to be a back and forth game because we can't really see clear win conditions coming out from both sides. So they need to find a way to take down neutral objective or take down objectives, which is going to be the big difference. And so far, Revenant Order have been doing that with the neutral objectives while Jackpots have been taking down turret after turret. One has been taken down, and you can see the response coming in from Revenant Order. They take away the other on side. So both tier 1 on the top side being taken away, and Revenant Order are moving really fast around the map, and so are Jackpots. This is a very fluid game so far, and looks like they're looking for more trouble.
Absolutely. They want to take that fight yet again. Laito still down to half of his HP, but it's absolutely fine as long as he's got his ultimate available. He can be tanky. It's going to be pretty tanky. The final slash connects right away now. That's going to be the tectonic crush up coming in from the other side as Laito tanks everything. Feathered airstrike used up just to try and zone creep out as Laito gets a pick on Allen. I have no clue how he managed to do that, but this is the Laito play. But the stun connects on Pelmetronio as Shy follows up with the vengeance. Instant delete coming in. Now here's the thing. They want to go in for even further chase, but Laito survives. And this overextension is going to be punished from the other end. It's still going to be a sustained battle, but Jackpot survives with his life.
But then again, if you take a look at it, in a war of attrition, my friend, Revenant Order will always come out on top. They do not have massive cooldowns on their skills, as Jackpots are really relying on their ultimates, the Feathered Airstrike, the Bravest Fighter, the SODs, the Tectonic Charge. You know, you need these ultimates to try and make a difference. And when that's not available, you are a sitting duck, and that's what Revenant Order want to do. That's what they want to happen, as once you get that recharge in your HP, once you get that back up, it's going to be difficult, and you can see that's why it's been such a big game changer. That heal with that guiding wind that's been provided, it's so difficult for them to deal with it.
I absolutely agree. You'd really need those early dominance ices as well. The effect needs to hop in as quickly as possible. And with that, I really want to have a look at the items of Kingstar, man, because that guy is going 0, 5, and 2. There's 8 deaths on the other side, but what was Damski trying to do out in the open, in the wild, without having any information?
Hey, he wanted to be a Lone Ranger. He wanted to be a cowboy at that point, because Kingstar right now trying to play the bait. He might get something indeed.
He wants to try and catch at least one out there. Laito as well. The stun connects from the other side. Long range, and it's still a long time stun as 1v1 on the bottom is also won by Reborn. There's another pick in mid as the double goes for Allen. Feathered Airstrike hops in, not really at the right time. A good trade being found on the other side though, as Jackpot catches Reborn finally while he was retreating. But it's still a constant back and forth with an advantage for Revenant Order.
Yeah, and when you talk about scaling threat, you're looking at both sides, but don't forget you got a Yi Sun-shin on the other. He is a scaling threat indeed, and so is Reborn TZ on this Iritel. Krieve has been having an absolute delightful game. He comes in, he finds a stun, and just like that, they get a kill in the hands of Revenant Order. You order a kill, he's serving it up quite easily for you. Dished out, like in the kitchen, you're getting that order run in, and next thing you know, you got a plate full of food coming at you.
My goodness, man. I know you are a chef, but the references from the cooking, I really like that. I've been pulling that up recently. But I really want to see how Jackpots eventually pull their win conditions up out here right now. As again, look at the damage from the heavy crossbow out there from the other side as well. Metronio tries to survive. He's got to run back to safety. A nasty knockup coming in from that Tectonic ultimate, but still, it's Metronio getting deleted. What an answer from the Selena as Allen finds a mega kill. Laito can't survive. This land is a homeland. And it is indeed a burial ground, but it's only for Litho and Jackpots.
I'm telling you, man, they ordered a plate of 4, and that's what they got. Kriv, along with Kenshin, that clutch guiding win to make sure Reborn TZ was able to survive. I thought Reborn TZ would go down. He did not even go down. He was in the slightest bit of HP, used the guiding win, got out of harm's way. Kriv came in, served up an arrow, and next thing you know, it was a burial ground indeed for the rest of Jackpots, and this is looking like a complete turnaround compared to game number 1, where they dominated, and now Revenant Order have just shaken it up and now taken this game by storm, and looking at the fact that they're going to get the Lord again and forcing out Walkie with a Tempest of Blades. Seems like they want more.
And he still did not get his own buff out there. Kenshin finally being shut down on the other side as the overextension eventually gets the better of Revenant Order, but I don't think so they care about it. A 4.5k gold lead, a lot for themselves, which can eventually brute force through those tier 2s and maybe get those holy shields out of the mixture as well. I think so they're going to be super happy about it.
Yeah, I think they definitely are looking to get the Holy Shield, at least before the Lord marches in, right? Not just for the one bot side. They're looking to get at least one inhibitor. That would be good for Revenant Order. And they're not just looking for kills. If it's going to be territorial dominance, it's going to be great. But here, they force out the bravest fighter.
And also, the feathered airstrike. This is massive. This is big. The Lord... It's almost taken down to the last bar of HP though, but still, no purple buff being allowed for Jackpot to be picked up. Now, that's a big problem coming in for Leng. It's almost the similar as to Fanny. It's a brute force, man. They just brawl out against Jackpots as Revenant Order take down the mid-tier 2, as they're still trying to get those holy shields out of the mix. The good thing is, Jackpots were able to defend.
Not just the fact that they're able to defend scared, it's the arrow connected again. The arrow connected again.
Well, Metronio.
Kriv has I think that was the first of the... I can count in one of my hands the amount of time Kriv has missed an arrow this entire game. We're 12 minutes in. This guy has been an absolute monster. And that's the only time I've seen him miss out 3. And seems like they want to go in for...
Oh my god, that's a bit of an overextension coming in as well. They almost catch out the rest of the members too, but Laito is able to take down Reborn TZ. No more release. Yell and Heavy Crossbow coming in. Still Jackpot not able to catch in. One more, but Laito. Another shutdown as well. Metronio catches Kenshin. And this is the retaliation of Jackpot. An overextension from Revenant Order, punished instantly from the experienced boys.
Yeah, they overextended, and I think that's what Jackpots were waiting for. Another arrow connecting. Final slash comes through. Feathered airstrike, but still they're not able to find a kill.
Yeah, it's still survival on the other side though, but they don't really care about it. Look at the constant damage of Metronio. He's almost taken down that inhibitor, and Shay is still alive out there. The arrow was missed out as well. I'll have to say, it's eventually falling down to Kriv if he's able to connect his arrow on Damsky or Metronio.
And not just that, right, Scared? I mean, yes, it's important for him to connect the arrow, and he was able to do it in the early game because that was the punishing window. Now we're 12 minutes in. You are the aggressor. You're definitely going to get the benefit out of the Selena. But now you're on the back foot. Are you able to pivot? Do you have another way to try and make the outcome possible for your team? Because looking at the way that they are position at this point, their mid lane inhibitors almost taken away. They can make cross map plays by Jackpots, and now they're hacking away at the Lord. They need to find an answer quick.
Oh, they quickly take the Lord instantly, and now they need to retreat. The final slash eventually catching off them in the position where Reborn TZ can maybe go for the punish as the circling eagle connects on the back line. There's gonna be the vengeance, connects perfectly. Kenshin catching one. Laito trying to answer on the other side, but he will eventually give his life away. A Lord for 2.
Yeah,
Revenant Order. They've got the lead.
Speaking of pivot, oh wait, SOD?
Yeah, they really want to try and catch them out there. The minion is still going to be dealt with. And I think so this is good coming in from Revenant Order. They're not overextending anymore. Maybe I said it a bit too soon. Damsky forced to flicker out of the harm's way as Shay was able to get a nasty final slash on him. Still out in the mid. Let's get to the feathered airstrike connecting. But everyone's just out of the range as they still take down this Lord in the first wave.
Yeah, now you can see a tectonic charge coming in from Kingsta as well, taking him down low. The Lord is already melted. Wind of Nature popped in by Pelimetronia, able to survive one after another. Jackpots losing their members.
Yeah, it's Laito who's now trying to run away, maybe trying to survive out there as Creeve eventually wanted to shut him down. Can he land in another stun? That's the big question. Jackpot on the other side, instantly clearing out that wave. That's the dash. He's been baited out for his own ultimate, eventually sent back to the grave.
You know, at this point, feels like Jackpots are fighting their own demons. They're tripping on their own foot. They're taking 2 steps forward and 4 steps back because they're not able to do anything at this point. Revenant Order have taken this game by storm. They have put them on the back foot, but they found a pivot. They found a way to find an opportunity, find a window, and now they're able to get themselves back up on their feet.
Mid?
And now Revenant Order, they need to, I think that's going to be defended. He has the final slash. He's going to be able to do it. 60 seconds until the Lord scared. And I feel like Jackpots need to find a way to try and turn it around. Off the back of the damage of Pelimetroni, he has scaled up all right. And they need to find a way to open up the map. But Kingsta's getting melted down every single time he does so. And they have to keep in mind not to get baited because the Guiding Wind has been the bane of the existence of their entire lineup. And a lot of Purifies, sorry, the only Purify coming through from Kenshin is a big factor indeed. And looking at their itemization as well, they both look similar. Right? They both look similar. They've scaled up BODs, the expensive items, the crit damage is there, the triple, the Trinity is already built up with the Wind of Nature. And now on the other side, there's a lot of damage. Malefic Gun comes through. And if they get themselves a Wind of Nature in the hands of Reborn TZ, it could look difficult for Jackpots. But again, we're almost close to the Lord. They need to find an opening.
Well, another big reason why Kingsta is being destroyed instantly is the fact that he has not gone for the Blade Armor, but is rather going in for the Anti-Cuirass. And I've got absolutely no clue what good that item is going to do, considering there are a couple of basic attack enabled marksmen out there. The concealed play now coming in, but again, everything's been spotted. Although Allen secures the Lord for his team. There's going to be the feathered airstrike on the back line, but still no anti-heal effect, and the Flasco faces help them as they destroy Litho, isolating him. As Pelmetronio will try and get some HP back from that buff, as he's not saving the life of Kingsta at all. The mid inhibitor is gonna fall instantly, as there's no one to try and save the base. The FAS out there in the open with a flinker. Final slash, and that's going to be the final fight of the game. Revenant Order close out the series 1-1.
You can't play with them, man. You can't play with them. They don't want to play with their food. They saw a moment. They were hungry. They grabbed the fork. They grabbed the knife, cut that steak down, and ate it nice and bloody. And that's what they did to Jackpots at this time. And Jackpots, they had that small window, right? We saw that small window of opportunity. But then Revenant Order were just able to pivot. When it came down to the Lord, they tried to rush it. Bang. Next thing you know, windows open. Mobile Legends bang bang on the map. Jackpots got no jackpot. Revenant Order claimed order again, and everything is right in the world. 1-1, 1 apiece. 2 series is down, and neither one of these teams out of the 4 got a big clean 2-0.
I'd have to say, you know, this clearly showcases you the competition that's there in the EU region right now. Let's be honest. If one team looks pretty solid in the first game, the second team will instantly find an answer. And I think so that clearly shows you how well the teams are adapting according to what the other team is doing, right? The Grok in the very first game of the very first match worked out pretty well for Aki. But in the second game, it was instantly countered by the Zushin. Now, and this time around, yes, we clearly saw a clear-cut domination coming in from the side of Jackpots in the first one. They tried to pull a few things off in the second. They had the decent draft as well. But instant retaliation from the other side. Now that is what I'm really happy about, right? It's not a one-sided domination. It's constantly been back and forth between all of these teams.
Yeah, it's back and forth, and we saw that coming in from the get-go with their draft. But then again, it was expected. It's just a matter of time. What's going to be the win condition? And once the win condition was seen, I think Revenant Order realized what they were able to do. And
Absolutely.
Jackpots, even after that slight window of opportunity, unfortunate that they weren't able to take it. But then again, it happens. Games go on long, and now an average game 15 to 18 minutes. So if you don't plan for that, you will not have a good time. So of course, on that note, it has been 1-1 Scared.
Absolutely. It's been 1-1 right now for both of these matches. But we've still got 2 more matches lined up, people. That means at least 4 more games. Make sure that you guys don't go anywhere, because it's going to be WeK Esports up against Stolen Angels, and then it's going to be Omni Glitch taking on Minerva Fury. All of these games right up here in the MEC Fall 2025 Thunder Division. You don't want to miss out on all of that action as we take a short break, and we will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunder has arrived in Europe, and guess what? With it, we got 8 teams that have been invited, and of course, along with 8 teams, you got casters that are there in a big switcheroo coming through. And with me now, I have the one and only Warren 1X. And honestly, Warren, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you before, and happy to have you back again.
Thanks for a warm welcome from your side. Absolutely lovely to be back, and I'm so hyped for the rest of today's games because, well, I saw a little bit, and 1-1 in both BO2s. It didn't go to either team's side. Damn, you really know that you have the best of the best if it goes this way. Did you expect this result?
Honestly, I did not expect a 1-1 for both the games. Maybe the first one was a little iffy with the fact that you know, both were powerhouse teams, so you're looking at it to be a 1-1, but at the same time, if they're 2 strong teams, you know, they can take it 2-0 at any given point. So I feel like 2-0 was given at least in the second game after the first one. The way that Jackpots just completely turned it around in the first game, and then I thought the second game's going to be easy again. But guess what? It was not, and that turned out to be even more of a surprise. Hopefully, match number 3, game number 1 will be an equal, if not bigger, surprise.
Oh, I'm so hyped for what the players are cooking up. And well, as we are jumping into the draft, we can see Sissy already getting out the classic Sissy. It's like, was she ever out of the meta? Like, I guess she was, like, before she even was headed to the game, right? But like, lately CC is the staple of the MLBB, at least here in Europe. But that means that it opens up other tanks or Phoebus, for example, or something like that. So we will see Fanny getting banned out straight away. That's a classic. We don't want that Fanny in the hands of basically anyone, but especially if you are matched up against some of the best players. Of course, you are some of the best players yourself, but you want to make it the best from the draft for yourself as well. So these 2 bans, what do they tell us, Kronos? How you think they are thinking about it right now?
I mean, if you ask me, I think it's still a little early to tell, right? This is quite early. We're still in the first ban phase, but then again, if you take a look at the players, you get a different story. Of course, on the blue side, we have Void Kids, and on the red side, we have Stolen Angels. So Void Kids, again, old faces, new team name. This is a big story that European teams and European players have been going around with, and of course you can see it is in the jungle. You have the one and only ZL coming through, a big fan favorite indeed. And then of course you have Aisho Isaac, you have Onoki. At the same time, he's rocking the EXP lane this time. Apart from My Lobby, I feel like My Lobby should have been there, but he's not present. In the gold lane, you have Xenox. So I think this just shows a lot more coming through from their side. I've seen a lot of the social media posts come out about this team and how they've been working towards a better synergy, working towards a better goal. Hopefully that works out for them. But on the other side, for Stolen Angels, they have Levi, Enzo, Kyo, Kent. I mean, these are staple names again. And these are names of players that we've seen many times before. And these are players that are not strangers to such big stages, right? Especially Yuichi at the same time. And I feel like these players understand what they're going to play towards, and that's why they take out the heroes that are staples, that are first pick material, the 1-1, the Fanny, and again the Boxia, taking away the options of having a flexible draft, while on the other side they're taking away any sort of EXP lane problems, and also the Kimmy. And you can see first pick, the Lancelot.
Lancelot for one and only Zettel. What I find kind of funny is though that if you are a little bit of an anime guy like me, for example, you must have noticed that this will be a little bit of a family scuffle. You have Zettel Ackerman and Onoki Ackerman against Levi. I don't know about that. That's some fanfic version of Attack on Titan I didn't see, because I don't remember so many members in that family.
I think yes and no. I'm not really sure how to respond to that one, but what I can tell you for a fact is with the way that they have taken up this Kalea on the side of Stolen Angels, they're looking to shut down Zettel from the get-go. And hey, you were just talking about Zetian being an overpowered hero and not being in the current meta. Seems like you got your wish a little sooner than you want.
I mean, Christmas, not really on our necks, but definitely closer than some months ago. So, you know, maybe it's the Christmas time coming, you know, like a little bit early. Well, when we look on the side of Stolen Angels, we can see that they have so much utility coming in their team composition, but now they are lacking damage. So they need to lock in something that can dish out that DPS.
Yeah, I think they definitely need a lot of DPS. They need someone to burst them down because they have quite a lot of tanky buggers on their side of Void Kids. But Stolen Angels need to find an answer. And I think it was always going to be Yi Sun-shin because he's so good in the current meta. So good, so versatile. Has a lot of support utility options. Definitely has the damage as well. Yes, he got nerfed to the ground a little bit, but still a good option in the jungle. Not too many that are available. So now they're really relying on their gold lane, and they're okay to pick up something that has a closer range just because of the fact that you have a Kalea as well as a Jushin protect you the entire time. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Void Kids, you need to find someone that can 1v1, and I'm looking at a Moskov right now, so I feel like Moskov is going to be a good staple.
Moscow could be the way to go, but what I like about the Yi Sun-shin pickup is that we saw many times Juxin success in the early phases, in the mid-game phase of the game, but then lack that power to end the game through on her own by herself. But if you have Yi Sun-shin packed up together with this Kalea, probably in Rome, Juxin always keeping this mid lane priority, you can easily translate him into the later phases of the game, get him on those 3+ items when he is gonna shine the most.
Yeah, and you can see the Moscow is already banned out for, and realizing that Stolen Angels have a different idea. They could go for the Granger, they could go for Irithel at the same time, possibly an Irithel because you want to be mobile. But then again, what will be the answer for the gold lane for Void Kids? Because if you look at the EXP line, they've been very straightforward with their draft, right? They're not playing hooky at all. They got themselves an Esmeralda in the EXP lane.
Right.
They got themselves a Zetian in the mid lane. They see that Irithel, they ban it out.
But didn't you kind of hit yourself in your leg? I mean, like, Irithel could still work kind of well for you because you can keep your distance, but now you ban it out. Of course, they would have the first priority, so they could take it away from you. But Granger, not bad idea. Big range, can keep his distance, and will probably hurt so much if he is able to hit Zetian or Lance.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, we're looking at something that's needs to be a little more straightforward. A Claude is not. Yeah, this is you're really grasping for options, right? You can see 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold lane options taken away. The Kimmy, the Irithel, the Moskov, the Harriet, the Wanwan, and the Granger. Yes, Kimmy plays in the mid lane more often, but they really need some sort of damage dealer to follow up because they don't have anyone that can create an opportunity. And Claude is one of those only gold laners that's left that can have a 1v1 by himself. He can move around the map with that BMI. So I'm not surprised. Go back to old reliable. And then you got a Tigreal to have some sort of a CC potential. But then again, you see on the other side, it's a Uranus. And I feel like this is going to be difficult for Void Kids to come out with unless Xenox on this Claude scales up really fast.
Well, that's the thing. Like, can he and will he? That's the idea that you have, of course, for the side of Void Kids, but that's not your only threat that you have. You are, of course, having that Lance who can dish out so much damage, coming in the way for Juxin, coming for Yi Sun-shin, coming for those squishy targets. That's where he will try to land his DPS. The thing is, Kalea only has just one kit, one basket of spells, so it will depend so heavily how she will use it, because if she picks up the wrong target or at the wrong moment, maybe going for Lance, he can jump out of it through his invulnerability for a bit, and then you have a problem on your hands.
Yeah, I agree. It all comes down to the micro, right? Who's gonna click the button first? If the Lancelot uses the Thorn Rose first, then the Kalea has free reign. If the Kalea clicks at the right time, that Thorn Roses click, it's gonna be a disaster indeed. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, back. It is match number 3, game number 1. This is a best of 2. Void Kids versus Stolen Angels. Both these teams with a new name, same old faces of players trying to create a name for themselves. Has the synergy worked out? Will we see them come out on top? Only time will tell, but you can see so far Stolen Angels are making moves around the map and trying to convert it into something.
I love it. Enzo immediately move into the bottom side of the map, immediately burst in on Noki for half his HP. Now he's forced to use his Revitalize to regen some of that HP back, and Enzo immediately going back into that mid lane to regain that mid lane priority for something else to happen. But we will see if Tigreal will let that happen, because right now it looks like Void Kids are getting that priority. Oh, IShowIsaac.
Yeah, he's getting thrown up and down like a ball. At this point, like a rag doll nonetheless. But you can see Loverman, Mr. Loverman, put some respect on that name. He's trying to create the separation while he's playing the Zetian. And now I think IShowIsaac has to give away river control to Stolen Angels. Unless and until he can find an opportunity to give ZL something for him to, you know, some sort of advantage in the early game.
For a little bit, Enzo was still out of mana, but now he has regained it. He was forced to use his Revitalize for that reason only. But now he's back on his mana. Loverman is the one who could be in trouble soon. Maybe even with his... Oh no, that passive proc came in clutch.
Yeah, I think at this point it was really clutch indeed. And I'm looking at the movements of Levi, right? I'm Levi to keep up, because so far he's not gotten ahead. ZL has been able to keep up in terms of farm. Oh, walks into a knock-up straight away. ZL actually goes through with a puncture. Thorn Rose could be coming out at any point. He doesn't have that puncture anymore, and now you can see the separation being created by Onoki. He has dropped in the Falling Star Moon, but an easy turtle in the hands of Levi. That was orchestrated really well. Now they might find themselves IShowIsaac, but seems to get away in the nick of time. Stolen Angels got themselves a Grand Theft Turtle.
Oh, definitely. I love that. I love the way you spelled it. That was a great combination. I love it. I love it. Stolen Angels already 500 Gs ahead of the game, of the curve. The thing is, who has the better late game? I'm not really sure if it's Claude or if it's Levi on his Jisun Chin. Cannot really decide. But what we can decide on is that PM goes in.
Yeah, I think at this point, IShowIsaac should be taken down. First blood in the hands of Levi. Quite easy, a good combination. Even used that spell to try and create some separation, did Mr. Loverman. But unfortunate, and you can see ZL, he's trying to farm up, didn't want to recall, but that's being a little greedy. You know, ranked games are slightly different from tournaments. In such a scenario, you have to recall them. And here on the top side, Z a face full of bullets, and so is Yuichi. You can see the Dauntless Fleece comes out, but Xenox gets taken down. Good positioning from Yuichi and good map awareness from Levi at the right place at the right time.
I mean, cards were already a little bit in the hands of Stolen Angels, because Yuichi had that level up advantage. If he didn't have so, Xenox would have been probably able to take him out quite a little bit sooner. But of course, Levi approaching and at the right moment, going into the top side and punishing him for his overextend came in clutch.
Yeah, and I think also for the fact that he was just standing still while a Rhapsody was dished out. So when you're going against a Granger, you don't want to eat a face full of bullets, right? Not a 5-1 that you're trying to get. But I feel like Xenox, this case, a little underwhelming on the Claude. But then again, let's not judge too soon, because Claude is the late game hero. But here Onoki on the bot side trying to 1v2, trying to survive. Dauntless Fleet comes down. Onoki should be able to go down. Oh wait, able to juke and bob and weave, but nonetheless still gets taken down in the hands of Kent. And now ZL is feeling the pressure coming in from Stolen Angels. This is the problem with the Lancelot. You need to have free reign. If you're not able to get that, it's going to be difficult. Fury of the Phoenix gets popped already. Another turtle in the hands of Levi. Stolen Angels. This is a slow, methodical, calculated game, and they're making movements around the map. 2K ahead in gold, and ZL goes down quite easily. Levi on a killing spree.
And Pam was almost at all the kills, except that one that happened in the top side, where Levi was able to finish enemy carry off. But that turtle take was absolutely lovely. You could have seen that methodical approach, as we have explained it a little time before, where you go for that kill just immediately before the turtle spawns, and then you take the gold, then you take what you got, you unpack your presents, and in this case it was another turtle. And now look at the gold difference. It's already 2000 gold.
well and make that 2,100 at this point. They're trying to catch up about 2,500, right? And so far, you know, you spoke about anime references, Warner. Oh, never mind. Implosion coming through, and they go in with a blazing duet, but they don't have enough gold to dish out the damage, so they pay the price. Isaac had the right intentions, but just not the right time. My friend, you are not available. Your team doesn't have the damage. That was a beautiful set, but the follow-up just wasn't present. As you can see, the damage coming in from Stolen Angels was way too much, and ZL can barely get a kill on Enzo. Even after everything, the Crimson Beacon comes out, and they're able to get that kill quite easily. They're trying to find something. So far, Void Kids are yet to get off the mark. 0 kills in the game. 5 minutes in, Stolen Angels are playing a near clean, a near perfect game.
I mean, right now you really need to turtle up in case if you are Void Kids, no pun intended. Of course, Stolen Angels have been the better team for taking those turtles, but what I mean for the side of Void Kids, you need to really start walking together, you need to start being together, and you cannot let this happen.
God. What a knockup coming in from Pem, and then they get isolated one member, and that's the tank. They take him down. Pem is the sacrifice, but look at Yuichi. He has a lot of damage. He got himself that Sky Piercer. Get him that double. That is 2 stacks on that, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming through, especially when you're on the back foot. Stolen Angels give 1, but take 2 and a turtle, so the rate of conversion is on an all-time high, and I think they're trying to show who the real man is. They got a Levi on there. I'm not sure if Onoki or Zedel are able to keep up.
I mean, I absolutely love it. Enzo and Pam together, they were like, all right, we will... Oh, wait a second. Godlike Levi. Zedel had no business being there. But wait a second, maybe Kent has no business being there either. Tiger goes for him, immobilized. Kent has to run away.
Yeah, I know. That kill on the top side was anticlimactic, wasn't it? It was jungler versus jungler, and all of a sudden, it just took 2 basic attacks from Levi. That wasn't even an enhanced passive, so it was just like, oh my god, okay, what's going on? And all of a sudden, Zedel's on the floor. And I feel like this has shown that there is no way to bridge the gap for them between the early and the mid, and they're lacking their early game presence. As you can see, this time Isaac goes in, flickers forward, Fury of the Phoenix comes out as well. Finally they find a nice wombo combo. They get 2 and they sacrifice Isaac, and now they find the 3rd, and this is the opening that Void Kids were looking for. And slowly and steadily they're trying to make a comeback possible, but the goal lead has already slipped away, about 7k in the favor of Stolen Angels.
Like, legitimately, every minute is 1,000 gold difference for your opponents, at least right now. Of course, it's very important that you still have your teeth, you still have your fighting spirit, and Isaac and the rest of his team are showing that they have it, they still got it, they want to fight back, they are ready to fight back, but the thing is, can you really right now fight back? Because even though this play was gorgeous, normally if you were a little bit more even, this play would probably end up in maybe an ace for your own team, but what ended up happening is you only picked up, I think, 2 or 3 kills. I'm not sure on that count, and the goal difference is still vastly large.
Yeah, I think that goal difference, that slight bit of a difference that's there, it was 7k reduced down to 6.5, but still, it's too large, like you mentioned, Warren, for them to be able to do anything. And you can look at Ken. Zedel can't do anything. He knows it. That's a Uranus. You can't really do anything. That's one favorite hero. You can't do anything against that hero at this point. And with the Lord on their side, marching down the bot lane, I feel like Stolen Angels might have this one in the bag. Or
I mean, looking at it right now, it looks like there has to be a Guardian Angel that they should steal from the Stolen Angels for their side, because right now it looks like no Guardian Angels are looking out for them, because for Void Kids it's looking very, very, very bad at this moment. Of course, you can still come back, you can still pop off in that crazy team fight coming from Claude, but other than Claude, I don't see anyone turning it around.
yeah, I agree, but then the Claude needs to scale up, and I don't think he's had the greatest of times. 0-1-1 level 10, while on the other side, Levi's already 15. He's already maxed out, and I feel like this Lord marching on the bot side, yes, he's gonna get taken away by the Holy. But you can see the next set of waves that are coming through, which is going to be more important, more crucial. And will they be able to get an inhibitor here? Pem finds someone, isolates them, and now they're looking to melt them down. But able to get the set of a lifetime, and there comes the blazing duet, and that's the opening that they were looking for, finding 3, and now without any penetration, without the speed, they're taking down Uranus, as Kent is still able to survive after all that. And ZL in the thick of it, in the back line, trying to dish out the damage, but seems like he's trying to bite off more than he can chew. He's still able to get away. That burning effect still not able to take him down, and Onoki able to provide the separation. And by God, that fighting spirit that you mentioned of, Warren, was still alive in IShowIsaac, and you could see that coming through in that one set.
Oh, I mean, if you are Stolen Angels and you're looking at this game, you are playing it out, and you are like, all right, guys, we are 10,000 ahead. What can happen? And then IShowIsaac is like, hold my beer, and he flickers in. He makes the fight impossible for you to play, and he picks up, I think it was three members of the Stolen Angels, and he makes some gold back for his side. And look at the gold defense. It's only 5,000. It bounced back from the 10k. I mean, at this point, if IShowIsaac has the flicker, anything is possible.
Definitely is. But then again, if you can see it coming from a mile away, it's not going to be much of a difference maker, is it? I think Pem had the right idea with the Tsunami Slam, taking out IShowIsaac first. But then again, IShowIsaac just tanky enough, just by the slightest bit of HP. I think the next time Yuichi's going to poke him down as much as possible. But hopefully for Void Kids and fans of Void Kids, they're going to be able to find that opportunity once again. As you can see, they're looking to take down Uranus. Do they have enough penetration? Do they have enough speed to try and burst him down? Will they be able to destroy him?
That's a question to be had, definitely. But Lord will be spawning in 2 seconds on the map. I believe second Lord of the game it will be. And let's see if Stolen Angels are able to secure it. It looks like they will be able to, and Void Kids will be once more on the defending side.
Yeah, I think Void Kids need to find an answer, need to find a way to see if this is possible. They don't have the scaling. They only have it in the form of this Claude. He's on a Purify. If he's being targeted down, it's going to be difficult. But then again, it comes down to if Onoki can create the space for them, right? If Onoki's able to do that, then it'll be great. Because so far, ZL has been underwhelming on this Lancelot. But it's not his fault either. It's just the fact that there's no separation created. He can't really do anything against an early game aggressive composition like a Kalea and a Jushin for the mid game as well. So now with the Lord marching on the bot side, it's going to be difficult.
I mean, that mid lane composition for the side of Stolen Angels absolutely owned the early game to mid game and made it almost impossible for Zedel to play it out. So we will see if he can and the rest of his team defend base from being ended.
Yeah, you can see right now IShowIsaac taken down low, and I think this is the moment that Pem is looking for. He's going to go back, get that base HP back up. And now, slowly, Void Kids are not trying to push it. They don't want to overextend. The Lord is already taken down. ZL is trying to bait something out. IShowIsaac understands that he has to get something done for his team, but the rest of Stolen Angels know that as well. So when you see it coming a mile away, you can't really do anything at that point. Not enough disruption created to try and capitalize of the situation.
But I mean, what did you really get? Like, you got the Lord, but look at the HP, the towers are still standing. Of course, you chunked it a little bit, but on the bottom side, I think the tower was already pushed, so you didn't really get anything there. So Void Kids are still holding on to the sliver of hope that they can come back, and I think there is still a chance.
Well, hope is certainly important, but here comes a concealed play. Pem is looking for someone, and at the same time looking for ZL. Goes into the knockup with a tidal strike, not able to find anyone. IShowIsaac was there, able to back his team up. Flicker not expended from him, so you know it's going to be crucial. That flicker is ever so important. That's the only primary engaging tool that they have, and he has been great with it so far. But then again, everyone knows Stolen Angels have a better time. 6.8k in gold. You can do whatever you want, but brass tacks show. And at this point, it seems like IShowIsaac wants to do something for his team. Again, if you see it coming from a mile away, you can't really do anything about it.
Oh, Pam, he's fishing. She is fishing, but not really getting anything in return. Not really picking something up. I don't know if you've ever been fishing, but I mean, in the case of Pam, I think he got a boot, he got a shoe from the lake. I think that's all.
Definitely.
Yeah, not really something that can be turned into a dinner. But wait a second, can't? No, you can't. You really can't. You can't touch him. He's level 15, Uranus, 117 vodka. Oh, Enzo.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can't really touch Ken at this point. Uranus is so strong. He's an absolute monster. This Uranus has to be destroyed with a lot of penetration or either attack speed at this point. And I feel like they're trying to find an opening. The Lord is there. Yuichi's already starting it up. You can see on the top side, the waves are crashing in. Kent, again, Uranus opening up the entire map. At this point, drop it in the emotes, and as you can see, they go through. Aisho Isaac has the opportunity, but now he doesn't have the backup that he needs. Already used it, flickered out, and he goes down. Yuichi gets the kill. That was a separation that they were looking for. Void Kids, the communication was lacking. Aisho Isaac was in too deep. Nobody was able to catch him, and nobody was able to follow, while Uranus was the one being the complete distraction. And now they've taken down all 3 inhibitors, and they got what they came for, and possibly even more. But here's ZL, might get caught out, and yes, he does. Tsunami Slam. Title tries to get out of the way, able to get out the throws and the execution. And now, meanwhile, oh wait, the Lord taking down Levi super low, but he has enough HP, he has enough lifesteal to make it back up. So, Stolen Angels, I think this is a clean game coming in from them.
Looking so far, we can definitely say that it was almost clean, other than that crazy play from Aisho Isaac where he really fought back with the rest of his team. Of course, that happened multiple times, but that one moment was really the very important turning point, almost a turning point for the side of Void Kids. But there's the thing, it's 17-minute mark of the game. Right now, we are looking at a 10k difference, of course, a little bit to 10k. But Claude will be finishing his build. I think he is pretty close to his last item being finished.
They are indeed, and you can see right now, goes for the Tsunami Slam. Aisho Isaac back Pem, but he doesn't have it, doesn't want to use. Finally finds the opening, but here comes the Blazing Door to the backline. Yuichi has that Wind of Nature to survive. He takes him down, and now you can see the open up, and the map is there. Onoki goes down as well. That's a full 5-man wipeout coming in clean. Stolen Angels get their victory in a dominating fashion, a near perfect game, not losing a single turret.
I mean, Xenox, he really tried, but if you saw the HP bars, Uranus wasn't even moving. Like, his HP bar stayed the same the whole time. Claude was shooting on him, jumping around, trying to do so much stuff, so much happened, but he was lacking the damage. The damage wasn't there. The only person that needed to flicker out and reposition was Yuichi, and he still had immortality on himself. So, pretty tough game for the side of Void Kids, and I mean, it came down all to the draft. Because I believe that if you let them have Kalia and Juxin, I don't think there is a combination in the mid lane that can oppose them. Maybe, and take that with a grain of salt, maybe a Cho on Rome. He could be the powerhouse to outmuscle Kalia in the early phases of the game, but you didn't have that. You have Tigreal, and Tigreal not really that bad, but compared to something like Kalia, not really there.
No, I agree. You're 100% right. I think Cho would have been so much better. But then again, the Cho as a primary engager, yes, it's there, but you need a lot more chain CC to follow up. The fact, I think, is that Mr. Loverman on this Zetian just wasn't able to provide enough crowd control for the rest of the team. So they needed someone with even more crowd control, and thus, you know, just tunnel visioning to this Tigreal. But you're right, Warren. If that was a Cho, they could have had a slight better chance of a comeback and then maybe rely on their micro skills and the execution within the game. But when you see the draft straight up, I feel like this draft from Void Kids was very underwhelming, and Stolen Angels just coming out on top, having a clean game. And I think, if I'm not wrong, MVP has to be the Sunshin or the Granger, right?
Oh, absolutely. The Ji Sun-shin, I think, takes the cake for this one, because his performance was absolutely lovely. He was always at the right time, in the right places. He had the gold, he had the damage, he was taking lords left and right, invading enemy jungle, picking up those right targets, and I think he didn't even die a single time. I'm not really sure, because I don't see the screen anymore, but I think he was 0 on the death count at the end of the game.
No, he had one. I'm looking. I just saw he had one death somewhere in between. But then again, it's a Yi Sun-shin. It's okay if he dies one time as long as he farms up. If he's able to hit level 15 and you're up on the opposition junglers are on level 12, it's already a game won. You can't really do anything at that point. That's the win condition when you're looking at a Yi Sun-shin, right? And I feel like even having Uranus on the map just made it quite difficult for Void Kids because they didn't have the penetration, they didn't have the attack speed, they didn't have the DPS to try and shred him down. So it just got super difficult for them to deal with. And I think Stolen Angels coming out with a very clean victory. I think they gave away 7 kills. They had double of that in return. They didn't lose a single turret. All the tier 1s were taking half damage. Yeah, at no point did it feel like Void Kids were able to come back in the game. Yes, that was an absolute beautiful set before the inhibitor. But then again, it was a good play. But the goal gap was, what, 10k and then reduced to 6? So it was still too much for them to come back from, like you said.
Oh, absolutely. It was a rough patch. But I mean, when we cycle around back to the draft once more, Claude isn't even the best carry to deal out with tanks, so you kind of set yourself up to failure because Claude isn't really the carry that could be dealing with those tanks, and pun intended, you could have chosen carry maybe. Of course, she is super into the late game, and before that she is not really doing that much, so in that department Claude is a little bit sooner on that spikes. But yeah, everyone can be a general after the game. If we were looking at the draft before the game, it shouldn't have been that heavy on them. Of course, they had a little bit more of that late game potential, not really that much in the way of early game department. But I mean, for the side of Stolen Angels, it has to be said that their early game was so good that there was little to be done for the side of Void Kids.
Yes, true. Very true indeed. And I think Void Kids really need to bounce back in the second one because they need to try and make a statement, because if this is the way that they're playing the games, I think everyone's going to be looking at all the other teams are going to be looking at Void Kids like they're going to be easy pickings. And with the name Kids being there, you don't want to get bullied. And I think it feels like Void Kids really need to find a way to try and bounce back. Ain't that right, Warren?
Oh, absolutely. If we are thinking about the draft, they are right now choosing their side, so there could be an idea to be had, maybe to switch it up and go for that red side, be able to respond and set yourself up for success. Of course, if you are not having that blue side that they had before, you cannot go for those powerful picks, but what really did those powerful picks do for you? Of course, you got Lance, but Lance had no support. Well, he did, but opposing jungle had much more support, because normally if Lance at level 4 will see Ji Sun-shin, he will be winning those 1v1s. But Ji Sun-shin was already so far ahead that when they first met, he got destroyed.
Well, that is true. And I think on that note, let's wait for a little while as the team set, and maybe we will be back after a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching, of course, the Thunder Division rolling everywhere around Europe at this point.
All right, and because of that Thunder Division, I hope you are hearing thunder outside of your house, because here in Prague we had a little bit of storms on our side as well. So I hope you are very nice and tidy, ready in your cozy houses for this thunder of today, because right now we are heading into the 5th match of today, if I'm not wrong. Oh, sorry, no, not the 5th, it is the 6th. Because the 5th was right before that. We are heading right into that, and we can see that Voidkids had chosen the red side for themselves. So that means they are turning it around. They are thinking about it, and I guess they were watching the stream, because they were like, all right, this guy Warren, he has a point. Let's just throw it on its head and let's use the red side. Now Jukshin getting banned. I don't know if Jukshin ban is really a smart idea. Well, not smart idea. I think it's good idea. But what I mean by that is that you maybe could have went for it yourself. But there's a thing. Maybe you are not used to playing it. Maybe you are not very confident, very used to playing Jukshin with that Kalia combination, so you are just getting it off the board, and you will use that red side to secure yourself good matchups, good picks that you can counter your opponents with, because of course red side is the reactive side, blue side is the one that not dominates, but like indicates and makes the way of the draft. And on the red side, of course, you are responding. Harit and Fanny are out, and now we are waiting for the response from the side of Voidkids. It will be 1-1, so 1-1 off the board. Super strong carry, very self-reliable. She can self-peel a lot. She can 1v1 all of the carries. I don't think there is really a carry at almost any point of the game which she cannot 1v1 really. Maybe it would be Irito that can outmaneuver her, outrange her, and keep her at keep herself out of harm's way and not let her get hit by 1-1. But other than that, I don't think there is really a good response for 1-1 when we are matched up against her. Of course, Granger could keep a little bit of a range for himself, but it's tough, it's testy. And right now, CC off the board again, so Uranus could be the go-to for the side of Stolen Angels, or something else. Let's see if Voidkids read into that, if they go for Uranus or they keep him open and they have something ready for that. Kalia getting banned out. So that means no kidnapping, no stealing away your carries, your heroes, your team players. When you look around, you look to your right, then you look to your left, and suddenly your player is gone, your teammate is gone, he has been grabbed by Kalia, and he is nowhere to be seen. Baxia first pick. Baxia, of course, that flex pick available for either roam, jungle, or that XP lane. We will see where he will end up. Probably in the jungle. I think in the jungle he has been the most successful. Of course, super big on anti-heal, so very tough for the side of Voidkids to secure something in that has that big sustain. Lapu Lapu, alright, going for that XP lane. And even after those nerfs, pretty interesting idea to go for him. I had played myself a little bit of Lapu Lapu games. I can definitely see the nerfs, I can definitely feel the nerfs, but he is still very, very strong. So we will see how will Voidkids cook up with him, and who will he be matched into. Zettel going again for his, I must even say, signature Lancelot, as I welcome Kronos back to this draft.
Hey, you're thank you so much, Warren, for the warm welcome back again. But I think with Zettel going for the Lancelot again, we saw it not work out in game number 1. Is it going to be the same effect that's going to take out in game number 2? Because of the fact that it has been a little underwhelming. The Lapu Lapu coming out a little too early, I feel like, trying to chase down this. They could have gone for different options. But if you look at the composition of Stolen Angels, they have the kiting, they have the front line, they definitely have a lot of magic damage at this point, but they need to find a way to try and have enough burst from the side of Void Kings, and that's why they go for the Farsa and the execution coming out from the Lancelot, but they are lacking DPS at this point.
Oh, right now they do. But the thing is, you really need to make something change for the side of Void Kids. You need to really make different approach for this game, because before that it didn't work out. Going for Lapu isn't really a threat until he hits that level 4 mark. Until then he is pretty weak laner. A lot of heroes are able to push him from the wave, push him around, kind of smack him around, and he is not really a big deal. Of course, when he gets that ultimate going, then he is at his strongest point, and if it's on cooldown, or I mean if it's available, he is that big scary guy for the most of the game. Of course, when you head into the super late game, then carries can single him out and even deal with him on their own. But for most of the game, Lapu will be strong. But the thing is, Lance needs someone that can be strong immediately from level 1, so he can have this good early game and let him scale up, get onto this first and second item, so he can be scary. I don't know if this is the approach. Of course, you have Farsa in mid lane, which can push out those waves and keep it steady, but she will be matched up against Kimi. And Kimi, if you know something about her, her push is also decent.
Yes, of course, she is a marksman after all, right? At the end of the day, and at this point, feels like 2 marksmen physical taken out that can actually melt tanks and destroy the early game coming out from Stolen Angels. And I feel like Void Kids really need to find an answer. I was looking at Carry, but Carry being taken out puts them in a precarious position because of Moskov taken out from themselves. So at this point, you're looking to go for a Harriet, but even Harriet's banned out. Okay, it's very thin. I mean, at this point, just pull out the Mia, bro. Right? Just pull out the Mia. You need the DPS. You definitely need that. You can go for the Granger, but Granger's not great. I think Iritel's a good shout here. If I were them, I'd probably go for the Iritel here.
I mean, Iritel could be the way to go. Iritel, of course, on her red bicycle, driving around. That can be the way to go about this one. Of course, the thing is, how can she maneuver when Baxia goes in for that CC and doesn't let her move? But the thing is, she has Purify, so she can cancel out 1 CC at least. But there is more. There is more coming her way. It will be Esmeralda, and right now it looks like it will be Gato as well.
Yeah, I like the Gato Kacha pick coming through because it's an immediate threat to the Farsa, right? You got to go for the Gato Kacha, not the Angela route, my friend. Pem has been doing really well with set tanks. Do not put him on a support at this point. And having the Gato Kacha really creates much more multiple openings at this point. Ooh, are they going to go for a Matilda here? Ah, personally, Warren, I'll tell you, I like the Gato Kacha because you can immediately jump on top of the Farsa, right? You can create the openings, you have enough mobility. But then again, with the Matilda, you're providing more heal for your team, so more utility. But is that the best option always? You're opting to go for a re-engage against heroes that have a good amount of DPS, like the Iritel, like the Lancelot. If he's able to puncture around, it's going to be a problem. Again, I show Isaac going for some classic tanks. First the Tigreal, now the Kufra. I'm not really sure if the Kufra is going to be the best possible answer here. I'm not sure, Warren. Honestly, at this point, in a roam position, not looking good.
I mean, I must agree for the side of Stolen Angels that I believe that Gato would be the better approach. I think he would deal very easily with Farsa. He could cancel out engage of Lapu on that backline, whereas he could just jump on top of him, not let him move, go for that taunt. There is a lot that he could have been doing. Of course, now you locked in Matilda. So the thing is, you can take your carries out of the harm's way through that mobility of hers. But is that better than the CC? I don't know.
I'm thinking about the Kufra, man. I'm genuinely just thinking about the Kufra. I don't know how it's gonna fit in this entire composition because of the fact that this Kufra, you're looking to stop the dashes coming in from the guiding wind. You're stopping the mobility coming in from the guiding wind, right? But you're usually, when you pick a Kufra, you're looking to chain CC the opponent. He is a CC machine. He's a crowd control machine. He has to knock up with the Tyrant's Revenge, and you got the Tyrant's Raid to the clapback, and then you have the bouncing ball. So now, who are you looking to get? A Kimi can pop in a Purify and then just make it out of harm's way. And then you have the Matilda that you're looking to catch, but it's honestly a tank. And you have a Granger. So Granger's your only option at this point. Oh my god, wait, what is that? What's going on? Is that first blood?
Oh, it definitely is. Like, we cannot both be seeing some hallucinations, and I'm confirming that there has been a first blood, and it went to Enzo and Isaac, even with his flicker up. Like, what really happened there?
I don't know. I blinked. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the spells and the emblems for about a second. Next thing you know, I see a screen of Isaac being dead. This is now you're already putting the Kufra on the back foot. This is going to be even more difficult. Stolen Angels ahead of the 8-ball from less than the first minute.
Oh, wait a second. All right. So was there an issue actually? And that's the reason why Isaac has died, because this would be the most logical thing that could be happening right now. Because what else? What else could it be, Kronos? Are we looking for a redraft, or not really a redraft, but like restart of the game?
I'm not sure if that's possible, just because of the fact that what happened in the game already. So since the draft went through, unless and until it was requested beforehand, and as long as within the within the confines of the rule book, then yes, definitely. But at this point, I feel like Stolen Angels might. And again, it should come in from Stolen Angels if they agree or if they do not, right? So Void Kids, first up, that Kufra pick looked really sus to me. But I don't think it was a draft issue at that time. I think it's just when it went into the game. So, but then again, we leave it to the referees to decide. At this point, I feel like if you look at the composition, right, Warren, I don't see a way Void Kids can come out with a victory unless and until like Xenox on this Irrital just go crazy.
I mean, the thing is, Xenox can go crazy, but let's give some hope into Isaac, because he has shown us multiple times in the game before that he can make those plays happen, he can make those big clutch moments happen, and he can take his team from despair and almost losing to a playable position where in the end they lost still at the end. But the thing is, you were able to play it out. You were able to play it out because of Isaac, and not really because of him. Of course, there was a nice teamwork, and still the fighting spirit kept you on and in the action. But Isaac has shown us multiple times in the first game that he can see those angles. And if he has Kufra, I mean, that's even better than Tigreal. So if he will see those angles and if he will make those plays happen, I mean, then you can ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially, I like the way you put it as well, right? If you are playing a Kufra, you genuinely have to be in positions like that from before, right? Because that is the difference maker. And knowing that Isaac is that kind of a player as well, it kind of definitely does create a difference, create an opportunity for Void Kids. But then again, the margin for error is very little, right? That's what I'm looking at. The margin for error is very little at this point. And when you have such an all-in composition where it's all or nothing, you're risking it. It's high risk, high reward. But then again, I don't see the high reward coming through from this kind of a draft. You're really relying on individual brilliance to try and take you there. And when it comes to a team synergy, you're relying on Mr. Loverman to poke them down with the Feathered Airstrike and have Zettel Ackerman try and finish them off. So Isaac has more of a positional role rather than providing sets and CC, right? So him being present at the right place at the right time is the one that will make the big difference. I feel like that is what is the most important thing. Right, because correct me if I'm wrong, Warren, I feel like that's the most important thing for this one.
Oh, absolutely. Like, his presence alone can push the opposing team into bad places, into bad decisions, into wrong ideas, into wrong places. And that could be the weapon, because in the end, if you press the button, they can purify, they can jump out of it because they have Matilda. But the threat alone, not even you using the threat, just being there, standing menacingly, that could be maybe the recipe for victory in this one.
Yeah, I agree. It could be the recipe indeed. We're waiting to find out. But of course, the ingredients are already put in. As we can see, the draft is already set. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the game will be restarted to get confirmation. We've received confirmation from our referees that the game will be restarted because there was an issue within the game. And both the teams have agreed to move on in a similar fashion. So, hey, sportsmanship at its best. And the game is moving forward. So will we see another first blood coming out from Isaac? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't bet against it just because of the fact that Kufra is such an all-in hero, right? He's such an all-in hero. Usually, if you go in, it's absolutely great for your team, or you're just a sitting duck and you can't really do anything at that point. So I feel like Kufra, again, make it or break it pick here. So let's hope and find out, as we're waiting to get into the Land of Dawn soon enough. Is it going to be a 2-0 for Stolen Angels, or if Void Kids are going to make a redemption arc and get that 1-1 comeback?
Oh, absolutely, but what I'm a little bit worried about is the thing that even though there's a different hero, there's Matilda in the hands of Pam, it's still a hero that can make the mid lane priority for his team and help his mid laner push that prio. So, and as we saw Pam being very successful in that department, I think he will be able to do it once more. And in that little time frame that we saw the game play out for like 30 seconds, we already saw him do that. So I'm a little bit worried because I think Kufra is not very well suited to keep in mid lane prio, and then the same thing can happen for your lands. He will not be able to farm, he will fall off, and it will be a disaster happening for him. And as I have said, Lapu is not the strongest until level 4. So until level 4 you are not really getting a lot of support from your XP laner as well. And gold laners, usually you leave your gold laners until at least first item, at least the first turtle, because until then they are chilling, they are farming up, so they can be your carries in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're starting to understand what's getting right. For those of you who are watching, for those of you who are trying to understand why are the casters saying that the Kufra is not such a great pick, why is Void Kids not having a good composition? Because they're really ultimate reliant. They're really relying on their level 4s to do something. But you got to understand, the game doesn't start at level 4. The game starts when you enter the game. Like, when you're in it, the game's already begun. You cannot change it. So I think that's going to be a big difference maker. So Void Kids really need to watch out that early game, as Stolen Angels will be coming for the jugular right from the get-go. And if they're able to do that, then it'll be such a big difference maker. And Void Kids need to have an option to pivot around their draft. And if they're able to do so, it's going to be even better for them. So looking at the draft, how it's gone so far, I think the key component for Void Kids is definitely that Irithel and that Farsa, right? So if the Farsa is able to get some good poke down and the Irithel is able to scale up quick, it's going to be good.
Oh, absolutely. You have that late game security in those two picks, so you need to just dance around in the early game, pretend like you don't want business, relax, get your level 4s, get your ults ready, and then Lapu can start dishing out some damage, start doing stuff around the map, together with Lance and Kufra. And for that late game security, as I have already said, you have Forza, you have a retail, so a lot of damage for your side. And for your opponents, they don't really have that super strong late game, because Granger is typically not the strongest in the late game. Of course, if he goes Skypiercer and he gets super duper fat, then he can still be a crazy monster in the late game, but that's not something that should be happening in a controlled, very high skilled environment.
I agree. He needs to get fast as soon as possible. You can see Mr. Loverman taking down so low. Oh, forced to flicker out of harm's way as well. Levi trying to go in with that shield unity, able to make it out and not really have a scratch on him. Meanwhile, Loverman is taken down. No flicker. Isaac has no flicker. Again, you're coming into the turtle. Two flickers not available, but there is first blood finally in the hands of Void Kids. Zedel is trying to pull up for his team, and anything at this point is really good for them. So having the numbers advantage might play towards their favoritism in this turtle.
Enzo kills Loverman.
Oh, wait, you get that turtle taken down super low. Levi able to pick it up with the retribution. And now Circling Eagle comes through. 3-man knock up. And there it is. The big clap not coming through as well. Show Isaac gets taken down. And so does ZL. So that is 2 traded for the price of a turtle. And that's not looking good so far for Void Kids, as Stolen Angels already have a 1k gold advantage. I loved the entrance. I loved the beginning. Zettel got a kill for himself, but then Enzo got one in a turn, got second in a turn, Pam got another one, and then you get the turtle as well on top. So your cake is finished with a cherry on top in the form of turtle. Already 1000 gold ahead as Loverman tries to make a play. Yeah, and I think at this point you can see that Yuichi, level 5, he gets himself a gold crab as well to add insult to injury, able to get enough farm in his pocket, and that's not what you want to hear when you're going against the Granger here. Levi's shield unity gets on top of them. You can see at the same time, oh my god, Mr. Loverman gets taken down, and there it is. Show Isaac goes for the Tyrant's Revenge, but doesn't really catch it because Enzo had the Purify. That's a 3-man knockup. Zeno trying to get out of harm's way as Kent picks up the kill. It's a double for him in his pocket. And now they're trying to siege at the mid lane tier 1 tower, at least try to get that gold shield. Show Isaac goes for the knockup, but then again in no man's land. But there comes the feather airstrike, but using the guiding wind, Enzo able to make it out of harm's way.
I mean, Pam is really showing us why Matilda was the superior pickup for them, because right now we are looking at 5 kills to 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is, if not the same lead, I think it's even higher lead than they had in the game before, as we are approaching the 4th minute mark and second turtle will be spawning in pretty soon.
Yeah, I think this turtle is going to be a big difference maker. Void Kids really need to find an answer, need to find a way to try and make it back. But then so far, Stolen Angels are controlling the map. They're having a great start to their game, just like they did in game number 1 in this best of 2. But seems like Void Kids do not want to give that advantage. But look at Kent just coming in and trying to create some separation, peeling for the rest of the team. Show Isaac shouldn't really be jumping in at this point, but he seems to go in. Nonetheless, gets pulled back with a traction pulse and now caught in no man's land. And there comes the flicker along with the guiding wind and the rest of the Circling Eagle as well. Feather airstrike comes through as Kent takes him down. ZL will have to run away, and now Mr. Loverwind flies out as well. Onoki gets caught out, chain CC'd, and now you can see Stolen Angels, they don't really have to do much.
I mean, don't they? I like at this point maybe, yeah, but like until now, I think you have to give them credit. Like for the past 5 minutes, they've been doing stuff, they've been making stuff happen, and they've been doing so much as they were able to obtain a 4,000 gold lead. That's almost the same as the minute mark.
Oh no, ZL maybe has a Thorn Rush to try and make it out of harm's way. Didn't want to use it, waited for the right time. Those are 2 tanky boys, and Esmeralda able to get that kill. Kent 5-1-0. Show Isaac trying to find an opportunity, but every time he goes in, he just needs the flicker. But unfortunate that he used the flicker before, and oh my goodness, what a traction pulse coming through from Enzo as well. And you can see the damage being dished out. Show Isaac cannot tank this. This is looking a little disastrous. We're already in minute 6, and so far, Void Kid's already been cornered.
Yuichi already on the Sky Piercer, so every kill that he will be getting will be stacking him up and making him stronger for the next fights to come.
See what I mean? Like, Show Isaac went in, he got the right knockup, he got the big clapback, but there's no follow-up because he's too far away from his team, and now they're not able to defend it tier 1 and not finding enough safety under the tier 2 as Levi almost got Loverman down in the tier 2 in their own lane. And now not having a great time, ZL is trying to find opportunity. They need to find ways to farm up, but then all the parts of the maps are covered because of the mobility that Kent has along with Levi.
Oh, absolutely. The mobility for the side of Stolen Angels is absolutely crazy. Yuichi picking up another tower for themselves, and almost the same thing, almost exactly the same thing that was happening in the last game. When we approached the 7th minute mark, it was 7,000 gold difference. Right now it's 1,000 less, so a little bit better looking for the side of Void Kids. But wait a second. Onoki going for the play.
Spider at the same time, he gets a Landshaker out as well, and now you can see a nice bit of opening created needed, but Zero gets taken down on the bot side, and they needed their damage dealer, but not being present as Onoki bites the dust as well. Nice traction pulse come through, and Loverman goes down as well at the same time. Kent in the back line trying to get Xenox. He's tanking a lot of damage from that inhibitor, and still not going down, and finally does indeed. The shutdown, however, in the hands of Aisho Isaac is not looking good for Void Kids, but that opening that Onoki provided could have been capitalized on, and here comes another one. He goes through ZL with a Phantom Execution, not able to get anything, nobody home. Stolen Angels still looking quite comfortable.
Oh, they are looking super comfortable right now. They are doing exactly the same thing. 7 minutes, 7,000 gold. It's like they practiced. And right now, not really looking the best for Void Kids. Of course, if you look at the carries, we can see that, oh, Forza is at 3,300 gold. She's so far behind Kimi. It's going to be super rough. Of course, for the side of Void Kids, there is still an option. You can still outplay it, as Aisho Isaac tries to do.
Oh my god, did you see that though? Enzo was able to get out using the skill 1 and the guiding wind. So that's another escapability for them. But now ZL trying to puncture his way through. Phantom Execution just to try and clear the wave. And at this point, slowly and surely, Stolen Angels are taking away turret after turret. Any kill in their pocket is just an added benefit, as Onoki has to use the bravest fighter just to get out of harm's way. And Levi at this point is trying to create an opening for his team where he really doesn't need to. ZL can use all his skills just to reach Yuichi. But then again, Pem has the guiding wind, has favor, has extra bit of heal, so they can't really catch up.
Right now you need to throttle up and just defend your base as hard as you can, because right now Aura is only on the bottom side. On top is it has been popped already, if my eyes are not making fun of me, because I see that the Aura is already gone on the top side. So for the side of Void Kids, that Aura not available anymore. Zettel could be maybe looking for a steal, but Kent will not make it easy for him.
Oof, it's about 9k gold lead right now in the hands of Stolen Angels. 9 minutes, 9,000. That's 1,000 per minute. Again, replicating what they did in game number 1. This is a dominating game coming in from Stolen Angels. But here, Aisho Isaac finds the opening, and he goes for the big clapback as well. Feathered Airstrike comes through, but in the back line, Kent is able to destroy Mr. Loverman, and not having a good time. Aisho Isaac tries to tank for his team, but here comes Onoki. Goes in for the bravest fighter. Has the Raging Slash. Hasn't used it. Yes, the slight bit of hesitation has costed him. Thanks to the flicker coming in from Yuichi, and the decision making from Void Kids has been costing them the entire time, because that was the opening that they had. Yuichi being shut down would have been a great opening. Unfortunate that they hesitated. Onoki just hesitated for a slight second, which made them pay the price.
I mean, I don't want to paint the devil on the street, but I don't believe Onoki even had enough damage to finish Yuichi off. I'm not really sure, even if he connected, that Yuichi would be the one falling down before Onoki fell down, as we saw before.
Well, speaking of falling down, someone is, and that's ZL, and here comes the Circling Eagle. They find Xenox as well, and Aisho Isaac. That's a double in the hands of Levi. Make that 4, and Kent finds his mark, and they get that inhibitor on the top side. Forget the inhibitor in the middle of the bot side. They want to go for the base crystal. Mr. Loverman has to watch everyone else as they recon in front of their base, as we get the first 2-0 in the Thunder Division for the MEC Fall 2025 season from Surge Europe, and it goes to Stolen Angels.
Oh, and they really stole it. They really stole the series away, because these performances that has been unseen before. Like, they showed up and they were like, all right, we know this is top 8, but we will make this matchup seem like our opponents are not even in the top 50 with us right now. I don't want to put shame on Void Kids, but the performance of Stolen Angels was just on this day so much better and so much well prepared, so much more prepared than their own, that there was no discussion to be had. Like, maybe after the first game you could have been, all right, yeah, first game, you know, can happen to anyone, but then the draft, then you come into the second, and then you get beaten over in 11 minutes. That's rough. That's rough. And Stolen Angels are showing us that they have a lot to offer on the table, and that they will be battling it out on the top.
I think of course, you said the right word, right? Preparation. Stolen Angels came in well prepared, while Void Kids, I think, didn't have the right preparation, or maybe they prepared in a different way. They didn't expect this coming in from Stolen Angels as well, relying on their individual prowess, individual skill. Because let's be honest, Void Kids, each and every single player on their team has played in multiple tournaments before, has put on a showcase, has individual highlights, and it's just that I feel like the draft just didn't really work out. The synergy was just missing. Maybe they have synergy as friends, as players, but having synergy within the game with the heroes you're playing matters a lot as well. So I think Void Kids really need to go back to the drawing board, find something that works in terms of draft, maybe try and understand the meta. I feel like they probably haven't understood the meta yet, and that's why they're having a difficult time. Maybe once they do, once the meta is slightly in their favor with a new patch dropping soon enough, it might be a different story. But of course, GG well played to Stolen Angels, and hopefully Void Kids can bounce back from the slumber that they're in. And hey, you never know. Even some of the greatest have bad days, right? That's what everyone knows. Maybe someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. It's not like the best players in the world do not have a bad day. So let's just hope it was one of those for Void Kids, and we're waiting for them to make a big comeback.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, when you lose the hardest, you can come back from that so heavily. Like when you are just winning all the games you play, you are just better than your opponents. You are not really being shown the mistakes you are doing. You are not really being shown the holes in your armor, the chinks in your armor. But with that crushing defeat, you can jump from that and improve so hard. Because Stolen Angels were better on this day, but who is saying that on next day, if they will see each other again, it will not be the other way around? Because I have a strong belief. I think individually we saw some beautiful mechanics from the side of Void Kids. We saw some great combinations, flickers from Lapu Lapu, engages from Aishu Isaac. So I don't believe mechanics was the rough part. I think it was more so the draft and more so the synergy of the heroes that they were playing with. So yeah, that's how I view it. And well, Chronos, this series will be behind us, is already behind us, but one more is ahead of us. What can you tell ourselves? What can we tell ourselves about the series that is approaching?
Hey man, I'm telling you, I believe it's Omni Glitch versus Minerva Fury, if I'm not wrong. And Omni Glitch, according to the notes that I have, they've got a star-studded lineup themselves. Omni Glitch, of course, in the roam position, one of the top roamers in Europe, Vansky, and of course in the gold lane you have Slarky Boy as well. So I don't know why they keep changing their names, but yes, Vansky is a staple when it comes to the roam positions. Slarky, again, a great gold laner, and in the mid lane you have Loloy. These are players that have proven themselves time and time again, and I feel like they're coming out with a vengeance, looking to try and take the big stage. So hopefully Omni Glitch can give us a game that we're looking forward to with the setup that they have, because Vansky and Loloy make a great pair in the mid and roam position. And also, if you talk about Minerva Fury, you got Macaron, you got Sensei the Creator, of course you got Pankrat and Boba Rushik. Again, these are not players that we don't know of. They've done this time and again. They've been there at the highest of highest stages, and they have an all Ukraine lineup as well. So we know communication is not going to be a problem when it comes to Minerva Fury. So hopefully we're going to get a great game on our hands between both these teams. So, hey, but guess what, Warren? We have to wait for that. But before we get to that part, it's okay, folks. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere, because in the chat, there are some diamonds to be given away.
Hello and welcome back to today's clash. Now we will be having the last one of today, and that will be one and only Omniglitch and Minerva Fury. Of course, you know one of those names, you know Minerva Fury. That's a name that should be ringing a bell. But the thing is that you know a lot of the players from inside Omniglitch, because even though they underwent a name change, most of the players of Memento Mori can be found in there. You have Nizu, Loloy, Vansky, Wade and Slarky Boy, Sabin with Yank and Brooklyn. This is a lineup that was before holding the banners of Memento Mori, but most of the lineup was acquainted by Omniglitch, so now they are fighting for their colors and they will be matching up against Minerva Fury, which we all know and love. As we can go over to Kronos, who can tell us a little bit about them.
Folks, history lesson time. Now listen closely and listen carefully. Omniglitch, formerly known as Memento Mori. Memento Mori, the champions of the EMC that took place a couple of months ago. All right. So now what happened? Memento Mori, I wouldn't say disbanded, but had some issues. Right? What kind of issues? We don't know. We don't even know if they were issues, but they had something going on. Something cooked up. The team separated 4-1. The one person is still in Memento Mori. Now the 4, though, you're seeing right here, taking over the name of Omniglitch. Slarky Boy, Nizu, who's formerly known as Uzin, Loloy, and Wade. Right? These 4 stick together, and they got themselves one of the OGs in the roam position, Vansky. And now they look even stronger than before. They look like a contender. But then again, they're the same team that played and won the championship in the EMC, apart from that one player. But on the other side, we have Minerva Fury, a team that had Wicked before, but now Wicked's not there anymore. And good luck to Wicked on his future endeavors. But then guess what? They got themselves some of the top players in the entirety of Europe. An all-Ukraine team. Of course, we're no strangers to some of these names. Primo in the roam position, absolutely insane. Pankrat in the gold lane. You got Macaron in the jungle. You got Bober Rushik in the EXP lane. And arguably the best mid laner in all of Europe, Sensei the Creator. All right? And this is arguably, just like how everyone thinks Pelemetronio is top 3, no, Sensei is top 2. So that's how it works here. So this is a night. This is a match, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you got to go, grab your popcorn, bring it in, sit down, turn it up on the TV, and watch and enjoy as much as you can, because we're going to get some high quality, high level gameplay coming in straight up with the draft nonetheless. Because on the left side, Yuzhong, Kalea, Baxia being banned out. On the right side, we have Jushin, Lancelot, and Kimmy. First pick CC. You don't see that quite often, but when you see that, Warren, you know you're in for a quality game.
Oh, absolutely. But what you are also saying is that, well, if you're opposing team, if you are Minerva Fury, you cannot really be looking for those XP lane tanks, because if you go for them, it's not really go their way on the lane phase. And if your tank gets destroyed already in the laning phase, what else are you left with? Of course, he can still tank, but he will get pushed in, he will not be a support for your team, and he will not be able to roam. But now a strong answer into the strong opening. Gato packed up with Jason Shin. Alright.
Yeah. Gato Kacha, Yi Sun Shin picked up. Yi Sun Shin in the jungle. Macaron loves playing this hero. It is a solid jungler. Now, how will the response come in? You get the joy, of course, but then you got a taunt coming in from the Gatot Kacha. So, will they be able to balance that out? I'm not really sure. But goes for the joy nonetheless. You do not want this joy to get banned out in the second phase, but he's going to have a great time against the Yi Sun Shin in a 1v1 situation. Here, I would say a Farce is not a great pick because you got the Kacha on the other side. Go for a goal lane, maybe a Moskov. Try and get that 1v1. so you can have the lane split. But then the 1-1 being left open, and this is the first 1-1 game of the entire night.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, did you really need to leave her open? Wouldn't it be better if you leave Kimi open? Maybe the thing is that they are trying to go for some mid laner that doesn't really have that early game mid lane prio. So Kimi could be troublesome. Lance, of course, makes sense. Juxin now gone. So all of those bans are making a lot of sense. But the thing is, you left 1-1. She matched up against Harit. Harit is definitely one of the heroes that can match up into her, because he should be having a little bit more range than she does, and he can jump around and reposition, so she cannot really get on top of him. But of course, 1-1 will not be trying to get on top of Harit. She will really just be trying to play front to back team fights, go in for the first target, then go in for the next, and just going through like a knife through butter, because 1-1 really shreds anyone. She shreds tanks, she shreds squishies, she shreds anyone she looks onto and she locks onto.
I agree, and I think 1-1 at this point is a marksman that had, you know what, Warren? 1-1 in the past 2 months in all professional play has had about 96.4% banned.
That's absolutely ludicrous, but I mean, completely understandable.
Yeah, and of course 96.4% banned, but the other 3.6% she gets picked. So it's 100%. You do not let this hero go. And I can't believe it was in this. It's usually a first pick, and to get it away so late is absolutely great. And that's why you can see the Harit is a hero that's going to have a good time against the 1-1 in the early game, maybe even until level 4. But in a team fight, 1-1's going to shine with that crossbow of Tang. And I think at this point, you can see that they have to take out some of the heroes. They understand that the Farsa can be a problem in the hands of the other side, so they ban it out. Hylos being taken away, and the Grok coming out as well.
Makes a lot of sense. Hylos together with Grok, they could be making it troublesome. They could be letting your opponents engage upon you. Joy could be combined very well with Hylos' ultimate. Grok could be making the space just for Joy to engage upon. So makes a lot of sense to get out those two. The thing is, what will Omniglitch go for as their last ban? Now they are still hovering it. The thing is, your opponents don't really want to go for tanks in the XP lane, especially since you have the tank shredder, not only in 1-1 but as well in CC. But on the other side, the thing is, Joy doesn't really do well into tanks, but Omniglitch have paired it up so well that they have those 2 tank shredders, and then they have someone who you want a tank for, but do you want to go for a tank when there is CC and there is 1-1?
I think this, they gotta really find an answer. I think at this point you're probably looking for something that provides more utility, maybe an R-Lot. Right, I'm looking at an R-Lot in the EXP lane over here. Provides a bit of utility, can dive in, can try and create an opening. But then again, against a Joy, against a CC, against a 1-1, it's really just being baited by really well by Omniglitch right now. But at this point, is there any other EXP lane that's present apart from this R-Lot? So it has to be locked down, otherwise it's going to be stolen on the other side on the roam position. And now Omniglitch can look at something of a DPS mage. Maybe go for a Vexana here. It would do a lot more dividends. Maybe even an Aurora would be great at this point, since the Farsa has been taken away. Jushin's out. A Wu Zetian, I don't think it's the best in this position, but if they want to play aggression and match that aggression that they have with the Joy, a Selena being open could really break things down for the side of Omniglitch and make it super difficult for Minerva Fury. So I'm looking at maybe a Selena and possibly maybe a Tigreal for Vansky.
Oh, absolutely. Selena could be an interesting option. You called that R-Lot. Though Tigreal, we saw a little bit of Tigreal already through the eyes or through the hands of Aisho Isaac, and we will see more of for the side of Omniglitch, because he has been locked in, and Slarky Boy goes for his mid lane pick. I don't know about it. The thing is that they have a counter pick on their hands, and ooh, all right. Will you go for that, Sensei?
I'm not liking the Novaria. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not liking the Novaria. It makes sense just because of the fact that the extra bit of range. I love the Kagura pick because the Kagura pick makes it such a it's always there, right? The threat's always going to be present, and the Kagura's job here is nothing but to just burst down the Yi Sun Shin. You can one-shot the Yi Sun Shin if you have enough gold, if you have enough items scaled up really well. But then the Novaria's role here is you're really just providing vision. You're really just trying to pick up the pace for the team, try and poke them down. So I'm not really sure if putting Novaria in the hands of Sensei, who's a really great shot caller, who's a really good mid laner, the right option. But then again, different styles of being played. Maybe this Novaria can try and create the opening, maybe provide the vision that they need. Maybe the shot calls could be slightly different. But if you ask me, so far, I am liking the draft of Omni Glitch just because I see that Tigreal, I see the synergy with the Joy, I see the synergy with the CC, I see the synergy with the 1-1, and by God, the Kagura is such a great pocket pick, and nobody plays Kagura like a mage. Kagura is an assassin. That's how you play Kagura.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is that I feel like for the side of Omni Glitch, it's much easier to make those plays because other than their roamer, other than Tigreal, no one else really has to make crazy plays happen. Like, what I mean by that is that, like, everyone else can just go front to back when Joy looks for a flank. That's the only one that has it a little bit hard. And Tigreal looks for those crazy engages with Flicker available. And that's, like, only 2 members that have it a little bit hard, but everyone else just go front to back, Kagura jumping on the back line, and having it much more easy than Minerva Fury, where Gato has so many targets that he needs to look out for. He can be taunting CC, he can be taunting Joy. Of course, Joy probably will have the highest priority, but then also Kagura can be trying to jump your Yi Sun Shin. So there is another target that you have to consider. So really tough job for the roamer of Minerva Fury, and I will be watching him closely and see how he will approach this game.
I think the roamer is going to make a big difference. But then, hey, when you're talking about roam, man, you got to give credit to Vansky. That guy is a solid roamer indeed. He provides the vision for his team. He provides the peel. And I think it's only a matter of time till we see some of these great players just battle it out. It is the match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 2. And we are talking MEC Fall 2025, the Thunder Division. Yes, we are in the round robin stages. But then again, it's only getting started, but the heat is already turned up with this first match of the, this is the final match of the first day. I feel like Omni Glitch versus Minerva Fury. This is a match that could be a final of a big prize pool as well.
Oh, absolutely. I am already seeing them in those finals, but let's not run up. Let's not jump into the future, because right now we are having this best of 2, and let's see who will come out on top even in this first game, because we could be looking at 0-2, we could be looking at 2-0, or we could be looking at 1-1s. We already saw 1-2-0, we already saw 2 1-1s, so let's see, will this add into the basket of 2-0, or will this go into the basket of 1-1?
2-0, 2 2-0s, 2 1-1s, and now we have a 1-1 as well inside of Omni Glitch. So
you're absolutely correct.
So I'm not sure how it's gonna work out. So hopefully we find something that's really great for us. I'm excited to see a 1-1 game. I haven't seen a 1-1 in a really long time.
Well, I mean, like, you saw it, but you saw her being banned, so you didn't really see her being played, right?
I mean, I haven't casted a 1-1 game in a long time, to be honest. Like, I don't remember the last time really seen a 1-1 pop off. Usually, even now in tournaments, when you're playing 1-1, when you're allowed to play 1-1 because she's always banned, she doesn't shine the most because the pressure is always on. The opposition knows that's a 1-1. We need to shut her down from the get-go. So, right, you're going to see a lot of rotations on the goal lane. You're going to see a lot of pressure on the 1-1. So the 1-1's not really going to do much. So, but because the pressure and all the spotlights on 1-1, the mid laner really shines a lot more. So the mid lane's able to carry the game in a different way. So that's why they opted for the Kagura. And that's why I said I love the Kagura pick, because the spotlight's on the 1-1. So the Kagura, it's going to act like an assassin and just burst everyone down. And as she should be played. So it's brewing really well for Omniglitch. The more you think about the lineup of Omniglitch, the more you understand that they have bigger and better win conditions, right? But then now you look at the side of Minerva Fury, they have a solid lineup as well. The only problem that I could say is if the Harriet could lose out to the 1-1 in the early game, it would be disastrous. But then naturally, you know, Harriet is one of those that can counter the 1-1 in the lane, one of them that can bully the 1-1 in the lane. So then again, it's just gonna come down to how the execution is, because they have a Yi Sun Shin, they have a Gatot Kacha. The Arlot again is such a big baity pick, because if he's trying to jump in too early, the 1-1's gonna unlock the crossbow of Tang, and it's gonna be a problem. So it's all going to come down to mechanics and shot calls, right? Because the draft, this is an exciting game if you think about it. Both the drafts are equal, but then similar to equal, I would say, but then the shot calls are going to make such a big difference, and the execution point, and that's what's going to be the big game changer.
Primo already trying to make some space happen. He was pushing Wansky out, but just before we head into the slaughterhouse, and we head into the menace that will be this first game. Before the fight starts, if I have to give you two players that you have to look out for on both sides of those teams, I am telling you to look out for Vansky for the side of Omniglitch, and I'm telling you to look out for Pankrat, because those two guys, every time I saw them on stream, every time I was able to cast them, they were popping off.
They definitely were popping off, and you can see right now Vansky taking out super low, but here comes Nizu, goes in with the electrifying beats, has the damage, doesn't lock all three. Macaron taken out low, but there's first blood indeed. There was no backup whatsoever. All their skills were used, and that is why he's one of the top junglers indeed, as we've already got first blood less than 2 minutes into the game.
And just as I was saying, you have to look out for Vansky, because this was another case of his fabulous performance when he baited the opposing team into thinking they can kill him just for the time for Nizu to engage.
I agree, and I think at this point, Nizu... okay, for those of you who don't know Nizu, he's Uzin from the EMC, right? So he just turned his name around. For what reason, I don't know why. But here's the electrifying bleach. Oh my god, that's a beautiful skin. But you can see at the same time, he gets the retribution on point. But here comes the Arlot trying to create the opening. And there it is, Vansky with a big implosion. Still able to survive. The Boba Rushik doesn't go down. This is criminal. You're not supposed to escape like that. Wade almost getting away, but gets taken away. Did you see Boba Rushik? His health, his HP was barely 1 or 2, and he still survived.
Just looking at this first fight around the first hurdle is telling us so much about this Titanic clash, because everyone was super low, no one almost died, and then at the complete end of the fight, Macaron was able to dish out that one kill for himself to take one back into the house of Minerva Fury. But it's super close, no one is ahead, it's 300 gold. Anyone's game, really.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god, that it looks beautiful. I like that skin. Somebody got to tell me what skin that is, because I'll be honest, I'll probably get that. That Novaria skin looks really good. Did you see that ultimate?
No, absolutely gorgeous. For a second, I thought it's a gimmick that has been turned on by our admins, that it's like something happening on the stream, but it really was happening in the game. Absolutely beautiful. I think it's part of the skin line that we were showcasing. I think I saw it. I saw some similar effects, but right now Primo didn't really see Vansky and Loloy going for him, so he got chunked for half his HP.
Yeah, I'm telling you that. Oh wait, here comes the Dauntless Fleet trying to get some vision. Oh my god, that skin looks beautiful, man. That effect is insane. I'm telling you, I'm taken aback. I've never seen that. That's a Moonsun, really good skin, not gonna lie. That Novaria's ultimate is beautiful. I know I'm acting like a marketing person right now, but that actually looks really good. But then again, look at the rotation onto the bot side. Boba Rushik looking to get caught out. He has the final slash, and there he gets a knock up as well. And you can see they come in with the AOG. Curtain call being used. There it is, the revitalize, and now they go into the turtle, knowing that big ultimates like Primo's AOG is not going to be available. But Boba Rushik has a low cooldown on the final slash. He's trying to go in, Wade trying to buy a lot of time, and here comes the retribution from Macaron, able to get it, and here comes Vansky as well, looking for the implosion, doesn't have it. At the same time, they only find Leloy. Bobarushik has been a menace, and finding another one, make it a double, trying to look for the third, but here comes Nizu looking for the execution, but Vansky pays the price.
I absolutely love it. Bobber performing on this Arlot. I love to see that. 2-0-1. He has most of the kills for his team, and he turned this fight all the way around, because for a bit it didn't really look like that well going for the side of Minerva Fury, but then Macaron stole the turtle, and then Bobber turned the tide. Beautiful performance, nice final slash, and I am so hungry for more.
Definitely hungry for more at this point. The action has been jam-packed. Just need some toast with it. It's gonna be a breakfast meal. Leloy trying to clear out the lane. As you can see, Vansky trying to go in. No flicker being present. Bobarushik being an absolute menace. Sacred Hammer comes out, but there it is. The yin-yang overturn coming in from Leloy. Nizu comes in with electrifying beats. Primo trying to find something in a Dauntless Fleet, making sure Bobarushik is able to pick up that kill. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, and now looking for more, but Slarky making sure his presence is felt as a 1-1. You gotta respect the damage that this hero can output, and here comes the AOG. They're trying to go into the mid lane. Zaman Force already dropped down one after another. They lose another indeed. Nizu in the middle of the fight, not looking good. Leloy able to recall, and so far Minerva Fury have a good stance of the game.
I mean, it's really the Counselor's Curse, isn't it? Like, I call you to look for Pancrat, and then Bobber absolutely crazily pops off and is on 4-0-1. I repeat, 4-0-1, going into this next turtle. Not really a fight, but this next turtle take. I believe he is the richest man on his team.
Hey, he's got to be the rich guy at this point, but you can see the final slash coming through as well. Pancrat dropped in Zaman Force, and Nizu gets taken down. Primo is able to get that kill. And here, Wade trying to clear the way with the Yo-Yo Blitz, not able to do anything. It's looking clean coming in from Minerva Fury so far. They haven't taken a lot of damage to their turret structures, apart from the bot side. Bobarushik just going in. Doesn't really care, knowing that his team can back him up, but they get Vansky with that final slash, and now looking for the implosion. They finally catch him and shut him down. And here's the Dauntless Fleet trying to look for something, but the crossbow of Tang already unlocked. But here comes Primo with the AOG as they feed the kill into Pancrat, and now Leloy goes down. Double kill in the hands of Wade, and they're looking for more, but they disperse and they understand this is not the time. Macaron's back into farming, trying to make sure he gets those levels up.
Oh, he needs to get those levels up, and if you look at his score, the game wasn't really very generous to him, because he's 1-1-7. He's basically like almost a James Bond agent level, not really, but like maybe his colleague, you know, like his other friend from Austria, or I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to make, but what I wanted to say is that Macaron needs those gold. Needs that gold on him, because right now 5,200, he could have been so much further if those assists weren't just assists, but were kills instead. And if you look at Primo, not really his fault, but he took 3 kills of his team. If those 3 kills were on someone else who can deal the damage, that would have been much more useful. Because right now, of course, the goal difference is 3,000, but as we saw in the last fight, it's still absolutely playable for Omniglitch.
It definitely is playable for Omniglitch. They're not behind by a lot. It's less than 5k. If it's less than 5k, you have a chance for a comeback. And you know you have the late game prowess. 100% this 1-1's gonna pop off in the late game given the right time. Nizu already has the execution ability. You know Vansky's gonna provide a lot of crowd control, and Leloy is just looking to find someone off position to snipe them down. So this is just a matter of time. Macaron pops in the Dauntless Fleet, looking to go one-on-one with the Lord. Gets that 1-1 front to back, trying to dish out the damage, maximizing the passive that he has. And you can see Vansky is trying to create the opening, but Slarky trying to flank them from the side as well. Final slash comes through, and there it is. At the same time, he goes for the AOG, catches them off guard, and the crossbow of Tang is unlocked. Bobarushik's not too tanky at this point. As you can see, he's trying to do a lot of damage, but in the back line, Sensei the Creator gets destroyed. And now Primo getting the taunt onto Wade. He gets taken down as the rest of Omniglitch are able to kite out of harm's way. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and is the EXP laner for the mid laner. But you can see Minerva Fury, they have HPs that are high, and now they're going for the Lord.
Oh, they are. This could be the first Lord of the game, and it will probably be the first Lord of the game. The thing is, will Bobber survive to see it being taken?
Oh my god, Vansky with an implosion. He came through, and Macaron got the retribution. But guess what? Primo able to catch Nizu off guard, and they don't have any opening. Vansky gave a brilliant ultimate, gave a brilliant set, but nobody to follow up as Nizu got caught because of the taunt coming in from Primo. And by God, that was an opening, and this is looking like a blockbuster match already 10 minutes into the game, and I don't think it's gonna end right now.
Oh, it most definitely will not be ended right now. Macaron farming a little bit more for himself. Level 14, the only level 14 on the map right now. If you compare it to Vansky's 5 levels up, of course you cannot compare it to the roamer, but even to the opposing jungler, he's at least 1 level up for himself. And the thing is, 5,000 gold lead, it has been increased by a little bit. And even though Minerva Fury have so much.
Final slash, the Mon Force dropped down. Vansky's taken out low. Implosion comes through as well. He gets burst down by Macaron. Now he's looking for more. Wade already popped the Vengeance, and you can see Astral Recall coming through from Sensei the Creator. It took a lot just to catch him off guard once. Primo already charging up the taunt, not able to get anyone. Boberushik has been the complete threat in this entire game. It was a double-edged sword, just like how Arlott has his own, but it's been working to the favor of Minerva Fury because Slarky has not been able to scale up, and they used that Lord to take away the inhibitor on the top side. Less than 12 minutes in, Minerva Fury are looking for a clean and dominating victory, unless and until Omniglitch have something to say about it.
I mean, I had said it before. I said that Minerva Fury have so much harder comp to play, but right now they are really playing it, and Bober is showing us perfect final slashes combined with the rest of the team, and Primo, oh, those taunts, he is connecting on the right targets, and Nizu, he has no business in this game because he is the sole target for those taunts. It's not Wade, it's not Sorky Boy, it's Nizu himself, and he cannot go in at all.
It just takes one wombo combo, Warren. It just takes one wombo combo coming in from Omniglitch, and they can do something about it. But the problem there is, the moment Vansky goes in for a big implosion play, he goes in for something, you have Primo, who can just cancel everything out with just that one AOG. So it really comes down to how they're going to be able to use it, when they're going to be able to use it, and who they can pick off. They need to catch Macaron off guard, or either Pancrat or even Sensei the Creator. But then again, they were never the problem to begin with. It's always this frontliner, which is Boberushik. And if I'm not wrong, he's probably building a tank build with just one Hunter Strike.
Oh, it looks like. I think this is the classic that we see from not just Arlotts, but we see it from Lapus. A lot of those heroes that are typically fighter heroes, when you put them into competitive play, you usually just go for that one damage item and then you go for a tank, because you cannot really make those crazy plays as you can see in your ranks, because it's much more controlled and there is much more CC coming your way. So you really are just capitalizing on that first damage item power spike, and you are leaving everything else for the base damage to deal enough damage for yourself, and then you are there as that big threat where you are snowballing and you are not letting your opponents not care about you.
Oh, you can see the waves are being synced. Boberushik already used the final slash, but that ultimate has like a 15-second cooldown. And now Vansky is looking for the opening. Oh my god, nice Astral Echo to get them. Dauntless Fleet comes out as well. The Lord is already marching in. You can see all three waves are being synced at the same time. They need to take care of this Lord as is at the base crystal. They lose the inhibitor in the mid lane. The bot side has been cleared well from Omniglitch, so they still have that one tower left standing. The one turret still left standing. And Minerva Fury understand it's not the time, unless they want to go gung-ho from the bot side.
Oh, it looks like they will be trying something on the bottom side. Vansky is nowhere to be seen. He's lurking in the top side. There is a concealed play going for that bottom tower, and Vansky is moving here. But will he be there in time?
Concealed play of his own, but Primo finds him out, spots him, gets a taunt on him, and as well, Curtain Call being used to Pancrat and Boberushik to tie him up together. Both the roamers were looking for the same idea. but seems like both the teams had their guards up at this point. So Minerva Fury and Omni Glitch, they don't want to give in. And here is the Siege coming through with the AOG and the final slash with the Zaman Force drop down. They're looking for a double and they get that. Macaron finds it, now making a triple with the Maniac in sight. Give him a savage already, but he gets shut down as Vansky's the last one left standing. And Minerva Fury burst them down and claim victory in what was an intense game indeed.
Oh, absolutely. You cannot say anything else than intense. Intense, crazy, wild, not really one-sided because it went both sides. But in the end, Minerva Fury were the stronger team, at least for this first game. We will see how they will perform in the second one, of course, but I have to highlight Bobber. Bobber came such a long way. First time I remember him, he was playing Yuzong on that XP lane. He was playing with the rest of the squad. And he was looking interesting, but he was getting outshined by the other XP laners. But right now, look how far he has come. I love the performance, I love the improvement, I love very skill level lies right now, and I want to see more of him because, oh my, that Arlott was something to behold. I don't know if you quite catch that or if the viewers caught it, but in that last fight, he flickered for that final slash combination immediately into that AOG from Gato. It was wonderful, great shot calling and great synergy.
It was just like, hey, we're going in, bang, ultimate, boom, boom, bada bing, pow. That's what it was. And then all of a sudden, Macaron's on a Maniac.
Oh, absolutely. But, well, let's look at some of the stats. We can see that 1-1 wasn't really the one dishing out the damage. I mean, to be fair, Slurky Boy couldn't really have done that much because the fights were so quick, like it was so immediate. You can see even Harry didn't do that much damage. Most damage is on Sensei because his Novaria was constantly poking, constantly throwing those ultimates, and that harassment towards his opponents. So Slurky Boy had no business in this one, even though I like their draft, I like the idea. In the end, the harder draft that was proposed on the side of Minerva Fury ended up winning, and I must say once again through sheer wonderful skill performance and skill check of Bobber and Primal, because those two, they were working in absolute synchro together, and it was such a pleasure to see that.
And you know what? Before chat goes crazy, before people go crazy and be like, oh my god, look at him, he said Novaria is not good, he doesn't like Novaria. I don't like the Novaria because there are two different styles of play. You need to play a Novaria. If you're a Novaria player, you need to be a high IQ player. Sometimes people think they're better than what they can dish out. So this was not one of those cases, because you could see Sensei, the creator, he understood his role. He's not a damage dealer. He's not the one to take the kills. He's the one to poke them down for somebody else, like the carry, to come and get the kills. In this case, supposed to be Pancran. But unfortunately for them, the Roamer got all their kills, the EXP got all their kills, and they were able to get tankier faster. But then again, Sensei understood the assignment, able to provide the vision with that beautiful looking ultimate on that skin, and then just made it quite easy for the rest of the team to try and finish it up for them. And just like that, it's like a packed lunch. You know what you're getting. You know when you go to when you're on your work break, you're gonna eat it. That's what they did. They saw the draft, they saw what they got, they put that sandwiches together, and they ate it. And at this point, looking at the way that they came out, hopefully Omni Glitch are able to pull one back and try and even off the score. Because if it's the way that Minerva Fury are playing, ooh, we got new contenders in Europe, Warren. We got new contenders indeed.
Oh, absolutely.
Your team is banning.
But I am thinking right now that we should be having our second game really on hand, because right now we are jumping into the draft. Juxin being banned out, Baxia gone as well. I mean, we saw Baxia slip through. I think they had to be watching the stream because that Baxia was super strong. So I mean, in form of their preparation, I think they were watching and they were like, all right, we were thinking about letting Baxia through, but well, not really. After what Stolen Angels did to their opponents, because ooh, that Baxia, rough patch. Zhuxin now banned as well with Kalia, so no more crazy mid lane priority contenders, at least not in the form of these two. Well, now that we have a little bit of a time before the bans are finished, you know, the bans kind of just set up the pieces for the rest of the draft to be played out. What do you think needs to change for the side of Omniglitch to come out on top?
I think it's just the draft, right? Because we know both these teams are absolutely great. We know Omniglitch is doing well, but I think it just comes down to the way that they have to draft and how they're looking forward to what's going on. Maybe just try and find a better execution in the early to mid game and not rely really on the late game, because in the previous one you saw that they had a late game mid laner, they had a late game gold laner as well. And the only reason I loved Kagura, because I haven't seen it in a long time, it has the ability to one-shot any squishy. But then again, you need your items, you need to scale. But if you're not given the opportunity to scale, and if this Arlot's going to be in your face the entire time, it's not going to be a good game. So maybe not rely so much on the late game and try and get that bridge from the early to mid.
Right now we will be looking at the first pickup for the side of Minerva Fury, who are now representing the blue side. So their opponents had chosen the red side. They are like, all right, we want to respond, we want to let our laners be ready, have good matchups for themselves, and we feel like we banned it just enough so you cannot go for the super strong picks. But I mean, Kimi is definitely one of those. So ooh, one slip through, but one more on the other side, because you are getting Jisunshin for yourself and for Nizu.
Yeah, I think the Eastern Shin is definitely going to be slotted here. The Kimi is being given away. Maybe go for the Arlot still, because you have that vengeance to try and reach him regardless of where they go. So if I was probably Omniglitch, I'd go for the Arlot right now, because you have the opportunity to make the plays and maybe let that 1-1 go and see if you can get on the third pick. But then it's such a big risk, right? It's such a big risk, and they go for it indeed. And if I was Pancrat, I'll be probably looking at taking away the 1-1, because you have the ability to try and get that immune off. You have the needles and flowers to try and get that immunity. But then you're, again, two marksmen, and you need to get Macaron on a tankier jungle. Ooh, there are two routes they can take here, Warren. Either go for a Joy and maybe get a roamer locked in, or an EXP laner, like the Gatot Kacha, or go for the 1-1 and the Gatot Kacha. I think a Gatot Kacha is a really good pick to take up here, just because you don't want to give the Farsa on the other side. They go for the tanky jungle indeed, and they go for a support to make sure he has a great time with this Matilda. I like the way that they're countering.
I love what they did here, because we can see Kimi paired up with Matilda, so that means constant mid lane prior, basically since the game start till the game ends, until like Cecilion or someone else will scale up super hard and he can just one-shot the waves. Until then you have basically perma all for the full majority of the game. You will have that priority, so you can use it to your advantage. And Fredrin, as himself being a tank jungler, he can roam around the map, make those early plays happen. So right now you have Kimi for that late game security, but still she's able to play that mid lane prio, and together with Matilda and Fredrin they can make plays happen. Whereas on the opposing side you have super late game carry in the form of Moscow, where he will be strong on those 3+ items, right, together with Jisunshin. So you are a little bit in a scuffle for the side of Omniglitch, where you don't really have early game presence, and I don't know if I like it.
I agree. I think this early game presence is going to be a big factor. The Bruno being banned out, I like it, because the Bruno is such a great early game gold laner, and they need that. The Selena being taken away, again, the early game presence that they're lacking on the other side. I'm probably looking at a Herod that needs to be taken out here, because if it's a but then again, they have too much magic damage. So maybe the Granger. Oh, but they opt to take out the Yu Zhang so that their mid laner doesn't get chased away. So I'm looking at a Farsa that has to be banned out here. Otherwise, it's going to have a difficult time. But the Hylos coming through again. They're looking to take down every sort of dive composition, right? They're looking to take out anything that dives in. And looking at the way it's going, seems like OG here might want to hold off on that Farsa a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see it really benefiting them right now. I think I was thinking for them to go that for that Gato, because I feel like Gato could be a great tool to go for Kimi, even though it's a little bit it's like it could be debated that it's really hard to hit Kimi when she can play flicker. We see Sensei right now hovering on that flicker, so that could be something that he would be going with into that game. Esmeralda on the XP lane, super tanky, can make space for you. That's something that I like to see, but she will be probably matching Uranus, so super strong XP laners, super tough, super hard to get through.
Yeah, I think at this point, oh my god, I can't believe it. When there is a world where the 1-1 was a last pick in this current meta. Ooh, I don't know, man. It feels like I'm in a different world right now. But the 1-1 still gets slotted in, indeed, in the goal lane. Because the 1-1 is really good here. Again, against the Esmeralda is great. Against the Moskov is really great. Against the Yisun Shin does great. Again, against the Arlot does really well. But the Uranus being picked up is also a big problem. And that kind of prevents the Farsa from being slotted because they need DPS. They can't solely rely on this Moskov. And that's why you're seeing they're hovering on top of this Lunox. But I'm not really sure if that's a good shout. Because if you're going for the Lunox, again, it's a single target hero. And you're really relying on the Arlot to do a lot for you in this game, along with the Esmeralda. So this is an Arlot in the roam position with an Esmeralda in the EXP lane. This is gonna be an exciting match, but again, this time, if you look at the draft, I'm siding with the team that has the 1-1. Looks like they have a really good draft in their hands.
But the thing is that we sided the side of 1-1 before we both did, and look how it happened, how it ended up happening. So for me, I'm feeling like Arlot will be a strong weapon. I think it will be a game-changing weapon, and I think that because it's in the hands of Omniglitch and on the roam position, when he can come online very much faster than on XP line. Like I don't mean in terms of XP, but I mean in terms of just being available on the map, roaming around. So immediately when he gets that level 4, he can be everywhere. He can be final slashing anywhere he wants to. So he is not locked onto that XP line. So I like this approach, and I think this is the way to try to turn it on its head, because the composition that you cooked up for yourself for the side of Omniglitch is something similar in the form that you can play those fights super quick, so 1-1 cannot even set up that crossbow thing and cannot go invincible and dish out that damage.
Then the only thing that I'm looking at this point is to make sure that Vansky hits that level 4 quickly for Omniglitch, and also the Esmeralda to not die too many times, because you want to take advantage of those shields with that Frostmoon Shield passive and try and make the most out of the opportunity that you have present for yourself. So Omniglitch really need to rely on them not dying on the early game, whereas Minerva Fury are okay if they die or even they scale into the late game. So at this point, feels like it's a 50-50, but Omniglitch have a much slimmer window of opportunity.
But right now they are looking to seize it as they try to go for Bober immediately.
That's a Uranus, man. He's not going to get destroyed that easily. You need that penetration. You need that attack speed to try and take down Uranus at this point. And I feel like Omniglitch, they wanted to take him down so they don't have to deal with him later. Try and unlock this Esmeralda as quickly as possible to try and get the maximum advantage and maximum utility from that hero. And seems like they're doing it as much as they can, but the turtle's already up in about 5 seconds, and Omniglitch are in position to try and take it away.
But the thing is, we're stronger right now. You have Vansky going for Primo, missing that crucial skill. Not really hitting those.
Yeah, he should have hit that skill once to make sure his Vengeance could reset, but at this point, not having that is going to be really crucial. They don't have enough crowd control to try and maximize that as well. Coming in from him, Traction Pulse being used. You can see the Retribution coming out in his hand. Primo flickers out of harm's way using the Guiding Wind, but here it is. Try to go through for Loloy. Nothing much coming out so far. Omniglitch doing the best that they can to just hold on for the early game.
Moscow.
SOD connecting. He didn't get that. He didn't want to go through. If he went through, imagine that, right? He just went through, try and take the purple buff and get out of harm's way. No way that could have happened.
I don't know what really was the plan here. Slarky, going into Flicker immediately because 1-1 is going for him. But Pankrat now on the defensive has to run, and Vansky is the target.
There you can see the final slash coming through as well. Primo taking out low, and Primo does get taken down by Loloy. First blood, Chaos Assault coming through. Macaron going for that big ult, but seems like he'll get taken down indeed as Nizu is able to pick up the kill quite easy. That's a 2-0 for Omniglitch, and this is the opening that they were looking for.
Oh, most definitely. Right now, they are looking so much better. Loloy could be in trouble. Now, Nizu, it was just a bait all along as Sensei needs to flicker out of harm's way. Run from Nizu, and this game already starting so much better for the side of Omniglitch, even though losing that turtle, now going for Primo.
Yeah, Primo taking out low. Circling heal comes through as well. You can see the final slashes being used. Sensei, the creator, taking out super low. Vansky, just so close, missing out that, and the SOD misses as well. This is really close coming in from both these teams. They're teetering. They're walking on a tightrope at this point. And so far, it's good for Omniglitch, but it could turn on its head at any given point.
I mean, if I was Sensei the creator, I would be changing my pants after this game. Because, I mean, they wouldn't be clean anymore. Because those clutch moments when this crazy ultimate from Moscow just flies around you, barely hitting, almost hitting you right in the face. What moments those are. Turtle has been spawned and already started as Bober goes in.
Yeah, Bober goes in indeed as Uranus trying to survive. He's able to do that with the concentration. Vansky taking on low. Wade just trying to buy some time, buy some space. But here comes the Appraiser's Rat circling. Eagle being taken away onto Wade. But here's the final six missions again. Retribution making sure Nizu's able to get that turtle as a Macaron picks up a kill onto Vansky. Not having the greatest of games. He's not given enough space, and that's the difference between an Arlot in the roam position and an Arlot in the EXP. The EXP Arlot's allowed to play more aggressive, but here, speaking of aggression, Minerva Fury want to collapse on top of Slarky Boy as he gets taken down instantly in the hands of Pankrat, and that was a good commit coming in from the entirety of Minerva Fury, and now they've evened up the score.
I mean, they did, but what has to be said for Slarky is that he had a cool hat. They get a kill in retaliation in the form of Pankrat, and Primal looks like, yeah, they get those two. But what has to be said is that Slarky was like, all right, I take this wave, I will die, but I'm keeping my flicker for the next turtle fight.
Yeah, I think it was important to make sure he keeps the flicker alive. But on the bot side, though, Pankrat didn't keep his Inspire. Although it has a lower cooldown, it would make a slight bit of a difference. Meanwhile, on the bot side, you can see 2v1. They're trying to get that tower taken down. Macaron there to save the day. And the turtle's up in about 45 seconds. And Omniglitch have the slight bit of an advantage, but it's not enough.
Well, it isn't right now, because right now it's still anyone's game, but what it's giving you is a little bit faster on those power spikes, and Nizu already 2-0 as he will be probably fighting for the next turtle that will be spawning in 30 seconds as he tries to go for the top lane tower.
Yeah, Bober Rushik, this Uranus, man, he is being an absolute menace, not giving any space, working really tight with the rest of Omniglitch, and right now he gets taken out. Oh my goodness, that was a 4-man, 3-man pull with that final slash, and they take down Bober Rushik, and now they're looking for more, but the crossbow of tank's already unlocked, and you can see the damage being dished out from Pankrat as they take away Slarky Boy, and now looking for more. Nizu survives with the slightest bit of HP. And it's all thanks to the flicker coming in from Slarky as well as Vansky. Otherwise, that could have been disastrous as Pankrat had free reign over the entirety of Omniglitch there. And they were running around like headless chickens for a complete second.
The worst thing is if you are Slarky, because you missed 3 ultimates, you hit that 4th one, you get the dopamine hit, and you're like, all right, boys, I'm here, I'm ready to ramble and rock and roll. And then you're like, wait a second, Pancrat has his ultimate available, and then you just have the time to flicker out, but still die in the process.
Oh my god, there it is. Another final slash, catching 2, and this time after the traction pulse with my SOD, they connect, and Slarky Boy able to come alive and get Sensei the Creator, and now they take down Pancrat, and that's a mega kill in the hands of Nizu, and now they're looking for Boba Rushi. He gets caught up in the turret, but he's able to survive. He has the regen. They're looking to take him down, but he will not be so easy. He is a Uranus, and he's going to be tanky indeed. He has the Vengeance to survive, but takes away one as Loloy left standing with the slightest bit of HP. Nizu pays the price.
I mean, if this was on a different patch, I think he would be bringing triple kill. But fortunately for OmniGlitch, it's not that patch anymore. So Bober only takes 1, but looked really scary for a bit. The good thing for OmniGlitch is that oh wait a second, the traction pull, Loloy is forced to go for his ultimate as he runs away in fear. 30 seconds for Lord, Slorky Boy goes for another, and I love the way Slorky Boy is playing so far, because he's playing, dancing on the knife's edge, and in that fight before, it didn't went good for him, but in that last one, it was perfect.
I agree, it was perfect indeed. And for those of you who don't know, oh wait, never mind, Nizu taking out super low, but he's going to get the kill. Will he get out of harm's way? No, he doesn't. Macaron able to pick up the pieces, but here comes Wade, and here's the rest of the cavalry from Minerva Fury to try and help them survive with a flicker with that final slash. Vansky able to make that play, killing spree in the hands of Slarky Boy. Traction pulls 2 back from the side of OmniGlitch to make sure they slow them down, as Sensei the Creator, now with the help of Macaron, should be able to dish out the damage. But here comes the brilliance from Loloy to try and create the separation. Wade taking on super low. Will he be able to survive? Slarky Boy is there to provide some backup, and OmniGlitch say, you cannot fight now. You gotta go back. But guess what? Minerva Fury might just turn into the Lord and try and take it down.
But I mean, can they really? Kimi wasn't the healthiest, and she had to fix the top side. 1-1 wasn't really on the map together with Matilda, and what we saw from Vansky, this is the exact reason why I was telling you in the draft that I like it so much more when Vansky is on that throne position with Arlott, and he is not bound by the boundaries of that XP line.
I agree, it is a give or take indeed. At this point, he definitely isn't bound by the responsibilities of an EXP laner, so he is much more free to try and go in. But the scaling is much slower as a roamer. But if you are this good and not going down so many times, you have the opportunity, the opening to wait and hit that point of scaling where you're going to be an absolute monster. Then it's going to be difficult indeed for the rest of the team to deal with it. But you can see right now, Nizu unlocking the crossbow tank for Pancram. Pancram, with the help of the Inspire, gets that kill. And now Primo caught between a rock and a hard place. Slarky able to get a mega kill. This Moskov is on fire, and now they're looking to take down Wade. Macaron drops down that big long sword with that big, what's it called? Appraiser's Wrath.
But the thing is that Bober could be the one in trouble. Well, who am I kidding? It's Uranus, so of course he isn't really in trouble, because most of the times you are the one in trouble. The thing is that the goal difference is still the same, but it's still playing for the side of OmniGlitch, and as we will be approaching later and later stages of the game, Nizu will come even more online together with Slarky Boy, because even though those fights were looking very great from the side of Slarky Boy, his hero will get so much stronger with every passing minute, when he will be finishing up on those 5th or even tapping the 6th item for the boots.
It is indeed. They need to start swapping those items, but you can see they need to find an opening. The Dauntless Fleet comes through, circling Eagle, gets a 2-man knockup. Macaron goes in. He doesn't have the Appraiser's Wrath. SOD connects, and he's trying to use it and break down. But the Brilliance to make sure able to survive. But Macaron, I think he's separated from the rest of the team, but you can see the guiding wind making sure he can able to survive. Slarky trying to get the Lord. It was a 1v1 between Slarky and Pancrat, but it's a shutdown in the hands of Pancrat as Slarky gets taken down. The Lord was secured by Pancrat indeed. Minerva Fury have it marching down the top side. And can see right now they want to go gung-ho. They want to get more kills. They want to be the aggressors. But the final slash from Vansky, making sure he displaces everyone. But the follow-up just not being present. Loloy uses the brilliance to try and get out of harm's way. But they have the traction pulse to pull them back. And now you might see them get a double kill as 2 go down and make that 4 in total. Nizu's the only one left standing. But I don't think not for long. Seems like he's going to get taken down. And
No.
oh my goodness, he gets a shutdown indeed.
Just as Slarky Boy was trying to connect onto this fight, he couldn't really do that though, because he unfortunately missed. But he will be able to approach Lord, finish it off. Oh, wait a second, Nizu could be in trouble. He has to jump out. Bober is still hovering around, being a menace. But the thing is, Minerva Fury were able to win that last team fight and were able to establish a lead for themselves for the first moment in the game. In the second one, that is, where they are sitting right now on 2,000 goal lead and going for more.
They're definitely going for more at this point. I think Omniglitch, understanding the assignment, understanding what they gotta do. They need to buy time. Not much more than what is needed, but definitely a lot of space, because Boba Rushik here is just doing so much around the map. And Wade along with Vansky need to give the space for Slarky Boy to dish out the damage. So far, Loloy has been quite underwhelming, but he definitely has the items right now. He has the glowing wand, has the holy crystal, getting that blood wings. But here the displacement already coming through. They go for an engage. Circling Eagle gets a 2-man knockup. Wade trying to create the separation, peel for the rest of the team, and seems like they're going to disperse. 60 seconds to the Lord Warren. Who's going to take it?
That's the thing, that's a question to be had. Well, since for the first time Minerva Fury is in the lead, I don't want to minuscule that fact, but still, it's 2,000 in 14 minutes. Doesn't really matter that much. I don't know who it's on right now, but when I glanced over a little bit, I saw the Slarky Boy is still a little bit ahead from Pancrat. So in the goal line department, you are still being advantageous for the side of Omniglitch. So it doesn't really matter that you are losing out elsewhere when you are losing out elsewhere. Where I believe that Nizu is also ahead from his opponent Macaron. So for the side of Omniglitch, as carries go, you are still alright. The thing is, you cannot let those traction pulls pull the wrong targets, and you need to be the one pushing the trigger first. Because if this final slash together with Flicker combined goes and starts the fight, then it's yours.
Definitely is indeed. Oh, but the traction pulse being used. Wade right now has already procced the crossbow of Tang. He's already going ham at it and looking like they want to take him down. He's still able to survive. Eats a lot of damage. That's some good news for Omniglitch, but the bad news is the fact that they don't have him. They're looking to take down a turret. They have to answer the wave on the top side, and looks like he's going to get the mid lane as well. Slarky Boy, but he connects with the SOD, looking to get out of harm's way. And the Lord right now being taken out by Omniglitch. Nizu's going at it at the same time. Retribution misses. Macaron catches it, and this is the opening that Minerva Fury are looking for. Loloy being separated from the rest of the team gets melted down, and now Nizu, Slarky Boy, and Vansky will have to run away while Slarky Boy is looking to recall, and seems like Macaron wants to chase. Will he be able to get out of there on time? And yes, he does. Meanwhile, in mid lane, you can see Vansky got chased indeed, and now with the Lord going to be marching with them, they look to take away the inhibitor in the mid lane. The Lord's going to come through from the mid lane now.
Interground finish on Sensei, so he will not be going down anytime soon if he can press the right button at time, which on time, which he should be able to. Minerva Fury pushing onto the mid lane and holding their opponents hostage in their own base.
They definitely are right now. They can't really do anything. Hostages in their own home. Loloy already taken out below half HP. They're looking to take away this inhibitor on the bot side as well. The waves are looking to crash. The Lord is going to take care of the top side. Inhibitors all taken down. Only the base left standing. It's looking a little pretty, but it's not going to help their case at this point because they got the enemies. Vansky goes for a Victor final slash. Misses completely. The taunts come through as well from Macaron. Able to do quite a lot, but he gets taken down. But there's the crossbow of Tang unlocked. He unleashes Fury. He finds 3. Give him the 3rd. Give him the 4th. That is a double kill indeed. Omniglitch get wiped out. Minerva Fury stand tall. And that is a 2-0.
Victory!
I mean, if you had to show me one clip, just one clip, that would have to prove me to ban Wan for the rest of my life until she's being patched out. It would have to be that last fight when Wan just went ham, went to town, and I believe she completely obliterated 3 full HP bars until she went down from that crossbow tank. So what a thing, what a crossbow thing. And yeah, goddamn if you are Omniglitch, because you were honestly this close to coming out on top. Even though the goal difference was really small, you weren't able to run away as your opponents were able to before in the game that you had beforehand. But still, you had that advantage. You had those final slashes that were connected. You had those 2 carries for late game. And even though Kimi is super strong in the late game, she still has this that disadvantage that she always goes for the first target. She cannot really choose her target because the one that's standing in front will be the one getting targeted by her autos. So you had what you had in your team was something that you could play with. It was definitely a more advantageous draft that some of the drafts that we saw today. But in the end, Minerva Fury came out on top, and even though Nizu had a wonderful Jisunshin game, it just wasn't enough.
It definitely wasn't, my friend. I think you can see the first half of the day was a 1-1 and the second half a 2-0. Seems like this was a jam-packed day, you can say, evening, because if you look at the results, Ake got game number 1 and Method Black pulled back in game number 2. Meanwhile, Jackpots had a dominating game number 1 and Revenant Order flipped the script in game number 2. Similarly, in the match number 3, Stolen Angels had the script for both the games against Void Kids and read them like a book. Unfortunate for Void Kids that they're looking for a bounce back indeed. And meanwhile, in game number 4, it was back and forth. It was 2 tight games, but in Minerva Fury just had the number of Omniglitch, and feels like that was definitely a tough game and one of the best games of the night.
Oh, it was very tough game, very close game, and I believe the goal difference, when we are at it, I believe the goal difference didn't really go over 2000 until the whole end, like until the complete end. So definitely the banger of the night, and I hope that Wu stayed with us through the whole live stream, was able to enjoy that, because this was some of the highest MLBB that we have here in Europe, if not the highest MLBB that we have here in Europe. And I'm so hyped for the rest of the games that we will be seeing. And I'm so hyped for the rest of Thunder Division, because this is just the beginning. We will be seeing so much more, and was happy to cast alongside you, Kronos, just as we approach the end of today's broadcast. I hope we got your diamonds, and I hope you got your diamonds, not we. Or did you sign up, Kronos? Did you got some diamonds for yourself?
I'm looking for diamonds, bro. I want to get the Novaria skin. That Novaria skin looks absolutely beautiful, if you ask me. But then again, that game, man, that last bit, I was just watching the replay of what happened. Woo, that last bit was super difficult, wasn't it? That last final slash from Vansky where he flickered to try and create an opportunity. It was the right play, but unfortunately for him and the rest of Omniglitch, Minerva Fury players also knew it was the right play. So they knew when to move out and when not to. And just when he flickered, they were not present. So he didn't get anything but just complete air. Like he was sweeping for the streets. Didn't catch nobody. And then all of a sudden, that crossbow of Tank just turned the tide completely around. But then there is the leaderboard anyways, folks. Minerva Fury on top, Stolen Angels next, Ake, Jackpots, Revenant Order, Method Black, and then you have Void Kids and Omni Glitch at the bottom. But don't forget, it's only day number 1, and like Warren said, we had some action packed today, and it's going to be exciting for the rest of Europe as the season comes through. We have a lot to give away in terms of prizes, and also a lot to give away in terms of giveaways. So make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you show us some love at Warren1x for Warren. He streams every single day, if I'm not wrong, and for me, G_Chronos, whenever you can catch us. And of course, it has been a pleasure to cast alongside you as well, Warren, so don't worry about that. Of course, it's always been a pleasure, and it always will be. And before we sign off, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that there's going to be a post-game show. So don't go anywhere, because it's going to be coming to you live on the same link, on the same live stream, as we're going to have some experts and some of the people from Surge who are going to talk about what they know and what happened within the games for today. And of course, we got some community experts coming in as well. I mean, I think so. If you don't believe so, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but there are some community experts, and I'm probably going to be lurking in the chat, and I think Warren's probably going to be lurking in the chat as well. So make sure you're there. There might be diamonds to be given away, so make sure you stay here, don't go anywhere. And then again, any final words, Warren?
Well, it was a blast, and I'm looking forward for more.
Same here. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, this is Warren1x and Chronos out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the post-game show. Stay tuned.
And we are back, baby. So, how did you enjoy it, Sind? I'm really excited. Like
Yeah.
Kronos and Warren, they did a pretty good job at summarizing everything that happened. But at the same time, there was a lot of things that happened today, and a lot of things that we didn't predict, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I got a lot of wrong predictions, man. I was reading the chat. They said, this guy Sint, I don't know what he's predicting. And even you, Nish, you know, we saw some games. We were expecting Zedel. We're going to go into it a little bit. But we were expecting a whole different kind of ball game. Overall, gotta give it to, you know, the production. Shout out Kronos. Shout out everybody working on this. Amazing job, right? They broke it down perfectly. But I know a lot of people are going to watch this and probably wonder, like, what really happened? So if we just start off, Ake against MTB, what did you see that, you know, it was 1-1? A lot of people, including myself, predicted that MTB would take that. You predicted Ake, I predicted MTB. We can just explain a little bit, because at the end of the day, that was a draw. So we were both kind of right or wrong. I'm not sure how to break this down.
Actually, for me, as I said, I was very, very observant of Method Black, because I never saw them play. And in the first game, I don't know if they were a little bit shy or something, but because the draft, I would say that just purely on the draft, I would say that Method Black has a upper hand. But at the end, like, Ake just show how well they were organized. Like, when we are talking about macro, they were just crashing the whole map. I was loving it, how they played, really.
I think, you know, in terms of draft, I have to agree with you. I think Method Black did win one game of the draft, and that game was the second game. The first game, I thought the draft was terrible. In mid lane, they kind of combined a Baksha. Absolutely. In mid lane, they kind of combined a Baksha with Selena. It wasn't really working. They had zero pressure. And if you look back at that game, you're actually going to see, there was zero map control. A hero like Baksha and Selena, you kind of need that map control. Didn't happen. I have to give it up to Nandayo there in mid lane. With that Lunox, he picked it both games. I think he played good. Also, Toby really showcasing. He got that MVP. You know, Nish, you were saying a lot of good stuff, but it ended up being right. He got that MVP in that first game. But at the end of the day, a 1-1. I thought MTB would take that because of the experience. But again, you said at the end of the day, Ake works really hard. So maybe that is why, it was 1-1. Really interesting game. And
I think that we should definitely highlight their work they're putting in, because I remember the first European qualifier they were playing. They were out in first or second round, so it was really quick. But as it progressed and as they participated in every single tournament they could, I think they are slowly showing that they have so much fighting spirit. And they were really, even in the second game, like, there were some moments when you were like, maybe if they pull it off, but they never give up. So I'm really shout out to Ake. I think that not maybe this year, but maybe next year, they're really going to show us like what they really have in their arsenal.
Yeah. And on the other hand, I don't know. I haven't heard too much about MTB screaming that much. I didn't see that much connection between, if we're going to go into specifics, didn't see that much connection about Zing, the roamer of MTB, and Pika. Looked kind of weird. And at the end of the day, I think the side lanes were the ones that played the best on the side of MTB. Urek kept it solid. You know, a guy from Birthright, he has that experience. And also Alexis kept it really solid. Overall, I think this is a really good for Ake. I think that they learned a lot and they're going to come back stronger. Like you said, they only keep practicing. But Nish, enough talking about the first game. That was wonderful games from both teams. But we have to get in to a lot of people were talking about this Jackpots and Revenant Order game. Right, so we know that Jackpots doesn't have Malfurion anymore, right? And on the other side, we know Revenant Order, we see the kind of people they have. They have Creep, they have Allen, they have Alski. These are experienced players. What happened in that game? Because that game also ended up in 1-1, right? We saw, if I want to say a little bit, Jackpots won that first game pretty convincingly. But again, Revenant Order on that second game, they also won that second game kind of convincingly. So what happened there, do you think?
If I could, I think that maybe both of the games show great resilience. because in both of the games, none of the players were like, okay, we are giving up, or they just started to do some big mistakes. There was not thinking about like, if you are talking about these games that we have right now, it's the greatest thing about it is that both of the teams never are trying to never give you even an inch to progress. But at the same time, we saw so many great outplays in both of the games, and they really decided. Like that's my take on those games.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these games, people are watching and saying it's good gameplay, but I would say a lot of smart decisions are being made outside of the game when it comes to the draft. We saw that first game that Jackpots won. I think a lot of it was because of that Zoox in mid. They had banned out the Eve. They had banned out all the kind of annoying mages. Only Kimi left. What does Revenant Order pick? They pick Kimi. It doesn't work out. Obviously, that Zuxin dominates the whole match, along with Walkie, right? Remember, because that was the Joy game. He got very fed kind of early. Kind of strange mistakes from Revenant Order. They don't really show up early. 3 kills already, minute 2, minute 3. At that point, the jungler is about 2-3 levels ahead. He's gonna get those retry battles. He's gonna get the objectives. So right from the beginning, you're not really starting off in a good note on the side of Revenant Order. Now, if we want to talk about the second game, I think the second game came down a lot to the mid lane of kind of Jackpots not being as solid as it was the first game. The second game we had, if I remember, it was Grok, and he was playing against Selena and Matilda. And that really worked out in the rotation. They were really quick around the map. Grok got cut off a lot of times. The jungler also.
I think it almost looked like that he was bullied, I would say.
Yeah. And I got a compilation sent to me. Guys, I have to keep this non-biased, but people were sending me compilations, and I wasn't sure. Like the wild charts were going crazy during that game. But I think that was one of the big reasons. I said from the beginning I expected Revenant Order to win. I was talking to Malfoy, obviously he's gonna say his own team, but the reason I expected Revenant Order was because of the second game. We saw Olski coming into play with the final slash. We see these kind of plays being made from Kriv on that Selena. Those are big difference makers. Right from the get-go, they have control. Completely different from that first game, where they already fed. So I'm not sure if it was a kind of a warm-up thing. I don't know what was going on, but they got the wheels rolling. 1-1, I would say it's a good result from them as well. Because speaking from the first game, from Jackpots winning, you would say surely it's a 2-0. No, but they wake up that second game and it ends like it ends. Any more comments on that game?
No, only maybe a reaction to what you said, that the teams are already watching out for their opponents. And as you said, the battle already starts before the game. They're starting to be more prepared for every opponent. Like in the first match, in the comments when I was watching on YouTube, there was a question like, why are they banning Hellcourt? And there was a flood of messages like, did you ever see Maku's Hellcourt? Like, you have to be cautious about it. Like, he doesn't have to be in the meta, and you will see. Yeah. So this is 100%. Something I think that since we are playing round robin and there will be a lot of games before us, I think these guys are going to know their enemies very well, and we are going to see much harsher drafts in the future.
Yeah, 100% Nish, because I always believe that a draft is a part of the game. You have to, and when you play professional at the top level, you have to utilize every single edge that you can use. I don't want to, say that you have to spy on the enemy, but you have to do what you have to do to get the win. Mm-hmm. So obviously, when I did expect that game of Aki versus MTB, I said maybe MTB would win. Part of that, why? Because I expected the Hellcourt to be banned. That was no question for me. And I guess it was no question for MTB. They did the research, considering they did ban it out both times. So I totally agree with you. These teams have to do what they have to do in order, outside of the game. I'm talking making sure they get the best players, making sure that they have the right draft so they come correct inside of the game. You need to make the smart decision inside and outside the game. But yeah, next topic: Void Kids against Stolen Angels. So obviously we both got this one wrong. Something went wrong. I don't know what happened. Do you want to break it down a little bit, and then I will talk a little bit more about it?
I would just say one thing, that I was really surprised after the first game that ZL chose Lancelot even for the second game. That was a really wild for me, because I thought that he understood that he was really well read. Like his opponents totally knew what to do with him. They let him have Lancelot even though that he was nerfed. So, and they knew how to counter him really properly.
Yeah.
Like this is exactly what we were talking right now. Like they knew what they're going up against, and they're just even in the draft there were some really ridiculous choices in the draft that you don't see really often. But everything they picked, it was really well planned and well executed, as we saw. The games are pretty straightforward. So I think that Void Kids really need to work on their draft, and
100%.
I would leave it there.
Yeah, 100%. I think if we start off at the draft, you're kind of right. It doesn't look like themselves, you know. He's not used to this kind of Lancelot. He's more Ling guy. He's more kind of like, I don't know, Joy. He likes to move fast. But at Lance, I never seen him use that. And that was a surprise for me. Right from the get-go, I can tell he's not completely comfortable with that. He misses the puncture. It doesn't look right. But I got to tell you, Nish, the whole thing doesn't look right. There is no synergy right there. We didn't see that synergy come into play, such as when they had Victor. You remember when they had Neferia. You know, I don't like to talk about other players when those teams are not relevant anymore, but they are relevant in the sense that we have a reference of how it used to look like when the synergy was right. Now, Zedel is still a dangerous player, because the reason he is because he works extremely hard. Not a lot of people expect that of him. You know, he's doing the content creation, he's doing the other stuff, but he works very hard. Now, it didn't look like he got to activate. So I don't know what the coach, I don't know what's going on. There's no synergy, there's no strategy. It just fell apart. It was a completely different level. I don't know what happened. On the side of Stolen Angels, I think Enzo played good. I think Enzo right now, after Malfurion is gone, my personal opinion, best mid laner in Europe. You know, I think he controlled.
I already know some people who would counter your idea, but I think they will have their space to talk about it.
In the interview, everybody.
And I would say that I was surprised, because Zedel, I saw some videos of him, and he was training or playing for Fredrin, which showed us that he's a really lethal force right 100%.
Now. Another hero of Zedel, right? Fredrin. We didn't even see that activated. We haven't seen that in a long time. So when we see these kind of like changes, it doesn't look like what we expect, because we expect a different type of Zedel who makes that difference. Now, how much of difference can we expect? I mean, we're not really sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one guy, right? There's a full team, so can't really put it too much onto him. Now, I expected Xenox on that marksman to come in. I expected Isaac doing a little bit of better set. I didn't really see that with Kufra, which is his main. So, I don't know. I feel like they got to start playing more together. They got to do something, because that synergy was not working out.
Maybe it's not even playing together. Maybe there's just a one missing link, because from what I heard, they're screaming and playing so much. Maybe they overtrained, or I don't know. Maybe there's different things. Yeah, there's so many things when it comes to team sports, and it applies to esports as well. Like the mentality and the psyche of the players. Yeah. It's so important, and when you just don't have the click during the game, then it's all over.
Yeah, 100%. I think if we want to discuss a little bit about that, partly a lot of difference is being made inside the game, but we always believe, when I'm discussing it with some of the top players, a lot of smart decisions need to be made outside of the game. Who do you play with? A lot of people are skipping out to play with their friends to make the best kind of teams on paper, but it doesn't really work out in reality, because there is no synergy. So a lot of smart decisions need to be made outside the game as well. But I want to give a little bit of props to Stolen Angels. You know, Pem, Enzo, I really think that they had the domination of that. Levy also, remember, Nish, Levy was in Birthright. Levy was in Birthright. He was doing big moves in Birthright when he was playing the Hayabusa, when he was playing this kind of assassins. Similar, his type of game style, you know, with the YSS. Now we saw the YSS being brought out, if I remember correctly. Looked really good. Looked insanely good. Also, Enzo on that Kimi, really good domination. But I didn't expect Zedar to fall that flat. But I have to give the benefit of the doubt. Anything is possible those first few days, but you have to find yourself really quick, or else you might be out of the tournament quicker than you can believe. So I don't know.
Like exactly as you said in the first game, Aishov Isaac, he had some really nice plays with Tigreal, but at the same time when you said Pam, like his Kalea, that was a masterpiece. That was a masterpiece. It was such a great execution of the champion. I really loved to watch. So yeah, props to Stolen Angel. Like we were talking much more about Void Kids and how what they should maybe work on, because it was maybe a bigger surprise for us, but at the same time for me, Stolen Angels are also a very big and nice surprise in Thunder Division.
Yeah, 100%. I think guaranteed they have the best, you know, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the best mid lane right now in Europe. And he did perform, you know, but again, you know, it ended like it ended, 2-0 for them. Great for Stolen Angels. I guess Void Kids, they have to go back to the drawing board, see what they can do better. Definitely keep being motivated, because, you know, you lose a lot. You learn a lot by losing. When you lose a lot, that's when you learn the most. When you win, you don't really learn that much. You know, you learn that what you're doing is working, but how long more is it working? It's not really sure. So again, Void Kids have the opportunity to learn a lot from this game, I would say.
Actually, this is the second time you are passing me a really good topic, because in 2 days there will be a new patch and there will be so many changes. And for next weekend when we have another broadcast, I'm really looking forward, like how well prepared those teams are going to come, because the changes are going to be really big. And right now this week it will be so important to do the correct preparations, to test everything.
100%.
And they will have not much time.
Yeah. Very ironic enough, I go to a gym and on the wall it says a true champion can adapt to anything. So that's very ironic onto this topic. But yeah, great. Yeah, it's we're gonna see, because I do believe that a true champion can adapt to anything. So that's gonna be interesting. Now we have to get to the last game, Omni Glitch versus Minerva Fury.
This was a big question.
You go first.
Oh, thank you.
I have too much to say. I don't know where I'm gonna stop.
The first game was really convincing. Like it was pretty. I wouldn't say that smooth sailing, but yeah, it looks like that Minerva Fury did really good in the first match, and in the second, we're talking about it because we were calling to each other, and we were talking like, wow, this is going to be like, I think they could turn it around, and they did. So
that's crazy.
Maybe you should go, because you were the one commenting more than me in the call.
Yeah. I mean, when I was watching, I have to break down now from first game. When I was watching that XP lane, you know, of wonderful XP lane of Rusik, I have to say I think he's the best XP right now. Now, when I was watching him against Wade on that Esmeralda, it was a total destruction. He was like 3-4-0 up. He activated his team. That final slash was perfectly. If people go back and watch that replay, the final slash was perfect. The setups was absolutely insane. I think the Gato Kacha worked very well, because he had that, the combination between those two were amazing crowd control. I think just the difference in the kind of synergy, I predicted them to win, because I had known that they have a really strong synergy. Now, these are people that are kind of friends, but they're also insanely strong individually, you know, from the signs of like Pankrat on that goal lane, you know, winning 1v1 against Larky. You know, I think he was playing Harriet, and he was winning, he was dominating that first game. And then on the other side, I think you still have Macron, you still have Sensei, Primo, and Rusik. I can name them all because they're so good. I have to know them, you know. I think the XP made the biggest difference. Just him alone. The other people on the side of Minerva Fury didn't really need to do too much. They kind of could sit back. They kind of could relax a lot more. It was just a difference in level. That first game, Rusik took over. Now, if we're going to talk about the second game, Nish, we were onto that same thing. It looked kind of close. Now, on both games, Omniglitch had a kind of good start. They didn't really make that much mistake. So on the first game, they looked kind of resilient. They got a kill here. There was a trade back. Then they got a kill. It was kind of going back and forth. Eventually, Rusik activated throughout the whole game. He was active, and that made a difference. Now, on the second game, it was more a passive game from them because they was playing against Fredrin. They was playing against very early kind of heroes, Uranus. They had to concede the turtle. And there was YSS on the side of Omniglitch. So on that side, they tried to take it more late game, you know, with the Lunox and everything. It looked kind of promising. We said maybe this is going to be a win for them, 1-1. But Slarky never really activated with the Moscow. He looked okay, but didn't really do too much, I have to say. Got a kill here, but, you know, that 1-1 was what that took over late game. Remember, triple kill. Plus that Kimi as well, double kill. Game is over. Game is finished. You guys can close your apps. It's done. The level just looks very, very good from Minerva Fury. I don't know. For me, I have to say that was just a whole different level. And I don't even know why that is the case. Actually, I know why that is the case, because they changed the lineup, right? I saw Cronus saying that, you know, the lineup is better now. I don't agree, because I don't expect them to have lost this kind of match. I know that they lost their coach, who is Ciel. I know they lost their roamer, who is Sakamoto. I think when they combined it, it was the best. Because remember, we was talking a little bit about Memento Fury. They're on the qualifiers. They're 7-0. So they have the both kind of like best of both worlds. They decided not to combine it. I think that is the mistake that is kind of happening. I'm not really sure. What more can we say about Danish? 2-0. Yeah, we didn't expect that, considering they are the champ. Like, I guess you could give them the crown of the champions. I don't know if you can, you know, you can give those specific players, of course, except Vansky. They were all the champions that last tournament. So, and I know they haven't stopped practicing. So, yeah, what can
actually, this is really, really a good topic, but we would need so much more time to talk about it, because
yeah, 100%.
If you are talking about chemistry in team, it's exactly one player and he can destroy the whole chemistry, or not destroy. That's too harsh of a word, but you always need the link of all the players. And
yeah, 100%.
I would say that's it. Actually, I would maybe go to the leaderboards, because right now we have the first day, and after the first day we already have an update, and we have two leaders, which is Minerva Fury with 3 points. I'm sorry, and Stolen Angels with 3 points. And then we have the biggest surprise that even in the prediction, no one was predicting a draw. So we have four teams with 1 point. And then we have Void Kids and Omniglitch, which is kind of a surprise. So yeah, I like that no one really predicted it correctly.
Yeah,
so
yeah, absolutely. But also, remember, this leaderboard speaks to how actually close these teams are in terms of skill. Aki is really up there, Jackpot is really up there, but they're all really up there on any given day. Maybe Method Black can get that 2-0. Maybe Void Kids can kind of get back, or Jackpots can get that too, you know, because this is, at the end of the day, they were draws. They were 1-1, but one game, it was something similar in all of those games, that one game looked dominating for one team and another game looked dominating for another team. It was almost like either they learned something, or they woke up, or they weren't ready, or it was always like that. So it was completely, you know, a show. It was a show. They put on a show, and this is the result. I mean, Minerva Fury right there, along with Stolen Angels, first place. They look dominating in those games. Minerva Fury and Stolen Angels, you know, 2-0, they just look like a completely different level. On the other side, you know, with all of the other teams, I think they you know, on any given day, who knows what would have happened.
And you know what is really interesting? Like next Saturday, the first game would be Void Kids against Omniglitch. So we are starting from a very tough point in the leaderboards, and then we are going to continue with jackpots against Minerva Fury, which I'm really looking forward to this match because that will be really crazy. And then we have Method Black against Stolen Angels, which are two black horses in my point of view. And then at the as the pinnacle of Saturday, we have Ake against Revenant Order, which will again be a very interesting, because those two teams are really not backing down, which I really like, because that's the most hyped up games we see.
Yeah.
So
it looks like all of these teams think they might be the one to take the tournament. Now, you guys just heard the matchups, right? If you're one of these teams, you got to do your research on the opponents right now. There's no time to waste. Next Saturday, guys, that's when it happens, the action again. I mean, all of these teams, you know, I pray and hope that they're going to show us their best kind of games. We saw insane games today, but I expect only it will be better and better. Now they know what they have to expect. Now they know how much practice goes in and how much hard work. So definitely, Nish, you know, I'm going to be here just like everybody else. We got to see what's happening. You know, we got to see, is Void Kids going to climb up again? Or what's going to happen with the jackpots against Minerva Fury? You know, all of these games are just so interesting, and I'm looking forward to it. It's been an amazing day, Nish, gotta say.
Yeah, I'm really happy that right now the tournament or the Thunder division is still open for everyone, for the grabs. But at the same time, I see the thirst in some of the teams, and they really want to show the world that they are the best. So
100%. And they definitely want that biggest prize pool that there ever has been in Europe. So, and also we were, you know, talking a little bit about it. Maybe some other tournament is gonna come up down the line. I guess, we were talking about what's gonna happen, and so people got to stay ready for those next few tournaments as well. They're only getting bigger and bigger. So definitely.
Actually, I would really ask all the teams that if they are watching these games, or if they're going to watch it in like afterwards, because they have to focus and watch their opponents, like what they're doing during real games, because it's totally different when you're screaming. Like as you said, that when, for example, I don't remember which team where you were talking about, that they're totally different during real game
100%.
than in scrims.
Yeah.
So I think
all
that
of these games are different.
Yeah, like we can definitely conclude today that it was a really successful and very entertaining day for European MLBB. Since right now we are really watching how the history is being written, because this is the first European Championship, and we have really heightened up the prize pool so that we can slowly, but like I said, this is the first step to the international waters, I would say.
100%. And also, just before we finish off, Nish, how much praise do we have to give the production team for this amazing show? I mean, break it down. Everybody's doing an amazing job, right? Putting on the amazing graphics from Cronus casting, Scared Yet casting, everybody doing work behind the scenes. I mean, all the staff. Dang, that's amazing.
Today I even got a question like how many people are working on such a production, and it may not be like, it may be a surprise for some of the people, but we have around 30 people who are helping or working in Search right now. And I strongly believe that we are still growing. We are still on the path to have the best when it comes to Mobile Legends in Europe. And there's a lot of supporters. There's a lot of things that we need to still do, because there's always something you can do better. And
but it's come a long way, though.
Yeah, but I what I want to say is like big thank you to the people who are watching and supporting Surge, because this is what make us go on, and what is bringing the motivation in the company in general.
And the community and the Europe scene just in general, like bigger and bigger. This is what makes people motivated, to play the game, they want to get better and they want to learn and they want these tournaments. You know, we are including everybody, but we could sit here and talk forever. I just want to thank everybody for watching. Thank everybody from the staffs and production team, and yeah, good luck to all the next teams, right? Next Saturday, same team, sorry, but next matchups. And yeah, anything else to say, Nish?
I just want to say that please follow the Instagram or Discord, because there you find all the information that you need. There will be also the announcement for the Thunder division for the next week, so you have the schedule for Saturday, Sunday. And yeah, that's everything. Thank you very much for watching, and see you next weekend.
Yeah, see ya, guys. See ya.